Want to speak real English from your very first lesson? Get instant access with your free lifetime account at LangAdvance.com.
So let's first talk about how this course is structured and how it will really improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. So first, we're going to be talking about some basic information for doing the exam. Lots of these questions are things that I get asked online on a regular basis and I have to answer in classes. So we're just going to be talking about that first. And if you have the correct answers for those things, then it can really improve your score. Then we're going to be talking about some things that lower your score. This is one of the most important sections of the course because there's a lot of very bad advice on social media and in other videos made by people who haven't actually sat in the exam and conducted the exam, so they don't know what impact this actually has in the exam. And there's lots of things that candidates do nowadays that lower your score dramatically in the exam, and I'm going to be talking about each one and explaining why these are a bad idea. Then there's a lot of sections of things that improve your score. So in the introduction, I'm going to be talking about the things that improve your score the most in the exam first. There's a lot of different things connected to that. Then we're going to be talking about use of language. How do you use language to communicate better in the exam, communicate in a way that the person listening can understand better, which really improves your score. Then we're going to be talking about grammar, how to be more accurate in the exam. And again, that also really improves your score. Then we're going to be talking about pronunciation, how to form sounds to make sure that the person listening understands you better during the exam. And again, because that improves communication, that really improves your score in the exam. Then we're going to be talking about some useful words to help you in the exam. I'm also going to be explaining how to learn words in order to improve your score, which is actually almost just as important as knowing some more words. Then we're going to be talking about a little bit the topics that they have in the exam, which are the most important, which to know a little bit about before the exam, and that will also really help you. Then we're going to be correcting some common errors that examiners see in the exam. And then finally, we're going to talk about some key things to do on the day of your exam that can really improve your score in speaking. Okay, so let's talk about some basic information for doing the IELTS speaking exam. So, number one, how many parts are there to the IELTS speaking test? There are 3 parts, a few simple questions in part 1, a presentation in part 2, where you have to make a presentation to the examiner for 2 minutes, and a discussion with the examiner. Number 2, how long does the speaking test take? It takes a total of 11 to 14 minutes. Part 1 is 4 to 5 minutes. Part 2 is 3 to 4 minutes. And part 3 is 4 to 5 minutes. And they're very strict about that, so it won't change. Is the speaking test face-to-face with an examiner or by computer? IELTS now has both options. Some countries have face-to-face exams, and some countries have video call exams. Contact your examination center to find out which you are doing. There is no difference in the marking, and there's no difference in the way they conduct the exam. How will the speaking test be marked? You will be marked on fluency, vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation. Each one accounts for 25% of your marks, and none of them are more important than the others. When will my speaking test be marked? And does the examiner listen to the recording to decide the marks? So the examiner who conducts the test and asks you the questions will decide your score when you leave the room. They'll write it down. The recording is also used for the continuous observation of examiners, re-standardization, for the training of new examiners, and if you apply for a remark. So when you first start examining, a lot of your exams are checked, well, almost all your exams are checked by a second person for your first 100, and then a selection of your exams are checked by another person after that to make sure you're doing the exam correctly. So many of your exams will be checked, and when you're more experienced, they also keep checking what you're doing as well. And if you apply for a remark, the speaking coordinator for the exam center will check the recording of the exam. And what kinds of topics will be asked in the speaking test? There are 20 key topics and 4 skills that will be tested during the exam. There are detailed explanations about each of these in the course. So one of the things we like to teach in this course is to focus on these 20 key topics and 4 skills. And I'm going to go through that later in the course in a lot of detail about what the 4 skills are and what the 20 topics are. And how many questions will I be asked? You'll be asked 11 to 12 questions in part 1. And how it works is that you get the basic first questions, like what is your name? Okay. What would you like me to call you? And then do you work or do you study? That's always the first ones. And then they ask you 2 topics, which we call frames in the IELTS examiner booklet. And that could be, for example, shopping. So they might ask you 4 questions about shopping, like what is your favorite shop? Do you like to shop online? Quite easy questions. And then they might ask you about environment, and they might say, do you think there's pollution in your city? So fairly easy questions about the environment, a different frame. Now in part 2, you're given only 1 question written down that you have to answer for 2 minutes. And in part 3, you're asked either 4 or 8 questions. And the examiner will also ask you additional follow-up questions in part 3. So there might be quite a few questions during the exam. And do I need to speak for 2 minutes during part 2? Yes, it is important to speak for 2 minutes. Make sure to speak for a minimum of 1 minute and a half. Otherwise, you'll get a lower score. What happens if I continue speaking for more than 2 minutes in part 2? You can't speak for more than 2 minutes, so don't try. There are very strict timings for every answer in the exam. The examiner will stop you and continue with the exam, whether you're listening or not, whether you're still speaking or not. They will continue. They have to continue with very strict timing for each part of the exam. Can I choose my topic to talk about in part 2? No, you can't. The examiner will give you a topic card, which contains a list of prompts. You must talk about that topic in the exam. Okay, so welcome to part 2 of the basic information section. Okay, so can I ask the examiner to change the topic in part 2 if I can't talk about it? No, you can't change the topic. You must talk about the topic you are given. Can I look at my notes in speaking part 2? Yes, you can. No problem. Your notes are there to help you during your presentation, so that's no problem. Can I look at the cue card during my 2-minute talk in speaking part 2? Yes, not a problem. Use the questions on the cue card to help you structure your presentation and remind you of some things to talk about during your presentation. Will the examiner mark the notes I make for my part 2 presentation? No, these are notes for you. The examiner will not look at them. Do I need to take a pencil into the speaking test for part 2? Yes, we recommend that you bring a pencil and an eraser to make notes. They are both good. And what's the difference between part 1 and part 3 in the IELTS speaking test? Part 1 is just some simple short answer questions about some basic things. So Do you like to shop? Do you not like to shop? Where do you live? Quite easy stuff. And then part 3 is a discussion between you and the examiner. The examiner will ask you your opinion about some different topics. They might ask you to compare two different things, and they might ask you to talk about the future. And should I give examples in my answers? Yes. If this is useful to answer the question, don't give an example when asked a direct question like, do you want tea or coffee? Your answers must be appropriate for the question being asked. So the key thing is to listen very carefully to what the examiner is saying and always answer it appropriately. What can I do if I don't understand the question? In speaking part 1, you can ask the examiner to repeat the question, but the examiner can't explain it to you or help you. They must repeat the exact words of the question. In part 2, the examiner cannot say anything about the question, so don't ask them. And in part 3, you can ask the examiner to explain the question. Just say, would you mind explaining that a bit more, please? And they can paraphrase for you. They can make the question slightly easier as well. So the examiner is able to help you a lot more in part 3. Will I get a lower score if I ask the examiner to repeat the question? Yes. If this happens a few times, it has no impact on your score. However, if it happens more than 3 times, it will start to have an impact on your score. So just be careful with that. And what can I do if I don't have any ideas for the answer in part 3? It sometimes happens that you are asked a question for which you have no ideas. Here's a typical example. Do you think your hometown has good public transport? You might not have been to your hometown in a long time, and the question was asked in the present. You need to answer about now, and you might not know. So you can say something like this. Really, I haven't been to my hometown for many years. When I left, the public transport was really bad. You had to wait for a long time to catch the bus, and I don't know if they have improved it or not. Now, this answer is still excellent. You have communicated your feelings clearly, and the examiner will move on to the next question. Now, it's really important to note here that the exam is not a test of the information you know. So in this situation, the candidate didn't know the information, but they did communicate what they had in their mind really clearly to the examiner, so they get a high score in the exam. Does it matter if I have an accent when I speak? No, this has no impact on your score, except if it makes you difficult to understand. So that is the situation for the exam. And why did the examiner interrupt my answer? So there's a few reasons for this. They need to give the most common one is that they need to give every candidate the exact same amount of time to speak. And so when you've had your time, then they will interrupt you and go to the next question. Sometimes the examiner is satisfied with the language in your answer and wants to move on quickly to a new question, which tests a different language skill. Now, this is less common in my experience, but it does sometimes happen. The most common one is that you've run out of time for that answer, and they must stick to the timing very carefully. And why did the examiner? And the last one is your answer has gone off topic and the examiner wants to start a new question. So if the examiner interrupts your answer, don't worry about it. Just focus on the next question and answer clearly. And can I ask the examiner for his or her opinion? No, do not ask the examiner any questions. And where can I get a practice speaking test from? You can book a class with me on italki. And we can do a practice speaking exam to help you. Just search for Joe IELTS Examiner italki and you can find me. And we can do a practice speaking test. Another option is also to have a look at the practice speaking tests in the Cambridge books. don't look at anything on social media. Most of those exams are done incorrectly, and all the skills questions are done wrong. So then they're not a good example of what the speaking exam is like. Should I correct my mistakes when I'm speaking in the test? Yes, this is not a problem, unless it happens many times in the exam. And how should I greet the examiner? This doesn't matter. You don't need to do this. Just follow their instructions. What should I wear for my speaking test? You can wear whatever you want. This is not a formal interview. It is only an informal speaking test. Wear clothes that you're most comfortable in. Also take an extra layer in case you are cold. You can't ask the examiner to make things more comfortable for you once you start the speaking exam. So before we can improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam, it's really important that you know everything that lowers your score in the exam. Now, when I was an IELTS speaking examiner, I used to see these problems every single day. And during my whole career, they kept getting worse. So in this part, I'm going to be telling you all about them, and this should really help you improve your score because you won't be lowering your score by doing these things. So in the first part, we're going to be talking about the most common problems in IELTS speaking and how they lower your score. And then we're going to be talking about things that lower your score in part 1 of the IELTS speaking exam, things that lower your score in part 2 of the IELTS speaking exam, things that lower your score in part 3 of the IELTS speaking exam, and then lastly, we're going to be talking about poor preparation and not doing the correct type of preparation in order to improve your score. And I really hope you find this helpful. So I'm just going to take a few minutes just to explain why this part of the course is so important. Now, since 2015, the results in the speaking exam have been decreasing, according to the IELTS website. Now, this is very strange because the listening and reading results have been getting better. So you would assume as people's English around the world has been getting better, that their results in the speaking exam would be going up. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. And in this part of the course, I'm going to explain why. So you would expect the speaking results to increase in line with the reading and listening exams. However, this hasn't happened because of inaccurate advice about the exam on websites, in videos, and on social media. So in this section of the course, I'm going to talk to you about all the bad advice offered online and show you why none of these pieces of advice increase your score. And actually, examiners really, really hate this stuff. So I'm doing it partly for my colleagues who are still examining, who still have to go through a lot of this stuff every day. And I really hope you find it useful for your next exam. Okay, so let's talk about number 1 in our list of things that lower your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, memorizing answers or practicing answers for the exam is terrible for your score. This is because examiners focus on communication and memorizing is not communication. Now, our job in the exam is to see if we can put you in a real life communication situation on a street in the United States, for example, and you can speak to people in English and have a conversation. Now, memorizing or practicing answers for the exam is not that. So therefore, it lowers your score dramatically. And the speaking criteria are really clear about this. Anything that is memorized has to be marked at band 2 or band 3, depending on the context. So the more you memorize, the lower your score in the exam. Now, some candidates think they can trick the examiner. I'm here to tell you that you cannot trick the examiner. They will know. Native speakers can hear it naturally, and also we have lots of specialized training so that we can hear what is natural and unnatural communication. So, just to recap, this is not communication which is what the exam is testing and what examiners primarily look for. It sounds very unnatural. There can be a big difference in level between what you said just before and suddenly now. It often doesn't connect with the question being asked. It shows no communication skill. And also, examiners just really, really hate this as well. I cannot even explain to you how much we hate candidates memorizing stuff. It just sounds so strange. And it also leads to inconsistent speaking. Examiners need to see you communicate during the exam, and it can lead to the examiner asking you the wrong skills questions in part 3. This is quite complex, but if in part 2 they don't realize you're memorizing, which is very, very unlikely, then they might think you're at a higher level than you actually are, meaning that you're going to get the more difficult questions in part 3 because there are easier and more difficult questions. That will be very bad for your score because you will find them very difficult to answer. So for all of these reasons, I strongly recommend you don't memorize in the speaking exam. Example: beginner, student. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner: where is your hometown? Candidate: I love my hometown. Every time I walk along the beach and gaze out at the clear blue water, I look at the twinkling stars and I feel content that I live in the best place in the world. Think for 50 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, so let's have a look at this in some more detail. So the examiner said, where is your hometown? And the candidate said, I love my hometown. Every time I walk along the beach and gaze out at the clear blue water. Now, I'm just going to give you 10 seconds to have a read of this, what the candidate said, and then I'm going to tell you what I think about it. Okay, so let's talk about this a bit more. So this is clearly memorized. Remember, this is a beginner student. The candidate shouldn't know these adjectives or be able to think of this immediately without pausing. Furthermore, their answer doesn't connect with the question, and the intonation is all wrong. If you notice, there was no variance in intonation. And in part 3, they will suddenly stop speaking like this because they can't use memorized answers. Also, lastly, the candidate didn't really answer the question. All they tried to do was use as much complicated memorized language as they could. And that is really bad for your score in the exam. So we strongly recommend you don't do this. Listen to the recording of the lower intermediate student and answer this question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Are you working or studying? Candidate. I was working before, but now I have decided to take a career break. It seems to be the time to head in a new direction. Okay, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look at this in a bit more detail. So, are you working or studying? So, I was working before, but now I've decided to take a career break. It seems to be the time to head in a new direction. Now, this is clearly memorized. The candidate shouldn't know these phrases or this grammar at this level. Their intonation sounds different, and the chunking of language will suddenly change. This has led to inconsistent speaking, which lowers your score. Now, also you'll notice that the candidate's pronunciation was not that good, but suddenly the words and phrases were at a much higher level. So this is the kind of inconsistency that examiners notice naturally as native speakers, but we also have additional training to hear these speech patterns. So again, examiners can always tell when you've memorized in the exam, so we strongly recommend you don't do this. Now, a lot of candidates think that in order to improve their score, they have to make what they are saying more complicated. Now, making what you say more complex does not increase your score. Most native speakers achieve band 9, not because they are speaking in a complicated way, but because they communicate clearly. 95% of what native speakers say in the exam is quite simple, but 5% of it is very precise. They only use complicated, precise language sometimes to communicate more clearly. So that's really important. You can't ever communicate above your natural level. It causes big problems for your speaking. If you use more complicated language, but not for communication reasons, it causes communication problems. And this happens to examiners all the time in the exam. Communication is the most important thing for examiners, and it comes above all other speaking criteria. So something that lowers your score dramatically is confusing your examiner by using complicated language. So you can't do this in the exam. You can't communicate above your natural level. And in this small part, I'm going to show you why and give you some examples. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Do you prefer coffee or tea? Candidate. I'm really into coffee and I drink it every day. So think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, so let's have a look at this in more detail. So, do you prefer coffee or tea? And the candidate said, I'm really into coffee and I drink it every day. Okay, now this is a very confusing answer, and examiners often get answers like this in the exam. Now, you could just say, I prefer coffee, which would be much better for communication. This will improve your score. Saying I'm really into coffee confuses the person listening and lowers your score dramatically, because being into coffee means that you enjoy talking about coffee, drinking it, and that you know a lot about it, but it doesn't answer the question of whether you prefer it or not. You could also say be into tea. The reason they didn't want to say prefer or like is because they were told that these phrases are too simple. This doesn't matter to examiners. What examiners care about is that you answer the question clearly. So we strongly recommend that you don't try and make what you're saying more complicated. It causes very confusing answers in the exam. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. What do you like to do at the weekend? Candidate. I like to go to the pristine park in my city. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So, what do you like to do at the weekend? I like to go to the pristine park in my city. Now, this is a very confusing answer. You could just say, I like going to the park, which would be much better for communication. This will improve your score. Saying I like to go to the pristine park in my city confuses the person listening and lowers your score because parks are not by their nature pristine. It is not untouched countryside. It has been built as a green space for people to enjoy. The word pristine means unchanged, and obviously parks have changed some kind of area. So therefore, it doesn't make sense and it's very confusing. So in 90% of the exams I used to do, I used to hear errors like this because candidates were trying to improve their score by using more complicated language. Unfortunately, this doesn't work. For precise language to improve your score, it has to be the clearest way to communicate what you want to say. It cannot be added to the exam. Otherwise, it sounds very strange and will lower your score. Lots of teachers, online courses, and videos on social media think that they have to teach candidates complicated language in order to improve their score in the exam. Unfortunately, this has an additional impact, which I'm going to explain now when an examiner actually sees you in the speaking exam. So the exam starts off with some simple questions that test simple skills. The examiner wants to check that you can answer basic questions in English before asking you to do more complex things. We must check this before testing your higher level skills. If you answer simple questions with complex language, it can be very confusing. Anything confusing in the exam lowers your score dramatically. And this used to affect me in many of the exams I used to do. And I'm going to give you some examples so you understand what is happening in the exam a bit better, and also to convince you not to do it in the exam. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. What is your favorite food to eat? Candidate. I am really interested in the pizza. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look at it. So the examiner asked, what is your favorite food to eat? And the candidate answered, I'm really interested in the pizza. So, now this is very confusing. I'm really interested in is for some kind of interest like history or physics. So it is for studying something. Also, the context of the conversation is about eating things, not studying them. They didn't want to say like because a video or teacher told them that this was too simple. So they changed like to interested in, but this has caused big communication problems. Now, in my experience, this happens in almost every single exam that the examiners do. So don't do this in your exam. You don't need to. It's unnecessary. Just always answer the question directly and naturally. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Do you like reading? Candidate. I find intriguing pleasure in immersing myself in diverse literary genres, as I not only broadens my intellectual horizons, but also provides a profound sense of achievement. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a more look. So, first question, do you like reading? And the candidate said, I find intriguing pleasure in immersing myself in diverse literary genres, as it not only broadens my intellectual horizons, but also provides a profound sense of achievement. Now, let's talk about this answer slightly. Now, examiners find this kind of answer really annoying. It also doesn't make much sense, and the candidate didn't answer the question. None of this language improves your score because it is being used for non-communication reasons. Remember, communication is what we are testing. So anytime you try and just impress the examiner rather than communicate effectively, that is actually lowering your score, not increasing your score. So don't add extra complicated language to your speaking. It makes what you're saying more confusing and also lowers your score. So something that happens to examiners a lot during the exam is that candidates try to make what they're saying complicated and they forget to answer the question. And this happens a surprising amount in the exam. So we're going to have a look at an example of this in the next part. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Where is your hometown? Candidate. In talking about the places that frequent, I must say that the seldom experience of one's journey is to take the accommodations in one's hometown. So think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, so let's have a look. So the examiner said, where is your hometown? And the candidate said, in talking about the places frequent, I must say that the seldom experience of one's journey is to take accommodations in one's hometown. Now, this is something very common in the IELTS exam. The candidate has tried to make their answer really complicated, and in doing so, they have forgotten to answer the question. Now, this is really bad for your score, and I strongly recommend you don't do it in the exam. So, yes, just to recap, you have tried to make it complicated and forgotten to answer the question. You don't need to do this in the exam. Just answer the question clearly, directly, and naturally. And during this course, I'm going to talk to you about some things that do really improve your score, but this is not one of these things. So, some candidates think that to improve their score, they have to make their sentences more complex. Now, this isn't necessary in the exam. And what happens in my experience is that when you make your sentences more complex, this affects your chunking of language, which lowers your score. Chunking of language is the sequence of words you can say without struggling to find the next word. When you try to make the sentences more complex above your natural level, your brain struggles to cope, and this affects your fluency. So I strongly recommend you don't do this in the exam. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Do you prefer coffee or tea? Candidate. It could be said that one who enjoys a hot beverage should entice her. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, so let's have a look. Do you prefer coffee or tea? And the candidate said it could be said the one who enjoys hot beverage should entice. Okay, now what has happened here is really common in the IELTS speaking exam. The candidate has tried to make it too complicated. Well, they've tried to make it more complicated, and they've lost fluency in the process because their brain is struggling to cope with how complicated they're making it. Now, you don't need to do this in the exam. It's completely unnecessary. Never try and speak above your natural level. If you try and speak above your natural level, two things will either happen. One will be that you start making lots of mistakes because it is above your natural level, or the second one is that you'll have big fluency problems because your brain will struggle to speak in that more complicated way. So whatever you do, don't try and do this. It always lowers your score. You just have to speak naturally during the exam. Some candidates think that you have to use more complex grammar or you have to vary your grammar in order to get a high score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, this is completely unnecessary, and in my experience, it always makes what you're saying really confusing. Now, your brain is naturally good at thinking of the correct grammar to communicate. Don't try to make it more complex. Your brain will struggle to cope, and this will make your fluency much worse and also make what you're saying really confusing. And in the next part, I'm just going to give you a small example of this. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Have you been on holiday recently? Candidate. Yes, I've been going to France. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So the examiner asks, have you been on holiday recently? And the candidate said, I have been going to France. Okay, now this is a bit of a strange answer. I have been going is something many, many times, and the examiner asks you about something, a finished action, which happened recently. Now, the candidate didn't want to say went because they thought it was too simple, so they said have been going to instead. Now, this has caused big communication problems. The question was about recently, not over a long period of time, so your answer is very confusing. Anything recently would be a finished action and be the past simple, and you would say went, but they changed the grammar to try and impress the examiner, but instead, what they have done is given a really confusing answer. Now, confusing answers are terrible for your score in the IELTS speaking exam, so we strongly recommend that you don't do this in the exam. It's completely unnecessary to make what you're saying complicated in all these ways. Just communicate naturally, just communicate clearly, and just answer the question directly. So, some candidates think that in order to get a high score, what they need to do is say as much as possible. Now, this doesn't really work in the exam, and it also doesn't improve your score. It actually lowers your score. The exam is not a test of how much you can say. They're interested in communication, clear and precise communication. So I'm going to show you this in this part of the course and also give you a little bit more information about this. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. What is your favorite book? Candidate. My favorite book? Yes, well, I read a lot, lots of books all the time. So when I was younger, maybe 10 or so, I think I was 10, I started reading books by this author, famous ones. And there's this book, it's a very good book and very interesting, full of interesting characters and stories. I like the author, and it is long. It's about this adventure, and there are many characters involved, lots of them, and they go on this journey, and it's very long and adventurous. So think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look at this. So, what is your favorite book? And he said something about favorite book, and yes, well. Now, I ask you a question. Does he ever actually say what his favorite book is? Think about it for 10 seconds. He never actually says what his favorite book is during the answer, even though he says lots of stuff. And there's also a lot of repetition. Now, Um, this happens when teachers tell their students to just say as much as they can. What happens is the candidate stops focusing on answering the questions clearly and communicating precisely, and what they do instead is they just try and say as much as they can. So just to recap, the candidate doesn't answer the question, which is bad for their score, and they repeat the same ideas because they're just trying to speak and not actually communicate. Furthermore, there are fluency issues as they try to think of more and more things. So we strongly recommend you don't do this in the exam. So saying as much as you can leads to a lower score for the following reasons. Firstly, it leads to answers that don't answer the question. Secondly, I have to assume you don't understand the question in the exam because you're not answering the question correctly. Number 3, it can also lead to fluency problems as you try to think of more and more things to say. Like the candidate, they just kept repeating themselves. It uses up precious time in the exam that the examiner could be using to test higher level skills. So that's not good for you. You want the examiner to ask you why or why not questions in the exam. You want them to ask more questions in part 3 to test more of your part 3 skills. And it can lead to you repeating yourself, which is what happened in the example. And it makes it difficult for the examiner to time the answer of each question. This can really cause a problem for us. We're not really allowed to interrupt you unless you're going off topic or we have to finish the timing of that answer. So we won't normally do that. Even if you're just kind of repeating yourself, we can't really interrupt you until your time's up. And often you will answer the next question before it is asked. That happens a lot in the exam. Candidates give extra information that's not connected to the question, and they answer the next question, particularly in part 1. And lastly, examiners find it very annoying that imagine going to a dinner party every day and you keep asking questions to the host, and the person you're asking questions to doesn't answer any of your questions and they answer a different question from the one you're asking. It gets very tiring and annoying after a while. So we strongly recommend that you don't do this in the exam for all these reasons. Lots of candidates think that you must always extend your answer, and it is not important what the question is about. And in the next part, I'm going to give you an example of the problems this causes in the exam. Now, the exam is not designed this way, okay? It's designed very carefully to test your simple skills at the beginning of the exam and then test the more difficult skills later on in the exam. And not answering the question directly can cause all kinds of problems for the assessment in the exam, and I'm going to show you why. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner: Are you working or studying at the moment? Candidate: I've been keeping myself busy with a variety of projects lately. I was working before, but I quit my job and now I am studying. It's been a great opportunity to work more and earn some more and develop some skills that I've been wanting to improve for a while. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So, the examiner: Are you working or studying at the moment? And candidate: I've been keeping myself busy with a variety of projects. I was working before, but I quit my job and now I am studying. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. Okay, so the examiner will be very confused by his answer because you didn't answer the question directly. You didn't really say whether you were working or studying. You mentioned that you quit your job, but then you talked about the money you were earning. So again, this is very, very confusing. So if you don't answer the question directly, I have to assume that you don't understand the question, and also examiners find this very annoying. In my experience, not answering the question directly can cause all kinds of problems in the exam, so I strongly recommend you don't do it in the exam. Now, something really common that candidates do that lowers their score is that they memorize complex words without any context. Now, in my experience, this lowers your score dramatically in the exam, and I'm going to show you why. Now, this can lead to major communication problems and a lot of sentences and words that are very confusing to the examiner. Now, because IELTS tests your communication, any words or phrases that you use that are very confusing can lower your score dramatically. So it's really important that you understand these things before using a word. You need to understand the meaning, the context, the collocations, the form, the type, and the resonance. So when I say resonance, that's about, is it formal, is it informal, is it spoken or written language, is it polite or impolite? All these different details are really important before you learn a word. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner: What do you like to do at the weekend? Candidate: I like to spend time in the lush park with the deep undergrowth. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So the examiner said, "What do you like to do at the weekend?" And the candidate said, "I like to spend time in the lush park with the deep undergrowth." Now, this is something that quite often happens in the exam when you learn complicated words and phrases without knowing really clearly what they mean. Now, lush is for rainforests and jungle. You don't use it for talking about most parks in cities. It's not really appropriate. Parks are very managed. Lush indicates that something's very wet, like a jungle, which is unusual in a park, and also that it's unmanaged and sort of everything is growing everywhere, which is the opposite of a park. Now, deep undergrowth, you would never have this kind of thing in a park because it would make it difficult for the visitors to walk around. Also, deep doesn't collocate with undergrowth. So they didn't, the candidate also didn't learn the collocations when learning the main words. So they've made a mistake here. Now, you have to be really careful with this kind of thing. We strongly recommend that you don't learn words without learning the collocations, the form, the grammar, and the full meaning. Otherwise, it will lead to mistakes like this in the exam. Welcome to example 2. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. What did you do on your last holiday? Candidate. I went to this tranquil beach. There was a big hotel with lots of people, and I enjoyed a full moon party there, and they have every month. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So they said, "What did you do on your last holiday?" And the candidate said, "I went to this tranquil beach. There was a big hotel with lots of people, and I enjoyed a full moon party." Now, this is very confusing to the examiner. Now, tranquil, the word, means that something's very relaxing. It's very quiet and peaceful, and you're not disturbed by anybody. But at the same time, this candidate said that there was parties happening and a big full moon party with lots of people, lots of noise. So this answer is very confusing. So to recap, you can't have a quiet and relaxing time with lots of people around. Parties are also in general not very relaxing as there is loud music. Again, this answer is very confusing to the examiner because you said the word tranquil. Welcome to example 3. So listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. How is your home decorated? candidate. The architecture of my home is the exquisite, and we have the stone that is special. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So, how is your home decorated? And the candidate said, the architecture of my home is the exquisite, and we have the stone that is special. Now, the problem with this is that architecture is not connected with the idea of decoration. Architecture is connected to the style of the building and not things like wallpaper or the color inside. Now, the reason the candidate didn't want to say decoration was maybe because their teacher told them not to say the word that the examiner uses, or they were trying to make it more complicated by saying architecture, or like in the park example, they didn't want to use the words tree and grass because they thought they were too simple, so they changed the words. Now, anytime you interrupt your natural communication and try to communicate above your natural level, it causes problems like this, and examiners see this every day in the exam. So, as I've been saying, just communicate naturally in the exam and work in your spare time to improve your level of vocabulary rather than adding words to the exam. Okay, so let's talk about number 6 in our list of things not to do in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, lots of teachers tell their students that they must use idiomatic language to get a high score in the exam. But in this part, I'm just going to show you why that is not always a good idea. Now, most candidates should avoid idiomatic language. If you're not likely to get band 8 or above in speaking, then it will lower your score dramatically. Now, for idiomatic language to improve your score, it must be the most precise way to communicate something in the exam. If a simpler word can be used, it does not improve your score, which is really important to know. Furthermore, it will only improve your score slightly if you get it correct, but if you get it wrong, it will dramatically decrease your score because it will make what you're saying really confusing for the examiner. Instead, what you should focus on is just improving your ability to communicate in English by improving your vocabulary, improving your grammar, improving your pronunciation, and doing lots of English speaking practice before the exam. So let's take a look at some examples of idiomatic usage in the exam, and both a good example and a bad example. So the first one. Yeah, I would say you're along the right lines, but you need to fix the last paragraph of your essay. Now, this is really good use of idiomatic language, but it's very difficult for anyone other than a band 8 and above candidate to do this in the exam. What the candidate is communicating here is, yes, I think there are some good aspects to this, to your essay, and you are heading in the right direction, but we still need to do some work before you have fully finished your essay. Now, there isn't really a simpler way in English to say that, to communicate that much meaning in just a few words. So therefore, this would be great for your score in the exam. But as I say, only really candidates at band 8 and above can do this effectively. Now let's have a look at a bad example. The project manager tried to hit the ground running, but the new system was a different kettle of fish, and it ended up being a wild goose chase. Now, in this context, all these idiomatic phrases are unnecessary and not used for communication. All of these could be replaced with more precise, simpler phrases. Furthermore, the candidate didn't understand the meaning of the phrases and used them in the wrong context. This lowers your score dramatically. And as I repeat, this will only improve your score slightly, but if you get it wrong, it decreases your score dramatically. So be really careful. Now, you could replace the words with the project manager started quickly, but the new system was different and challenging, so it was ultimately a waste of time. Now, this would be much clearer for communication and would therefore increase your score much more than using idiomatic language. So the key thing is never use idiomatic language to try and impress the examiner. It must come to you naturally during the exam and is only really necessary at the very highest levels of speaking above band 8. So welcome to number 7 in our list of things not to do in the exam. Now, in many countries, like China and Japan and Vietnam and some others, some IELTS agencies produce lists of current questions. So they send people into the exam to find out what the current speaking questions are, or they ask candidates after they have left the exam what they were asked about in the speaking exam, and then they write a list of all the questions, or as many as they know about for the candidates. Now, looking at this list of questions is terrible for your score. The reason is that examiners are testing your communication ability in a real life situation. We need to be able to say that we can put you in an English speaking country and you can communicate with people. Now, in a real life situation, you are not able to practice answers to the questions or read the questions before they are asked in, say, a street in the United States, for example, or a shop in the United Kingdom. So this is why looking at the questions from the current exam lowers your score so much. Now, you might think maybe I can trick the examiner. Maybe they won't notice. I can tell you, as a former examiner, we always know when you have practiced the answers to the questions. Your speaking becomes very inconsistent between questions you can practice, like part 1 and part 2, and questions you can't practice, like part 3. So it makes your speaking really unnatural, and we can hear it immediately as native speakers. But we also get specialized training so that we can detect this in the exam, specifically for this reason. So you cannot do it. So do not try. So a few reasons why this is a bad idea. This produces unnatural answers that the examiner cannot examine. We're not allowed to. The more you practice the answers before the exam, the lower your score. You will speak with a range of language that you shouldn't know at your level, which sounds very strange to the examiner, because candidates look for good words to use before the exam. In my experience, this also leads to more mistakes as you try to use more advanced language you found in a dictionary connected to the questions that you read before the exam. This leads to inconsistent speaking that the examiner can hear, and you can't avoid this. It's impossible to try and improve your answers by practicing them before the exam and not have them sound inconsistent or different or unnatural. And also, what you get in the exam is you get answers that are said very quickly and can be difficult to understand. The candidate won't listen to the examiner because you'll just try and say the answer you've already practiced rather than actually listen to the examiner's question. So that's also really bad for your score. Candidates sometimes even answer a question before you ask it in the exam. Or I've even had this happen where a candidate told me what the next question was to me in the exam. Now that's absolutely terrible for your score, so don't do that. And some of these lists are inaccurate, and you may answer a question in the wrong way, or they've been badly translated, so that the meaning of the words is different. And this is also just a giant waste of time that you could be using to improve your spoken English in general by practicing your English every day, by practicing your vocabulary, that kind of thing. So you cannot trick the examiner into thinking this is your natural communication. So I strongly recommend you don't even try. Just focus on improving your ability to speak English, improving your spoken English by practicing grammar, pronunciation, vocabulary, and this will have a much bigger impact on your score and really improve it. Lots of candidates think that an easy way to improve their score is to use lots of adjectives in the speaking exam. Now, this doesn't work for the following reasons and example I'm going to show you. Actually, in reality, using words with the same meaning in a sentence can lower your score dramatically. It shows that you don't really understand what the words mean or that you are not focusing on communication. And the better your communication is during the speaking exam, the higher your score. So in the next part, I'm just going to show you some examples of this. Read the question for 30 seconds before listening to an example. Okay. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Candidate. This place is amazing, wonderful, awesome, brilliant, fantastic location I have ever wanted to visit. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. Okay, so the candidate said, this place is amazing, wonderful, awesome, brilliant, fantastic location. Now, most of these words mean the same thing, so they don't improve your score in any way. Actually, they lower your score because they show the examiner that you don't really understand the words that you're using and you're just repeating what you think are high-scoring words. So this does not improve your score, and it also takes up time from the exam that you could be using to answer more skills questions or show better communication. Example 2. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Do you like playing sport? Candidate. Yes, of course, it is great. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So, the examiner said, do you like playing sport? And the candidate said, yes, of course, it is great. Now, in this context, yes, of course, and great all mean the same thing, which is that you like something. Now, this shows a poor understanding of the language you are using and lowers your score. Now, this is something that a lot of candidates do in the exam, and it's completely unnecessary. You don't have to try and expand your language. You don't have to try and upgrade your language. You don't have to try and introduce extra words in the speaking. It causes big communication problems and is often very confusing for the examiner. So don't try this in the exam. Just communicate naturally, just answer directly, and don't try and enhance the adjectives or language that you use. So, speaking as quickly as you can is a common piece of advice given by teachers and online videos about the IELTS. Now, unfortunately, this normally lowers your score in the IELTS speaking exam, and I'm going to explain why. Now, this can make it difficult for the examiner to understand the words you are saying. Now, remember, what they're examining in the exam is communication, how easy that conversation is. And if you speak really quickly, it can cause that conversation to get worse very quickly. So we don't recommend that you do this. Also, when you speak quickly, you're more likely to make grammar and vocabulary mistakes because your mind is struggling to cope with how quickly you're speaking, and you will make more simple mistakes. It causes issues with your fluency because your brain will struggle to find the next word you need because your chunking of language will be more difficult when you speak quickly. So it is not a good idea in the exam. Furthermore, when you speak quickly during part 2, you need to think of many more ideas to communicate for 2 minutes because you use up the ideas really quickly. So this is something else. And it makes you seem less confident about your English and more nervous. It also makes it just generally more difficult to understand. And the quicker the candidate speaks in the exam, the more of the pronunciation features of their first language you can hear. Now, when you speak more quickly, what you tend to do is use a lot of the sounds that connect words from your first language naturally, because that's what your brain does to fill in the gaps. So, for all of these 6 reasons, we strongly recommend you don't do this in the exam. What you need to do to get a high score is just speak as clearly as you can. That's not about the speed that you're speaking, it's about saying every word very carefully during the exam. And if you do that, your score will improve. So let's talk about number 10 in our list of things not to do in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, lots of candidates think that it's really important that they have no silence in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, this is not important to examiners at all. In fact, examiners would much prefer it that you think before you answer in the exam. And pausing is fine. A natural pause while you're speaking is fine. It gives you time to think. It makes you seem more coherent when you're speaking and not rushing. It can also make you seem more confident. So in the IELTS speaking exam, some candidates talk non-stop to avoid silence, often repeating themselves or straying off topic. This approach, known as filling the silence with noise, can actually lower your score. Examiners look for clear and relevant answers, not just continuous talking. When candidates use too many filler words or unnecessary information, it can make their responses less clear and coherent. Therefore, it's better for candidates to focus on giving concise and relevant answers instead of just trying to fill every moment with speech. And I'll just add to that that pausing before you answer can make you seem more confident, and it can give you some extra time to think, and it's not a problem at all for examiners. So these are some key tips for doing the IELTS speaking exam. So memorization lowers your score dramatically. Now, the reason for this is that memorization is not communication. So examiners cannot examine it, and it lowers your score because you're showing less communication in the exam. Don't communicate above your natural level. Because it is above your natural level, you will make lots more mistakes and you won't get band 7. Up to band 7, what examiners are mostly focusing on is that you're speaking accurately in the exam. And this is much more important than trying to use more complicated, advanced language that is difficult to use correctly. So just stay at your natural level, and that is the best score that you can get and is the best way you can communicate. Making what you say more complex lowers your score. Now, this is because if you try and make things more complex, you're going to make mistakes, and this is going to be very confusing for the examiner. Anything that is confusing for the examiner lowers your score dramatically in the exam. So don't do this. It doesn't improve your score in any way. Just saying as much as you can lowers your score. Again, this doesn't show good communication. You're not responding to what the examiner is saying in the exam. You're not having a conversation with them. So therefore, it lowers your score. Last two, always answer the question naturally at your level. You can do lots of things outside of the exam, like improve your vocabulary, practice speaking English as much as you can to improve your English speaking, to improve your score, but when you're in the exam, you have to speak naturally. And the last one, always answer the question directly. Not answering the question directly causes lots of problems for the examiner in the exam. Examiners really, really hate it. Okay, so always answer directly and you'll avoid all the problems I talked about earlier in the course. So let's talk about number 11 in our list of things not to do in the exam. Now, in my experience doing the exam, a lot of candidates start to panic if they can't quite understand one or two questions. Now, this is not really a problem in the exam, particularly in part 3. For the last few questions in the exam, they will be very difficult because the exam starts off quite easy and gets more difficult throughout. So if you don't quite understand them, don't worry. Just keep listening to the examiner. Just keep trying to answer the questions as best you can. If you miss one or two questions, you haven't automatically lowered your score. This is only a problem for examiners if it happens a lot during the exam. So don't worry too much if you don't understand one or two questions in the exam. This is normal, particularly in part 3. The last question on the exam is the most difficult and you might struggle with it. Examiners will ask you increasingly difficult questions during the whole exam. So again, this is not a big problem in most cases. Something else really important to remember is that it is important not to ask the examiner any questions during the exam. Now, some candidates during the exam have asked me to go to the bathroom. They've asked me to turn the heating up. We can't do that once we start the speaking exam. So don't ask the examiner any questions during the exam or about any of the questions. Just continue with the exam, just listen to their questions and answer the questions directly. Lots of candidates worry about what the examiner is thinking or their face during the exam. Now, this is not important. It's not something you need to worry about. The examiner is focusing on doing the exam correctly, which requires a lot of concentration. From my experience, doing the exam correctly is really difficult. So what we're doing during the exam is we're focusing on making sure we do every single part correctly. So their facial expressions have nothing to do with you. There are no friendly or unfriendly examiners. Many exams are checked by a second person, so this has no impact on your score. So it's not something you need to worry about. A lot of candidates think that examiners have a list of things like 7 adjectives or 4 idiomatic phrases they are looking for during the speaking exam. Now, this is not true, so don't try and do the speaking exam this way. You don't need a certain amount of complicated sentences or idiomatic phrases or phrasal verbs or types of grammar. This is just not the way that examiners think. We just listen to how you communicate and give you a band score accordingly. The easier our conversation is with you, and the more natural it is, and the more fluent it is, and the more accurate it is, the higher your score in the exam. So, some candidates think that it's important to mention research while giving answers in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, this is not important at all to examiners, and you don't need to do it. Equally, you don't need to give an example for every single question in the exam, only if it is useful for answering the question. And in the next part, I'm going to give you a small example of this. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Do you like staying in luxury hotels when you travel? Candidate. There is research that traveling in luxury hotels is usually expensive. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So the examiner said, do you like staying in luxury hotels when you travel? And the candidate said, there is research that traveling in luxury hotels is usually expensive. Now, this is a bit strange to say. This is obviously true because they are luxury. So if something is luxury, it's normally expensive. So it's a bit strange to tell the examiner that, something that is obviously true. And you don't need to mention research in the exam. It doesn't improve your score in any way. Now, a really common mistake in the IELTS speaking exam is using the wrong kind of language for the situation. Now, a lot of videos online teach candidates slang English, which is not really appropriate for the exam. it's really important that you get the correct register of your words and the correct resonance. That means using the correct words for the situation. So polite words for a polite situation, and slang words for a very informal situation with your friends, and more formal language for a more formal situation. And this is the kind of thing that examiners look for in the exam. So you need to communicate clearly in the exam, and slang language is often very unclear. Furthermore, the exam is more like an interview, and you also need to show appropriate register. This means understanding what type of language is used in different situations. Now, avoiding slang helps maintain clarity and precision in your answers. Remember that examiners are also looking for precise language and also the correct resonance. And clear and accurate language is crucial for getting a high score in the lexical resource criterion of the exam. And in the next part, I'm going to give you a few examples. So these are some examples of some imprecise slang English not to use in the exam because it might make you quite difficult to understand. Now you have to remember the way to improve your score in the exam is to speak really precisely, and slang English is normally very imprecise. So yup instead of yes is yeah, don't use it in the exam, okay? It's quite imprecise. Chill, in a casual conversation, chill might be a common term to suggest relaxation or calmness. Yeah, you don't use it in the exam. It's not necessary. Buddy, again, very informal, colloquial English. We don't recommend this kind of thing. Bestie, this is really popular in some parts of Asia for some reason. This is a very informal word from the United States, which is slang English. It doesn't have the correct register for the IELTS exam, and it's really imprecise. So we'll lower your score if you say too many of these pieces of slang English. And the last one, stuff. Again, this is another informal word used frequently in the IELTS exam, but it is much better to be much more precise about what you're talking about instead of just saying the word stuff. Always be as precise as possible. The more precise you are in the exam, the higher your score. And the more imprecise language you use, which is commonly slang English, the lower your score in the exam. Now, for some languages, you can say okay to mean yes, but this doesn't make any sense in English and can be very confusing to native speakers. This can often cause communication problems in the exam. And in the next two parts, I'm going to give you two examples of the kind of communication problems this can cause. And remember, any communication problems or anything confusing in the exam lowers your score dramatically. So this is one small part of making sure that you don't make your score any lower than it needs to be. Example 1. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Did you have a good morning? Candidate. Okay. Now think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So, did you have a good morning? Okay. Now this doesn't make any sense. You either have to say yes, I had a good morning, or no, I had a bad morning. So this is the kind of thing that can lead to a lot of confusion in the exam. So we strongly don't recommend it. Just listen carefully and always answer appropriately to the question being asked. Example 2. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Is it sunny today? Candidate. Okay. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So, is it sunny today? And the candidate said, okay. Now, this doesn't really make any sense in the exam. So, you either have to say, yes, it is sunny. So, outside you can see the sun. Or, no, it is not sunny. Outside you cannot see the sun. It cannot be okay. It doesn't make any sense in this context. So, again, this can cause communication problems in the exam. So, you always have to listen carefully to what the examiner is saying and answer appropriately. So let's talk about number 18 in our list of things that don't improve your score in the exam. Now, lots of candidates try to avoid simple words in the exam because they think they will lower their score. This is not true. In reality, generally, simple language makes you much easier to understand and improves the communication between you and the examiner, and therefore that improves your score. The problem with avoiding simple words is that you make things more complicated and will often make mistakes because you're communicating unnaturally and above your natural level. And in the next few parts, I'm going to show you some examples of how this happens in the exam. So the golden rule is always communicate naturally. Just say the words that come to mind while you're speaking during the exam. Don't try and avoid any particular words. Don't try and make it any more complicated. Just speak your mind. So simple words are fine. In fact, the easier to understand your descriptions are, the better. If you're describing a park, the word tree is useful and excellent for describing the thing. Don't say vegetation because you don't have this in a park. Don't avoid a simple word in order to increase your score. This makes what you say more confusing and will lower your score. Example 1. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Do you like the food in your hometown? Candidate. Yes, we have the succulent food in a restaurant. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So the examiner asked, do you like the food in your hometown? And the candidate said, yes, we have the succulent food in a restaurant. Now, this is quite confusing. The candidate avoided the word delicious or good and used the word succulent. Now, succulent is only used for a certain type of food that most restaurants don't serve. So it's very, very confusing. Example 2. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Do you like the park near your home? Candidate. Yes, we have the excellent vegetation and places to play. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So the examiner said, do you like the park near your home? And the candidate said, yes, we have the excellent vegetation and places to play. Now, this lowers your score dramatically in the exam, and it happens to examiners in almost every exam they do. It happened to me all the time when I was doing the exam. The candidate didn't want to say trees or grass because they thought these were too simple, so they said vegetation. This makes the answer very confusing. You don't normally get vegetation in a park because normally the grass is cut short so people can sit on it. Furthermore, it is difficult to play in vegetation because it is very thick and dense. So it's a bit strange to say that you were playing in the vegetation or connecting those two ideas. And this is what vegetation normally looks like. So it's not generally the kind of thing you get in a park where people like to play football, that kind of thing. So can you see how changing one word in your answer to try and make it more complex or not repeat the same words or try to make your sentences more complex, all this kind of stuff, to speak unnaturally causes big communication problems in the exam. So we strongly recommend that you don't do this. It always lowers your score. So let's talk about number 19 in our list of things that lower your score in the exam. Now, lots of IELTS courses and lots of IELTS teachers recommend to their students that they must say as much as they can in the exam. Now, this doesn't improve your score in any way and is not what examiners are looking for. Examiners are looking for very precise communication that directly answers the question. The exam is not a test of how much you can say, it's a test of your communication and how you answer questions. So saying more does not mean you get a higher score in the exam. Any candidate can communicate in English for 14 minutes. Okay, it's not very difficult. What's really difficult is answering the questions precisely. So we recommend you don't do this for the following reason. You will have fluency issues as you try to think of more and more things to say. You won't answer the question clearly. You won't answer the question concisely. Examiners find this very annoying based on my experience, on my own personal experience. We find this very annoying and talking to other examiners. This uses up precious time from the exam that could be used to test more of your skills, particularly in part 3. You might miss what the examiner says for the next question and need them to repeat the question again. So for all of these reasons, I strongly recommend that you don't just keep speaking until the examiner stops you. Just listen to what the examiner is saying and answer their questions directly and speak really, really clearly during the speaking exam. Now, something that examiners talk about a lot and they really complain about to each other is that very few of the candidates actually talk to you during the exam. Very few see you as a real person that you're having a conversation with, and this means they often don't listen to you. Now, examiners hate it when candidates don't listen to them. Always listen to the examiner and answer their questions directly. Do not try to interpret or answer a different question from the ones the examiner is asking. Remember, the easier that communication is, the easier that conversation is, the higher your score in the exam. So if I feel like I can speak to you, you can listen, and then you can reply to me. And the more we can do that and the easier it is, the higher your score in the exam. So let's talk about number 21 in our things that lower your score in the exam. Now, IELTS is not an information exam. Examiners do not care what your opinion is. They just want to see that you can take what's inside your mind and communicate it to them clearly. That includes not knowing something about the question. So, for example, I once asked a candidate, so do you think your hometown has good public transport? And the candidate said, well, I'm not sure because I haven't been there for 20 years and most of my family have left and gone to other cities. So, to be honest, I really don't know what's happening with the transport at the moment. Now, that's fine. Answer. You didn't know the information the examiner wanted, but you could communicate really clearly. So, therefore, that's really good for your score. So, don't worry too much about your ideas. Just try to answer the questions as best you can. Candidates who think too much always give worse answers in the exam. So let's talk about some tips before we move on to the next part. So the first one is examiners hate it when candidates don't answer the question directly. We really hate it. I can't even describe to you how much we hate that method of doing the exam. Imagine going to a party 20 times a day in which the person you're talking to doesn't answer any of your questions. In fact, they just answer the question they want to be asked, not the question you're asking. And you feel like they're not listening to you during the whole exam. It's incredibly annoying. Now, imagine doing that 5 or 6 days a week. That's what examiners have to go through every week, and it's awful. So, just a word of advice, always listen very carefully to what your examiner is saying and answer their question. Number 2, just saying as much as you can lowers your score. Okay, the exam is not a test of how much you can say. Any candidate can speak in English for 11 to 14 minutes. The difficult thing is understanding the examiner's questions and answering them directly. Number 3 is always communicate naturally for every single question. Do not try and put extra words into the exam. Okay, and using simple words is fine. A mixture of simple and complicated language, both are great and both can be used for communication during the exam. You're examined not on the words that you use, but the conversation you're having with the examiner. Now, the easier that conversation is, the more I can understand you during the exam, the higher your score in the exam. So, a lot of candidates think that examiners are impressed by things like really complicated grammar, or really complicated sentences, or really, really complicated language, or unusual language, this kind of thing. Now, we're not impressed at all by that stuff. What we're really impressed by is fluent, natural, clear, and accurate speaking. We are impressed by clear and accurate communication. We are not impressed by complicated, obscure words or complicated grammar. My experience is that this is generally confusing in the exam, which is the opposite of what we want. It's bad for communication, and therefore it lowers your score dramatically in the exam. So the solution to this is you need to always communicate naturally in the exam, and that's the best score you can get. So something that some candidates do to try and improve their score is vary their intonation. So that means that they start to go up with the intonation and then come down and sort of go up and down with the intonation like this. Now, don't do this in the exam. It can make what you are saying very confusing and isn't really that important to examiners. Just speak with natural intonation for you. Intonation evolves and emerges through fluency. So as you get better in the second language, you'll naturally speak with intonation which is more native speaker like. Also, this is only something that's really possible to imitate at above band 8 level because you need to be at the right level of language fluency. If you try this before that level, it just makes what you're saying really confusing and it causes big problems for the pronunciation. So for all of those reasons, don't try to unnaturally vary your intonation. It lowers your score. So let's talk about number 24 in our list of things that lower your score in the exam. Now, some candidates think they cannot pause during part 1 and part 3, and they must speak all the time. Now, I strongly recommend you don't do that in the exam. It causes a lot of fluency problems because you try and speak all the time and your brain struggles to find the words. Now, pausing in the exam is not a problem. You can do it naturally, like now. There we go. And have a good pause. So, and this does not lower your score. Native speakers do it all the time during the exam. They think before answering, they pause naturally while speaking, like now, and that's absolutely fine. So, it will only lower your score if it is done for a very long time. Now, when I say a very long time, I'm talking more than 15, 20 seconds. So, apart from that, it doesn't matter. Now, something that lowers the score of lots of candidates is that they cause problems for the examiner and they stop the examiner doing the exam correctly. Now, something that a lot of candidates don't know is that doing the IELTS speaking exam is really complicated. Okay, as an examiner, there's lots of things you have to get right. So, one of the most difficult aspects is the timing. It's really difficult to get the timing right for each section, and they're really strict about it. It's also difficult to ask the skills questions in the right way. It's also difficult to make sure you read the script exactly correctly so that the exam is standard for every candidate. Now, don't cause problems for the examiner in the exam. It will really upset them, and you'll almost certainly get a lower score because things will go wrong in the exam. So these things have happened to me in the exam. A candidate asked me to change a question. We cannot change the question, so do not ask. We have already written the questions we are asking you on the mark sheet, and it's just random. And if we change this, we will get into serious trouble in the exam center. So please don't ask us to do this. A candidate once talked over me during the exam. Actually, that's happened to me quite a few times. Now, again, don't do this. It causes lots of problems for our timing of the answers, and you might not hear the next question that's being asked. Okay, so never talk over your examiner. Never try and keep speaking when they say stop. That can cause big problems for the examiner and they will get into trouble, not you. So don't do that in the exam. And the last one, don't ask us random questions during the exam, like can I open the window or can I turn the heating up? This has happened to me during the speaking exam quite a few times. Now, each exam has to be standard. We always have to use the same words to make sure that the exam is fair for all candidates. And so this causes us a lot of problems. And we cannot answer this because it's using words that are not connected to the script that we have to read for every single exam that we do. So don't do this in the exam. It causes problems for the examiner and will almost certainly lower your score. So some candidates think it's important not to use the same words as the examiner in the exam. Now, as a former examiner, I can tell you this does not matter to examiners at all. Actually, this lowers your score dramatically because what you do is you change some words to being words that are different, and your answers become very, very confusing. Now, remember, examiners are not primarily interested in the words that you use during the exam. They are interested in that conversation, the communication between you and the candidate. So remember, that is much more important than any individual words that you use. Now, when you change words, you can sometimes change them for words that are very confusing. So we strongly recommend that you don't do this in the exam. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. What do you like to do in your free time? Candidate. During my holiday, I like to play the video games. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So the examiner said, what do you like to do in your free time? And the candidate said, during my holiday, I like to play the video games. Now, this is a very strange answer. The examiner asks you about your free time, not your holiday. Your holiday is something completely different to your free time. A holiday is a specific period of time you have when you're not working, but you could have free time during a normal week. So these are the kinds of problems that happen when candidates try not to use the same words as the examiner, and this happens all the time in the exam. So I strongly recommend that you don't do it during your exam. Example 2. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. What hobbies do you enjoy? Candidate. The exercise I enjoy is badminton. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So the examiner said, "What hobbies do you enjoy?" And the candidate said, "The exercise I enjoy is badminton." Now, exercise is not the same as a hobby. Also, exercise doesn't link directly with the idea of badminton, which is a sport. Trying to change the words can often lead to confusing answers like this because you're not focusing on speaking with the person in front of you. So this often happens to examiners in the exam, and I strongly recommend you don't do this. It can be very confusing. And again, like I've said many times before, confusing answers are terrible for your score in the exam. Lots of candidates think it's important not to repeat words while speaking in the speaking exam. Now, as a former examiner, I can tell you this is not a problem for examiners. This is some very strange stuff coming from social media, but it can cause big problems in the speaking exam. So in the next two parts, I'm going to give you two examples of the type of problems this causes and why this lowers your score dramatically in the exam. You can repeat any word that is correct. It is not a problem. This is fine and doesn't lower your score. Example 1. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Is there a park in your city? Candidate. Yes, we have a botanical garden. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So the examiner said, "Is there a park in your city?" And the candidate said, "Yes, we have a botanical garden." Now, this is a little bit strange to say in English. If you're talking about a park, we don't have any other words in English that are exactly the same as a park. The word botanical garden is similar, but not the same, and looks completely different to a park. So do not change the word to botanical garden. This will be very confusing for the examiner and lower your score. And here's some examples. So this is a park, very clearly, and this is a botanical garden. And you can see that they are completely different, not the same types of things at all. So if you change the word for a more complex word in the exam, or you try not to use the same word as the examiner, you can end up confusing the examiner in the exam, which is terrible for your score. And this happens every day to speaking examiners. So we strongly recommend that you don't do this in the exam. Example 2. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Would you prefer to live in the countryside or in the city? Candidate. I would prefer to live in the mountains because they have. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? So let's have a look. So the examiner said, would you prefer to live in the countryside or in the city? And the candidate said, I would prefer to live in the mountains. Now, countryside is not the same as mountains. Mountains are normally areas at altitude above the tree line, which are difficult to farm. The countryside is generally lower and greener with areas you can farm. Now, these mistakes happen in the exam because candidates are worried about using simple words, or they're worried about repeating the same words as the examiner, or they're trying to make the words they're using more complicated, all of this stuff in the exam. But it's completely unnecessary and causes big communication problems, which lower your score. So just to help you a bit more, we've got some pictures of the countryside. So this is what the countryside looks like, and this is what the mountains look like. So if you say mountains when you mean countryside, it can be very confusing for the examiner, and this has happened to me many times in the speaking exam. So let's talk about number 28 in our list of things not to do in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, lots of candidates say that the aim of the exam is just to say as much as you can, okay? And just to try and impress the examiner with as much complex language as you can. Now, that's not really the point of the speaking exam. And your answers must be appropriate to the questions being asked in the exam. Any words that are not connected to the question being asked are lowering your score dramatically. So, for example, if I, as the examiner, ask you what is your name in the exam, I just want you to say what your name is, okay? If I ask you, do you prefer tea or do you prefer coffee? I just want you to answer the question. I do not want additional information. If you give me additional information, that lowers your score because I have to assume that you don't understand the question. This is why it's so important that your answers are appropriate to the question being asked. And in the next part, I'm going to give you an example of this. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Where is your hometown? Candidate. It is in the northeast of my country. It has the wonderful cuisines and there are some sceneries that you can go to. This is the wonderful experience that all can partake in. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So the examiner, where is your hometown? And the candidate said, it is in the northeast of my country. It has the wonderful cuisines and there are some sceneries that you can go to. This is the wonderful experience that all can partake in. Now, I'm just going to give you 10 seconds. Does the candidate actually answer the question? No, he doesn't actually answer the question, so that's quite bad for your score. So this answer lowers your score because you haven't answered the question, and there are many inappropriate words. Any words not answering the question are lowering your score, so don't do this in the exam. So let's talk about number 29 in the list of things that lower your score in the exam. So some candidates think that you have to introduce yourself when you enter the exam room, even though the examiner hasn't asked you to do so. Now, you don't need to do this. It's very strange. I've done quite a few exams in Asia, and sometimes when I walked into the exam room, the candidate would just start saying stuff about themselves without being asked to. Now, don't do this, okay? It causes big problems for the examiner. It makes it difficult to do the exam correctly. It's not what we want. So basically, don't do this, okay? So some candidates start telling you about themselves before you ask anything. Don't do this in the exam. It lowers your score. Just listen to the examiner and answer their questions. So some candidates worry that answering why or why not questions during part 1 is going to somehow lower their score in the exam. Now again, this is a big myth about the exam. Examiners use why or why not questions to manage the time of the exam and also to test additional skills. It is good for your score if you can give your opinion about things in part 1. Most lower level candidates struggle to do this. So this is not something to worry about at all. So let's talk about some of the key tips from this section of the course. So, number 1, let the examiner do the exam correctly. Speaking examiners really hate it when you cause them problems in the speaking exam. So some common things that cause speaking examiners problems are introducing yourself without being asked to, trying to ask them to change the question, answering questions you're not being asked, speaking as much as you can uses up time, saying lots of words and details that are unconnected to the question. All of these things cause a problem for us conducting the exam, and they lower your score, and also are completely unnecessary. Number 2, answer all questions naturally. Trying to make your speaking more complicated or not pausing to think or trying to introduce really complicated grammar or language or not repeating words, all of this stuff makes your communication more unnatural, which can lower your score. We want to see your natural communication in the exam. We want to see you really have a conversation with someone in English. Number 3, don't worry about repeating words. This is not a problem for examiners. Again, you're not primarily being assessed on the words you're using during the exam. What we're assessing is that conversation between you and the examiner. So if you can have a conversation easily with the examiner in the exam, that is really good for your score. And it doesn't matter if you repeat correct words. It is not important for examiners. Number 4, your answer must connect with the question being asked. Do not give extra details. Any words that are not connected to the question being asked in the exam are lowering your score. I have to assume, as the examiner, that you don't understand the question if you start saying loads of stuff that's unconnected to the question. Number 5, pausing to think or breathe in the exam is not a problem. Examiners are not expecting you to speak all the time. It's really difficult. It's not something we want to see, okay? We like you to pause to think before you speak, okay? And breathing during part 2 is certainly not a problem. So in the exam, just take your time, listen carefully to what the examiner is saying, and just answer clearly. And that's the best you can do in the exam. So let's talk about number 31 in our list of things not to do in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, it is not good for your score to answer the easy questions inappropriately. The examiner has to assume you can't do the simple skills. Now, this is really bad for your score. If you cannot answer really basic questions like, do you work or do you study, in the present tense, then I have to assume that your English skills are really bad. Now, the thing is, I can only take what you say in the exam. So if I say, for example, do you prefer tea or do you prefer coffee? And the candidate says, Well, in talking about the beverages that I partake in, I must say that I enjoy the water on a hot sunny day. The problem is, if you just say lots of stuff without actually answering the question, I have to assume that you don't understand the question, which means you can't do easy stuff in English. So that's terrible for your score. So you don't need to do this in the exam. It does not improve your score in any way to give longer answers for absolutely no reason in part one. The examiner has to assume you don't understand the questions, and because these are the really basic skill questions, that lowers your score dramatically in the exam. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Where is your hometown? Candidate. My hometown has a lot of restaurants and is famous for its wonderful food. There are lots of things for tourists to do in my hometown, and you can enjoy shopping mall or go for a walk by the rivers. I would say that you would really enjoy my hometown. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So the examiner said, where is your hometown? And the candidate said, my hometown has a lot of restaurants and is famous for its wonderful food. There are lots of things for tourists to do in my hometown, and you can enjoy shopping mall or go for walking by the rivers. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. So the problem with this is that you didn't answer the question. Now, in the exam, like I was saying, I have to assume that you don't understand the question. Now, this is terrible for your score because I have to assume that you can't do the simple things in the English language, the really low-level skills. So again, like I repeat, you don't need to do this in the exam. It's completely unnecessary. The exam is not a test of how much you can say. At the beginning of the exam, I just want to test some of your basic skills. And so just answer the questions directly. Just make sure that you can do all the basic skills and then move on to the next part of the exam. Example 2. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Do you like tea or coffee? Candidate. I enjoy the hot beverages that people drink in my hometown, and I often partake in them as much as I can. I enjoy the feeling of drinking something warm and refreshing on a cold day. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So, the examiner said, do you like tea or coffee? And the candidate said, I enjoy the hot beverages that people drink in my hometown and often partake in them as much as I can. I enjoy the feeling of drinking something warm and refreshing on a cold day. Now, this is grammatically correct, and parts of this are quite complex, but this is not good for your score, and I'm going to explain why. The big problem here is that you didn't answer the question. Now, this is really bad for your score. I have to assume in the exam that you do not understand the question. I gave you two options in the exam and you didn't answer either of them. This is terrible for your score because I have to assume that you can't answer a simple two-option question in the present tense, which is one of the easiest skills in English. So remember, all these questions in the exam are designed to test different skills. You just have to answer them to show the examiner that you can do the skills, and then you move on to the next question. Answering them incorrectly or saying loads of random stuff and not answering the question does not improve your score in any way because you haven't shown the examiner that you can do the skill. So let's talk about number 32 in our list of things not to do in the IELTS speaking exam and things that lower your score dramatically. Now, answering a question before the examiner asks you the question in the exam is terrible for your score, and it happens all the time in my experience. So I'm just going to show you a few examples, and I'm going to strongly recommend that you don't do this in your own exam. So let's take a look at the first example. So, do you have a small or large family? That's what the examiner said. And the candidate answered, I have a small family, which is 4 people, me, my sister, and my parents. Now, the next question the examiner will say, so, how many people do you have in your family? Answer, I have 4 people in my family. Now, don't do this in the exam. It happens all the time. And you don't want to answer the question before it is asked. This will annoy the examiner because they will still have to ask the question and you will just have to repeat your answer. Okay, you have no choice. Now, the examiner has to follow the script in the exam booklet. So even if you've answered the question already, they just have to ask it again. Let's take a look at another example. Okay, the examiner, do you live in a house or in an apartment? And then the candidate, we live in an apartment that has 4 rooms. Okay, then the next question, how many rooms does it have? From the examiner. And the candidate has to say again, it has 4 rooms. Now, again, don't do this in the exam. Don't answer the questions before they are asked in the exam. It's really annoying. Examiners face it all the time. We still have to go through the script, and it causes problems for conducting the exam. Now, this happens because examiners and candidates try to say more in their answer. Again, you don't have to. Just answer the question directly and naturally. So, a lot of candidates think that telling a story is really important in part 2 of the IELTS speaking exam. Now, I'm here to say that this is not important at all. So this is something that's come from social media and some teachers over the last 5 years or so, and it's very, very strange. I don't know why part 2 is being done this way nowadays. Now, what part 2 actually is a presentation. The reason for that is that IELTS was originally designed as an academic exam for testing whether students could function at an English-speaking university. And one of the key things you have to do at university is give a presentation in English. That's why they ask you to speak for 2 minutes. Now, it's not telling a story. This is not mentioned on the task card. It's not mentioned in the IELTS speaking criteria. It's not something that examiners train for. It's not part of our training. So it's really strange that this is being done so much in the exam nowadays. Now, the problem with telling a story is that you're going to lower your score if you tell a story because there's nothing on the task card that asks you to do that. What they really want is a well-structured presentation, which I will explain more about later in the course. So just to recap, part 2 is not normally a story-based task. You need to make a presentation. It doesn't mention anything about telling a story on most task cards they give you, and it's not an important part of the assessment criteria, and I strongly recommend that you don't do it. Example 1. Read the question for 1 minute before listening to the answer. Describe a relaxing place that you would like to visit. Okay. So listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? When I was young, I started my day early by walking along the beach to watch the sunrise. The changing colors of the horizon are the lovely and always filling me with a sense of peace. After my walk, I find a quiet spot near the lagoon where I reading a book or write in my journal. The tranquility of the water and the gentle sway of the palm trees create a serene backdrop, perfect for the reflecting. It is wonderful to just sit by the trees and appreciating the beautiful nature. For the moments I forget about the world and appreciating everything that we have been given. Lanko is not just a place for me. It's a sanctuary where I find the peace and solace, making it an essential escape that I treasure deeply. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? So let's have a look. So the candidate said, when I was young, I started my day early by walking along the beach to watch the sunrise. Okay, so he's telling a story here. Okay, and you can read this a bit later if you like. Um, and he says like a range of different things about the place and tells a story about how he likes walking on the beach and that kind of stuff. Now, this is really bad for your score in the exam. The language is okay, and the grammar is okay, and the fluency is not too bad. But the problem is that the examiner didn't tell you to tell a story about a place, so you haven't really answered the question. All you've done is just tell a sort of slightly random story that's a bit connected to the question, which is not good for your score. You also didn't tell the examiner why you find this place relaxing at all, and you didn't introduce the topic as well. So if you remember, the question was describe a place that could be good to relax. You didn't really describe the place. You didn't introduce what place you were talking about. You talked about what place it was at the end of your presentation. Okay, that's not good for your score. There's got to be a really clear beginning, a really clear middle, and a really clear end to your presentation. The question says to describe, but you haven't really described anything. Only tell a story if the task card asks you to do so, and don't do anything that's not written on the task card like many candidates do. Example 2. Read the question for 1 minute before listening to the answer. Okay, so listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Well, I want to tell you a story about a book I'm seeing many years ago. I go to the shopping mall with my friends and I'm going the window shopping. We went to find a bargain, but we were unable to. There is a bookshop and there is a cafe. I had an argument with my friends about the place we would shop. I'm wanting the bookshop, but they wanting to go find our clothes. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So the candidate said, I want to tell you about a story about a book I'm seeing many years ago. I go to the shopping mall with my friends and I'm going to the window shopping. Anyway, so they told a story. Now, this is not good for your score. This is terrible for your score. You're telling a story as if it is happening now, but the question asks you to talk about a book that you read a long time ago, so this happened in the past. You spoke about now because you prepared a story about something similar and you wanted to match it to this situation. Furthermore, you said many years ago to quickly match this story to the question being asked in the exam. Now, examiners are not stupid. We can hear this easily when you're doing the exam, so don't try it. You are also pretending this happened to you, and if you are quite young, it is unlikely that you went to a shopping mall with your friends by yourself many years ago when you were younger than 10. This leads to a very confusing answer, and this happens to examiners all the time in the speaking exam. And so we strongly recommend that you don't do this in the exam. You have to make the presentation in the exam, and you have to speak naturally, and you have to plan it when you're in the exam. Otherwise, your answer will be really confusing. So let's talk about number 34 in our list of things that lower your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, lots of candidates think it is a good idea to write down some key words to say during your Part 2 presentation. Now, this doesn't really improve your score. In fact, sometimes it can actually lower your score. This is because what happens when you do this is that your presentation becomes you just reading a list of words. It's not actually a presentation. You don't focus on the beginning, middle, or end, or what you're communicating to the person listening. you focus much more on just saying some words. So examiners are not primarily interested in the words you say during part 2, but in the whole presentation. The candidates who get a high score are the ones who make an excellent presentation. So this is important to remember. And in the next part, I'm going to give you an example of this. So let's have a look at an example of this. So just take 30 seconds to read the question. Okay. Now, listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Candidate. The online shopping of the shop is important, and it is the most interesting thing that I have experienced, and it is the place for shopping sprees that I enjoy in my spare time, and I have enjoyed the e-commerce there, and the customer service there has the very good, and there has been the extensive and friendly. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's look again. So the candidate said, the online shopping of this shop is important, and it's the most interesting thing that I have experienced. It is the place for shopping sprees that I enjoy in my spare time. So just think about the question that you had a look at. Does this connect with the question? Not really, right? So let's talk about this. So this answer doesn't talk about the topic of the question, which is to describe a shop that you enjoy visiting. This answer just becomes a list of sentences with some memorized words and not a presentation, so it will get a much lower score. Also, the words that are used don't really connect with the presentation topic, which is not about online shopping. So this is something that many candidates do in the exam, and it lowers your score dramatically. So I strongly recommend you don't do it in the exam. So something that is more common nowadays because of some online videos and some online courses is that quite a lot of candidates start to talk about the past, present, and future during their part 2 presentation. Now, I have listened to a lot of these presentations in the exam, and they are very, very confusing because if the question is about a past experience and you start talking about the future, it can sound very strange. And you don't need to do this. It's completely unnecessary and very confusing to listen to and will lower your score dramatically. And in the next part, I'm just going to give you an example so you can hear what it sounds like for examiners in the exam. So let's have a look at an example of this in the exam. So I'm just going to give you 30 seconds to read this question, and then you will hear an example of a candidate answering this question. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? We went to the park to have a picnic. On that day, we were having a lot of fun activities planned. My father and I were going to fly a kite, which was a gift from my aunt. However, the kites get stuck in one of the trees, and we have a great time trying to getting it. Meanwhile, my mother and sister are preparing the delicious lunch, which we are about to enjoy together on a blanket under the sun. My friend and I will be playing a game of tigging, and I will fall and bang my knee, which makes me laugh even now. What makes this event so memorable to me is just the fun we had, but how it brings us together as a family. It was one of rare occasions where we are all present, enjoying each other's company without any disturbances from the technology or work like in the future. The laughter and enjoying from that day will stay with me forever, as it was a moment that defines my childhood, reminding me of the simplicity and happy of those times. Even now, when I think back to that day, it feels like it is something that will happen again every time I visit that park. The memory is so imagined and joyous that it continues to bring me happiness in the present, and I know it will continue to be a source of joy in the future as well. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So the candidate said, we went to the park to have a picnic. On that day, we were having a lot of fun activities planned. My father and I were going to fly a kite, which was a gift from my aunt. However, the kite got stuck in one of the trees. Okay, so we're not going to read it all, but what makes this event so memorable to me is not just the fun we had, it's how we bring us together as a family. You can read it a little bit more a bit later. Now, let's talk about this. Now, this is really confusing for the examiner because the candidate tried to use the past, present, and future. And if you listen carefully, first the person said that my father and I were going to fly a kite, and then said the kite gets stuck in one of the trees. How could the kite get stuck in a tree if you haven't flown it yet? So again, this is where mixing the tenses up can make it very confusing. Second, the candidate said enjoying each other's company without any disturbances from technology, and then said disturbances from technology or work like in the future. How can you be distracted and not distracted at the same time? It is really confusing. Now, this often happens in the exam when candidates try to change the tenses that they're using in order to speak with a greater range of tenses in the speaking exam. Now, you don't need to do this, okay? It's completely unnecessary. If the question is about a past experience or somewhere you want to travel to in the future, answer the question with appropriate tenses for that task. You do not need to use a range of tenses. It doesn't improve your score in any way. So let's talk about number 36 in our list of things that don't improve your score in the exam. Now, lots of candidates often paraphrase the Part 2 speaking question when they start their presentation in Part 2. Now, paraphrasing in this context means just basically repeating the question back to the examiner in the exam. Now, you don't need to do this, and in the next part, I'm going to give you an example of why. So I'm just going to give you 30 seconds to read the question, and then we're going to hear an example of a candidate paraphrasing the question before answering. Okay, so listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? So in talking about a memorable event from my childhood, I must say that this event was before and it happened near my house and the many people were there and it was very memorable. Now think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So if you remember, the question was about describing a memorable event from your childhood, which is the question, and then the candidate decided to repeat the question again. Now, examiners have just given you the question. They don't need you to read the question back to them. They find this very annoying, and it's happened to me thousands of times in the exam. Just focus on making a presentation about the topic they give you in the exam and just introduce your ideas naturally and communicate with them during the introduction, and that is much better for your score. So a lot of candidates think that you have to use a certain amount of linking words to improve your score in the speaking exam. Now, this is not true, okay? It's not that important to examiners. Now, it can actually lower your score because it can make your presentation in part 2 sound quite strange and disjointed. So you don't really have to do this. And in the next part, I'm going to give you an example of what it sounds like to examiners and why it can sound quite strange if you put too many linking words into your part 2 presentation. So let's listen to an example of a candidate using too many linking words. But before that, just have a look at the question for 30 seconds. Okay, so listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? So basically, the decision that I needed to make, which was indeed very harder, was about choosing whether to continue my job in the city or furthermore to move back to my hometown for new job opportunities. So actually, this decision came up last year, and at that time I was moreover really settled in the city, but then the job in my hometown offered something else, and in addition, the choices I had were either to stay at my current job where I was already comfortable and had the friends, or moreover, to move back to where I grew up, where my family and furthermore some old friends were. The decision was really hard because, in addition, both options had their own benefits. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So, it starts basically a decision that I need to make. So we've got furthermore and moreover used on this page, you can see in bold. And how did you feel while listening to it? Did it sound a bit strange? Now, mostly this leads to quite disjointed speaking because there's no real connection between the ideas and no natural pauses. When there should be natural pauses in the speaking, what the candidate does is sort of add a linking word, which is a little bit strange. Now, you don't normally do this in speaking, so it's a bit strange to do so. So we don't recommend it. So again, many candidates think that you need to use a certain amount of linking words in order to get a high score. This is not true, and it's unnecessary. Sometimes it might be useful to pause in order to direct the next part of your presentation, and you might need to use one linking word, maybe, might be okay during a presentation, but in general, when people are speaking, they don't use that many linking words, and if you use lots of linking words in your presentation, then it can sound a bit strange, like in the example. And the last thing to say is there is no requirement for this. Lots of online courses say that candidates must use linking words. There is nothing like this for speaking examiners. Okay, so let's talk about number 38 in our list of things not to do in the exam. Now, I already talked about memorization right at the beginning of this course and showed you how it is terrible for your score in the exam. But this can also cause an additional problem in part 2 of the exam. Now, the way the exam works is that examiners have 3 sets of questions they can ask you in part 3. One set of questions is for lower level candidates, and another set of questions is for higher level candidates. And there's another set which is kind of for middle candidates, but we don't generally use that set. Now, 99% of the time, the examiner will hear if your presentation is partly memorized or fully memorized. And remember, that is band 2 or band 3 in the speaking criteria, and you cannot trick us, okay? So strongly recommend you don't do that. However, even if they don't recognize that this is memorized, this causes an additional problem, which is that they will ask you the wrong questions in part 3. They could ask you the most difficult set of questions. This will be very bad for your score because you will struggle to answer them. And part 3 is really important because it's the part the examiner hears just before they write down your band scores for each criterion. So again, we strongly recommend that you don't memorize anything for the exam. It is really, really bad for your score. So something else that normally lowers the score of most candidates is that you need to speak for 2 minutes during part 2. You will get a lower score if you don't speak for more than 1 minute and 30 seconds. So this is a key thing to do if you don't want to lower your score in part 2 of the exam. So let's talk about number 40 in our list of things not to do in the exam. Now, I strongly recommend that you don't use sections of a previously memorized presentation for a new presentation in the exam. Now, lots of candidates try to use something that they have previously prepared in the exam and then try to match it to the question being asked. Some teachers tell them to prepare something about an object or a place or a person and then just change it slightly for the question in the exam. Now, this can lower your score dramatically. As I've been saying consistently during this course, anything practiced, anything memorized is not communication from the point of view of the examiner. So we have to mark it a band 2 and band 3, like I showed you using the speaking criteria earlier. So I strongly recommend you don't do this. And in the next part, you're going to hear an example so you get a feeling of what the examiner hears during the exam. Example 1. Take 30 seconds to read the question before listening to what the candidate says during the exam. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? The one place that stands out in my memory is Japan. Although I haven't visited it yet, I've always been fascinated by its rich history and cultural heritage. I've read about its beautiful temples, traditional tea houses, and stunning gardens, which make it a unique blend of the old and new. While exploring online, I discovered many activities one can enjoy there, such as attending traditional festivals and walking through historical districts. The idea of experiencing the blend of vibrant city life with serene natural beauty is very appealing to me. In general, I find this place has deep cultural legacies intriguing because they offer insights into the history and lifestyle of their peoples. While Kyoto remains on my travel bucket list, I often think about how visiting such a city could provide a unique opportunity to connect with traditions and learn more about a different way of life. These aspects of a city, whether experiencing in person or through our research, and I am wanting to visit someday. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, so this is what the candidate said. They started talking about Japan and about the rich history and the temples and tea houses. And then they talked about the activities. So you can have a look at this later if you want a bit more detail. Now, just think about any strange things connected to the question a little bit. Okay, so let's talk about this. Now, this is quite bad for your score for a few reasons. Number one, it's clearly been prepared in advance, which means the examiner cannot examine it. So for examiners, if, for example, there's a change in level between what you were saying before and what you're saying now, and if there's a big difference between part 2 and part 3, in terms of vocabulary, grammar, fluency, all those different things, then that's not good for your score. And it makes your speaking very inconsistent, which is also not good for your score. Now, the answer connects with the question a bit, but not that much. And there's quite a few mistakes, which I'm going to explain in a second. Number 3, the language is very general because the candidate wanted to practice something they could use for any question. So it doesn't really go into specifics of what they were talking about. They just describe the place in general. Now, for number 4, like I was saying, there was quite a few mistakes. So the question is about a city, but the candidate mentioned Japan, which is a country. The candidate also doesn't mention any direct experience of the place, even though the question is about a city you have visited. Also, you say you aspire to visit, that's what you said at the beginning, the place indicating that you haven't been already. So all of this is very confusing to the examiner and lowers your score. And examiners see this kind of presentation in the exam almost every day, and I strongly recommend you don't do it in your own exam. So, remember these tips for the speaking exam. So, number 1, don't worry about the examiner asking you why or why not questions. This is actually good for your score. It can allow you to display more communication in part 1, and it helps the examiner control the timing of the exam, which really helps them out. So, it's a good thing to do in the exam. Number 2, always answer the question directly in part 1. Any words that are not connected to the question are lowering your score. And if you give lots of details that are unconnected to the question, I, as the examiner in the exam, have to assume you don't understand the question, which is really bad for your score. Also, this is the easiest part of the exam, so you don't want to answer the questions incorrectly. It definitely doesn't improve your score in the exam. Number 3, you don't need to tell a story in part 2, okay? This is not written on the test card, okay? It's not in the speaking criteria. It's not taught to examiners when we do the training, okay? It's completely unnecessary. What you have to do instead is you have to focus on making an excellent presentation during part 2. Now, the better, the more precise, the more accurate, the more clear your presentation is in part 2, the higher your score in the exam. Now, number 5 is always speak naturally in part 2. Just aim to make a natural presentation. Don't do lots of the things they recommend on social media. Just try and introduce the beginning, the middle, and the end. Also, for the rest of the exam, always speak naturally during the exam. When you start speaking unnaturally, like trying to make it more complicated, you cause communication problems. It suddenly becomes difficult to understand what you're saying. So anytime you speak unnaturally, that's bad for communication, therefore bad for your score. And the last one is speak for 2 minutes during part 2. It's quite an important part of the assessment criteria. Examiners need to see that you can speak at length during the exam as part of our marking. So always do this during the exam. So let's talk about number 41 in our list of things not to do in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, some teachers and online videos say that you should do part 2 of the speaking exam with a who, what, why structure. So we're just going to listen to an example of this, and I want you to think about why this might sound a bit strange to the examiner. So I'm just going to give you 30 seconds to have a look at the question, and then we're going to hear what the candidate said. Okay, so listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? My friend Sarah is a friend who on holiday. I have heard so much about this vibrant city from my friend Sarah, who visiting last year and shared her amazing experience and photos with me. Tokyo is the capital city of Japan, and it is known for its straightening streets and towering skyscraper and historic temples. It is hub of technology, fashion, and cuisine, offering a wide range of attractions. And some of the places I am eager to explore include Shibuya Crossing, one of the busiest road in the world, the historic Sensoji Temple in Asuka and the suburb of Adaba. I also want to try the foods, Japanese sushi and ramen, which Tokyo is famous for, and see the Mount Fuji on a clear day. The reason I want to visit the Tokyo is because I am fascinated by how it is harmoniously combining tradition with the innovation, and the city seems to be a place where ancient shrine mixing with current edge technology. I am also drawn to its cultural richness, as Tokyo hosts numerous festivals and events throughout the year that showcase Japanese art, music, and traditions. Lastly, I want to go to the cherry blossom season. Is something I as always dreams of. Now, think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, so let's have a look. So the candidate started the presentation by saying who. So he started talking about his friend Sarah first, and then started talking about Tokyo, which was what. Okay, and then started talking about why he went. Now, there's a few problems with this, according to the examiner. So let's talk about them. Okay, so this is bad for your score for a few reasons. Firstly, you didn't introduce the topic to the examiner. So that's one of the key things you need to do for the structure in the exam of your presentation. The examiner has no idea which city you're talking about at the beginning. Number two, the question is about a city you would like to visit, but you have mentioned a who, which is your friend Sarah. You haven't mentioned anything about your experience. So again, that is a little bit confusing for the examiner. Number three, this answer doesn't connect with the question. You mentioned the topic late because you're focusing on who in the first part and not the what of the question. So again, that shows bad ordering and structure from the examiner's point of view. Number four, you have listed the information in a different order from the sub-questions and not focused much on the question. So again, that's not necessarily good for your score either. So the candidates who get the highest score are the ones who gave an excellent presentation to the examiner with a clear beginning, middle, and end. And you haven't done this here. So later in the course, we're going to show you how to do this in an effective way, but this is not an effective structure for doing part two. It doesn't improve your score in any way because it gets you not to think about the question and think about doing something a little bit random in the exam, which is not good for your score. So let's talk about number 42 in our list of things that don't improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. And that is using a different introduction phrase in part 3 for each question. Now, it's really important to just answer naturally in part 3. You don't need to use a different phrase to introduce your opinion for each question. It will depend on what you're speaking about. Now, using a different phrase each time can lead to some very strange answers that are very confusing for the examiner, and that can lower your score dramatically. So just listen to the examples and I'll show you what I mean. And these kinds of things are things that examiners hear in the exam all the time, and they lower your score. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Do you enjoy playing sport? Candidate. Yes, in my opinion, I play football every weekend with my friends. I think it is the great way to stay fit and have fun. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So, the examiner asked, do you enjoy playing sport? And the candidate said, yes, in my opinion, I play sport every weekend with my friends. Now, unfortunately, the candidate incorrectly uses in my opinion to introduce a fact about their routine, playing football every weekend, rather than an actual opinion or belief. The phrase should be used when expressing personal beliefs or viewpoints, not for stating facts. So you have to be really careful with this, and many candidates do it in the exam. The reason for this is that they often watch videos on YouTube telling them to use certain phrases, but they don't really learn what they mean. So they just use them randomly in the wrong situation, which is very confusing for the examiner. So instead, you need to say, yes, I play football every weekend with my friends. In my opinion, is a good way to stay fit and have fun. So the key thing here is you just have to answer naturally. So just listen to the examiner carefully and then answer their question directly. Do not focus on the words that you're using when you speak in the exam. Just answer like in a normal conversation. Example 2. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. How do you think technology has changed the way people communicate? Candidate. From my perspective, technology has changed a lot in the last 10 years. People now use smartphones and social media to stay in touch. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, so let's take a look. So the examiner said, how do you think technology has changed the way people communicate? And the candidate said, from my perspective, technology has changed a lot in the last 10 years. People now use smartphones and social media to stay in touch. Now, this is a bit confusing for the examiner because the phrase, from my perspective, is incorrectly used because the candidate is making a general statement about technology rather than offering a personal viewpoint or opinion. So, again, it's a little bit confusing. So, you need to say, Technology has changed a lot in the last 10 years. People now use smartphones and social media to stay in touch. Now, using phrases without thinking carefully about what they mean can lower your score dramatically in the exam. And this happens when candidates copy phrases that they've seen written down, or copy phrases from videos online on social media, or just copy phrases from a teacher. So do not make a list of phrases before the exam that you feel you must say during part 3. This always leads to a lower score because you start using phrases in the wrong context, and it's very confusing for the examiner. So this phrase, as we all know, is frequently used incorrectly in the exam. And I'm just going to spend a little bit of time talking about how to use it correctly, because this often causes a lot of problems in the exam, in my experience. Now, many teachers teach, as we all know, as meaning I think. However, this is not correct. You can only say as we all know if it is something that is common knowledge. So, for example, as we all know, everyone prefers reading books over watching movies. Now, this is an opinion, not a generally believed fact. Be careful of the context in which you are using the phrase. If you are surrounded by climate scientists, you can say, as we all know, climate change is a significant global issue that requires immediate action. But this might not be appropriate in a different situation, so be really careful. So let's have a look at some examples. So to introduce common knowledge, for example, as we all know, eating a balanced diet is crucial for staying healthy. In this sentence, the speaker is acknowledging the importance of diet and its link to health. This is a generally believed fact. To set the context for a point, so for example, as we all know, regular exercise is essential for maintaining good health. That's why I make sure to include some physical activity in my daily routine. Here, the speaker is setting the stage for their personal habits by referencing a generally accepted fact about exercise. So this is how you use the phrase correctly. And the last one, to build consensus. So as we all know, teamwork is crucial in achieving success in any project. Therefore, fostering good communication within the team is key. So this usage helps to build agreement among listeners by reinforcing a shared understanding or belief. Now, you can't use this phrase to just mean I think. You have to use it in those contexts that I've been talking about in this small part of the course. Now, lots of online courses, teachers, and social media videos tell you that you must paraphrase during the IELTS speaking exam. Now, unfortunately, they have misunderstood the speaking criteria written in the band descriptors, and I'm going to explain why. So this means that most candidates do this in the wrong way, in a way that examiners find really annoying and actually lowers your score in the exam. So let's have a look at this example. So the examiner says, what are the advantages of living in a big city? And the candidate says, the benefits of living in a big city are the advantages you get from being in a large urban area. There are many pros. Now, this is an example of poor paraphrasing. Okay, don't repeat the idea of the question back to the examiner using different words. That's really not what we want in the exam. We've just asked the question. We don't need it repeated back to us in a slightly different way. We find this quite annoying. And in the next video, I'm going to tell you about the kind of paraphrasing that the IELTS speaking criteria are actually talking about and how that improves your score in the exam. But again, don't just repeat the same ideas back to the examiner that they have just asked. is completely unnecessary in the exam. Example 2. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. How do you think technology has changed the way people communicate? Candidate. From my perspective, technology has changed a lot in the last 10 years. People now use smartphones and social media to stay in touch. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, so let's take a look. So the examiner said, how do you think technology has changed the way people communicate? And the candidate said, from my perspective, technology has changed a lot in the last 10 years. People now use smartphones and social media to stay in touch. Now, this is a bit confusing for the examiner because the phrase, from my perspective, is incorrectly used because the candidate is making a general statement about technology rather than offering a personal viewpoint or opinion. So, again, it's a little bit confusing. So, you need to say, technology has changed a lot in the last 10 years. People now use smartphones and social media to stay in touch. Now, using phrases without thinking carefully about what they mean can lower your score dramatically in the exam. And this happens when candidates copy phrases that they've seen written down, or copy phrases from videos online on social media, or just copy phrases from a teacher. So do not make a list of phrases before the exam that you feel you must say during part 3. This always leads to a lower score because you start using phrases in the wrong context and it's very confusing for the examiner. Now, you do not need to give examples in part 3 the same way that most candidates do in the exam. In fact, the way that most candidates give examples in part 3 of the IELTS speaking exam actually lowers your score. And in the next part, I'm going to show you why and what happens during the real speaking exam so that you can avoid the same mistakes. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Do you prefer drinking coffee or tea? Candidate. I prefer drinking tea, and the last time I drank the tea was at home. We a few friends together, and tea symbolizes us coming back together. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So the question was, do you prefer drinking coffee or tea? And the candidate said, I prefer drinking tea, and the last time I drank the tea was at home. We were a few friends together, and tea symbolizes us coming back together. Now, the problem with this is that the examiner asks you a two-option question. which means that you must choose one to answer appropriately. In this case, it does not improve your score to give an example. It lowers your score because you did not answer the question appropriately. Now, this is how most candidates give examples during part 3, and it actually lowers your score. Only give an example if it supports what you're saying and is connected with the question being asked by the examiner. Then it can improve your score. But otherwise, if it's unconnected to the question, then it actually lowers your score because the examiner has to assume that you don't really understand the question correctly. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. That's interesting. So, what do you like the most about tea? Candidate. I am drinking the tea with my friends, and I find this very refreshing. A time was when I went to the beach and we had our tea while looking at the ocean also. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, so the examiner said, that's interesting. So what do you like the most about tea? And the candidate said, I am drinking the tea with my friends, and I find this very refreshing. A time was when I went to the beach and we had hot tea while looking at the ocean. So the problem with this is that you didn't really answer the question, but you gave an example instead. And this often happens in the speaking exam. In addition, the examiner asks you, what do you like the most, meaning that you have to say one thing. Examiners will often do this to check if you're listening to the question. Now, this happens because a lot of teachers tell their students to always give an example when answering a question in the exam. Now, it's not quite like that in part 3. The key thing is just to listen to the question and then answer whatever the examiner is saying directly. You don't need to give an example each time. It will depend on the question. Now, sometimes giving an example is good and will improve your score, but other times it's not connected to the question, and then so therefore it is completely unnecessary. So let's talk about number 46 in our list of things that don't improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, some teachers in online courses tell candidates that you must communicate 3 main points when responding to questions in part 3. And they say that this really improves your score. And if you don't have 3 points, then you will get a lower score in the exam. Now, this is not true, and examiners don't think this way. And actually, doing this for every question and every answer during the speaking exam can actually do the opposite. It can cause lots of problems for the examiner. So, in the next part, I'm just going to give you an example of what this sounds like to the examiner and why it can, in some cases, cause problems. Okay, so let's have a look at this example of an answer a candidate gave to me in the exam. So I asked, do you think your hometown has good public transport? And the candidate said, to be honest, I haven't been to my hometown for at least 20 years. I've been living in Hong Kong for most of that time. Also, most of my family left and all my friends left. There's not much to do and it went a bit downhill. Really, I don't know what's happening with the public transport. I heard they were building a tram, but I don't know if they finished it. So ask yourself the question, did the candidate know the answer? Yes or no? No, the candidate didn't know the answer, but what did they do? They communicated what they had in their mind really effectively to the examiner, so therefore they wouldn't get a low score in the exam. Now, this example shows that the IELTS speaking exam is not an information test, it's a communication test. So as long as you communicate really effectively, and you show the examiner that you can communicate what's inside your mind, it doesn't make any difference to your score in the exam. So for this answer, the candidate didn't know much about the examiner's question, but they tried to answer the question as best they could. This candidate would still get a good score in the exam because they spoke clearly. They answered with excellent grammar and communicated what they had in their mind clearly, which is the key thing. If you don't know something, just tell the examiner and they will ask you a different question. You can also explain clearly, like this candidate did, about why you don't know something. The exam is not designed as an information test. They can keep asking you questions until they find something you can speak about. When they find something you know something about, communicate what you have in your mind as clearly as possible. And that's the best thing you can do in the exam. And as long as you do that, you will get a high score. So lots of candidates struggle to think of things to say during the speaking exam. So what they do is they try and memorize a list of ideas that they can use during the speaking exam to communicate their ideas. Now, don't try to attempt to memorize an opinion for part 3 or any particular ideas you want to talk about. This often leads to confusing answers that don't match the question. The problem of not being able to think of anything during the exam is not solved by memorizing ideas. The way you solve that problem is by practicing your English, so you find it much easier to communicate about what you think about. And actually, the examiner doesn't much care that you can say a piece of information for every question during the exam. They're looking at your communication. So they will keep asking you questions until they find something you can speak about. Trying to memorize ideas and certain points of view is just going to lead to confusing answers. And in the next part, I'm going to show you an example of this. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. What do you like about coffee? Candidate. I really enjoy the refreshing drinks that are perfect on a hot day. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's have a look. So the examiner said, what do you like about coffee? And the candidate said, I really enjoy the refreshing drinks that are perfect on a hot day. Okay, now let's talk about this a little bit. So this answer kind of connects with the question, but not really. Coffee is normally hot, and people generally don't drink it during a hot day. It's also not normally considered a refreshing drink, but is considered to be something that gives you energy. The candidate has memorized an opinion about drinks and decided to use it here. However, this can confuse the examiner and lower your score. Now, someone is saying that it could be cold coffee or something like that. But anyway, I mean, it doesn't really connect with the question that is being asked. You didn't really talk about why you liked the coffee. You just uh, said some stuff that was kind of connected, but not really. Anyway, don't do this in the exam. I've been in many, many speaking exams where most of the answers the candidate is giving really confuse me. Now, because IELTS is a communication exam, this is terrible for your score. Anything that confuses the examiner will lower your score dramatically. So it's one of the main things not to do in the exam. So lots of candidates worry that they need to know lots of detailed and complicated information about many topics that they could be asked about in the exam. Now, it's not really like this for examiners, and in the next part, I'm going to show you why and give you an example of how you can answer the question without actually knowing anything, and you can still get a high score. Examiners are not that worried about how much information you know. They just want you to communicate what you have in your mind. So as long as you take what's inside your mind and you can tell the examiner easily in the exam, you will get a high score. The more accurately, precisely, and clearly you do this, the higher your score in the exam. Okay, so let's have a look at this example of an answer a candidate gave to me in the exam. So I asked, do you think your hometown has good public transport? And the candidate said, to be honest, I haven't been to my hometown for at least 20 years. I've been living in Hong Kong for most of that time. Also, most of my family left and all my friends left. There's not much to do and it went a bit downhill. Really, I don't know what's happening with the public transport. I heard they were building a tram, but I don't know if they finished it. So ask yourself the question, did the candidate know the answer? Yes or no? No, the candidate didn't know the answer, but what did they do? They communicated what they had in their mind really effectively to the examiner, so therefore they wouldn't get a low score in the exam. Now, this example shows that the IELTS speaking exam is not an information test, it's a communication test. So as long as you communicate really effectively and you show the examiner that you can communicate what's inside your mind, it doesn't make any difference to your score in the exam. So for this answer, the candidate didn't know much about the examiner's question, but they tried to answer the question as best they could. This candidate would still get a good score in the exam because they spoke clearly. They answered with excellent grammar and communicated what they had in their mind clearly, which is the key thing. If you don't know something, just tell the examiner and they will ask you a different question. You can also explain clearly, like this candidate did, about why you don't know something. The exam is not designed as an information test. They can keep asking you questions until they find something you can speak about. When they find something you know something about, communicate what you have in your mind as clearly as possible. And that's the best thing you can do in the exam. And as long as you do that, you will get a high score. So let's talk about number 49. in our list of things that don't improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. So some teachers in online videos advocate using memorized structures in the exam. In my experience, this can lower your score dramatically, and in the next part, I'm going to show you why. And also, examiners really don't like this. I mean, from my experience doing the exam, all we want you to do is just answer the question clearly and directly. We don't want to hear a random memory structure that's not really connected to the question or gives you too many points to say during the exam and causes issues for your fluency. But in the next part, I'm going to show you an example and communicate why this causes quite a lot of candidates big problems in the exam. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. Why do you think people like living in the countryside? Candidate. On the one hand, I like how quiet the countryside is. On the other hand, the health services are much worse in the countryside. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So the examiner asks, why do you think people like living in the countryside? And the candidate said, on the one hand, they like how quiet the countryside is, and on the other hand, the health services are much worse in the countryside. Now, this is a bit strange because the examiner only asked you about what they liked and not what they disliked. The candidate learned the memorized structure on the one hand and on the other hand, and decided to use this structure to answer the question. Unfortunately, this caused big communication issues, and this happens all the time in the exam. The candidate hears a certain key word that they think means something about like and dislike, and they decide to use a memorized structure that they practiced before the exam. Unfortunately, it means that they don't really answer the question, and their answer becomes confusing, and this will lower your score in the exam. So I recommend you don't answer questions like this. Listen to the recording and answer the question. What is strange about the candidate's answer? Examiner. How do you think shopping will change in the future? Candidate. In response to your question, let me compare shopping today with the future. Today we have the shopping and the e-commerce, this allowing us to shopping with the apps. In future, we might have the VR that. Think for 30 seconds. What was strange about the candidate's answer? Okay, let's take a look. So the first one, the examiner said, how do you think shopping will change in the future? And then the candidate said, in response to your question, let me compare shopping today with the future. Today we have the shopping and the e-commerce. Now, what's happened here is the candidate learned the phrase, in response to your question, let me compare something today. So this part is fully grammatically correct. However, after this, their speaking becomes more inconsistent and they make some mistakes. In addition, the question was only about what might change in the future, not about what is happening now, and therefore they didn't answer the question appropriately. Both of these things are really bad for your score, so I recommend you don't do this. Now, examiners cannot accept anything that you've memorized before the exam, okay? What we're looking for is flexible language use, and the speaking criteria are really clear about this. So don't use anything memorized. Also, it causes communication problems because you're not really answering the question. What you're doing is you're just kind of talking about something you've practiced already, and it will lead you to doing things like talking about today when the question doesn't ask about today. So the key thing is just always answer the question directly and speak clearly, and that is fine for the exam. Now, in this part, I'm just going to talk to you about some of the strategies that candidates use to try and improve their score in the IELTS speaking exam, and show you how most of these are a complete waste of time. And actually, there's much more effective things you could be doing with your time and to prepare and to improve your score. Now, speaking to yourself at home is a complete waste of time. Okay, it does nothing to improve your ability to speak English. It can help a bit to improve your pronunciation if you mimic the intonation, sounds, and cadence of native speakers. But this has limited value for the IELTS exam. The thing you can do to improve your speaking is to speak English more with people on a day-to-day basis. Now, if you don't know anyone who speaks English, that's not a problem. Nowadays, it's much easier to access people who speak English, who are native speakers, and these are a few ways to do it. So, italki is great for finding conversation partners, which is free. So you can find lots of people to speak English with for free. There's community tutors for people who are a bit more regular contact, and there's professional teachers like myself who can give you really expert advice about your English language learning journey. There's Hello Talk. This is free to use and great for finding conversation partners to practice English with. Now, if you're a bit nervous about this, then I completely understand, but you're not going to improve unless you practice speaking with someone. You cannot do it. There is no other way of improving your spoken English apart from practicing. So you really need to just get on and do it, basically. And the last one is Cambly, on-demand speaking English practice. Log in and begin speaking immediately with people. And the last thing to say is you must practice your spoken English to get a high score. And these are some of the ways you can do it. But speaking to yourself at home does almost nothing to improve your language ability. So let's talk about number 51 in the list of things that don't improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, most candidates just focus on learning memorized structures and all the techniques mentioned before. Any time not practicing your spoken English is a waste of time. That's really important to mention. The number one way to improve your score is to speak English all the time. The more you speak English, the more you improve your ability to communicate and the higher score you will get in the exam. Without a lot of practice, it is impossible to get a high score in IELTS. So this is the number one thing to focus on if you want to improve your score quickly in the exam. So another example of poor preparation for the exam is spending hours and hours memorizing words. Now, lots of candidates do this, but it's completely ineffective for improving your score. The reason for this is that if you memorize words from a dictionary without any spoken English practice, it doesn't give you enough information about the words in order to use them effectively. Also, you're not fluent enough because you're not really practicing your English. And so actually this can lower your score in the exam as you say really obscure advanced words in the wrong context, with poor fluency because of lack of practice. You really need to use the words in spoken speech before the exam. Otherwise, you won't use them correctly or remember them when you need them while you're speaking during the exam. Also, you can't just put lots of advanced language into the exam. Anything you do say must be said in fluent speech and must be the most precise way to communicate what you want to say in the exam. So memorizing word lists is completely ineffective for improving your score. So let's talk about number 53 in our list of things that don't improve your score in the exam. Now, lots of candidates get very frustrated with the exam and think the problem is the exam. They'll say things like, IDP examiners are not very nice, or the British Council don't do the exam correctly, or it's much easier in another country or another city, something like this. Now, that is not true. The exam's the same in every place, in every country. The examiner training is the same in every country, every place. Many examiners travel all over the place to do the exam, so it doesn't really matter what country you do it or what place. The problem is that you've been watching too many social media videos about the exam made by people who don't really understand the exam. But don't worry, once you learn what actually improves your score in the exam, which we'll talk about in the next section, your score will improve really quickly. But you just need to know the correct things. Now, the final thing to say about this is that the only way to improve your score in the exam is follow the advice in the next section and improve your ability to speak English. This is the way to improve your score in the exam, and it's the only way to improve your score in the exam. So again, your ability to speak English is the problem, not the exam. Now, you have to be really careful with the teacher that you choose for IELTS. Most teachers don't really know much about the exam, and they just try and guess based on the criteria how to teach students to get a higher score. Now, this means that many teachers look at the Band 9 criteria from the speaking mark scheme and attempt to teach their students these things. Now, this is disastrous for the scores of most students. You cannot teach beginner students complex language because they won't use it correctly. They also don't have the grammar required or the fluency required to use these pieces of language. Furthermore, you cannot teach them difficult pronunciation features which emerge naturally as part of their language development, especially when they may not pronounce basic sounds or words correctly. Now, the only thing that happens when you try and teach students these things before you've gone through the process of developing their language skills is that you make them much more difficult to understand in the exam, and this lowers their score. Now, when you learn a new language, there's a distinct process you go through where you develop vocabulary, you develop grammar, you develop pronunciation all at the same time. You can't skip out those steps, and if you try, you make the communication ability of the student much worse. So be really careful if your teacher tries to teach you things from the Band 9 criteria of the speaking, like connected speech. This is generally inappropriate for most candidates and is also sometimes not possible to teach to the candidates anyway. So this is a very common teaching mistake for the exam. So let's talk about some final tips, things that lower your score. Now, the first one is speak English naturally at all times. When you try and speak above your natural level, you're going to start making lots of mistakes. So trying to use idiomatic language that's very advanced, you'll start making mistakes with the meaning, the grammar, and the communication context for using that word or phrase, and also the resonance of the language. All of that can make it really confusing for the examiner and lowers your score dramatically. You must also speak naturally in the sense that you must answer each question directly. Remember, every question is carefully chosen by the examiner to test a different communication skill. If you don't answer them directly, that can cause problems for our assessment during the exam and make it difficult for us to conduct the exam correctly, particularly if you say lots of things unconnected to the question. The second thing is, if you're frustrated about how low your score is, the solution to that is to improve your spoken English. And the best way to improve your spoken English, and the quickest way, is to practice your spoken English as much as possible. Practicing will improve your spoken English quickly and improve your score. All this other exam technique that I've talked about during this section does not improve your score. Actually, it lowers your score because it makes what you're saying more confusing and is not what the exam is looking for. The exam tests your spoken English, and so you must improve that to improve your score. There is no other way to improve your score apart from that. The third thing is you don't need to tell a story in part 2. This is a complete myth about the exam. It's come from social media. I don't know how, but this is not something that's covered in the examiner training. It's not written in the exam booklet. It's not even written on your task card, and yet lots of candidates do this nowadays. And I strongly recommend that you don't do it. You don't need to. You need to give a presentation during part 2. So that's the key thing. Now, you cannot learn English by yourself, particularly spoken English. You need someone to practice with. So what I recommend is that you use something like Cambly, something like italki, some kind of online platform to find as many people as you can to practice English with. You cannot do it by yourself. It's not possible. Your brain just cannot learn how to communicate properly without that practice. So if you're still struggling with your score, the key thing is that you need enough practice of the new language in order to use it correctly and fluently. And the next thing is you must communicate at your level. Anytime you try and go above your level and communicate unnaturally, like I was saying before, then you will start to make mistakes. You'll get the context wrong, and you'll start to say very confusing things to the examiner, all of which lower your score dramatically, which happens a lot nowadays. And the last one is memorizing word lists lowers your score. Again, this encourages unnatural communication. It encourages you to use words that are above your natural level, that you don't fully understand, and therefore you're going to use things in the wrong context because it's too advanced for you, and then that's going to cause you to become very confusing in the exam, which is going to lower your score. Also, word lists don't give you enough information about the words in order for you to use them correctly. So in order to use a word correctly, you need to understand the meaning in several ways. You need to know the way it's used. So for example, what situations you can use it in. You need to understand the form. So what type of word is an adjective, noun, verb. You need to understand the context as well. So that is when to use this word. You need to understand the resonance. So that's the kind of word. Is it positive, negative? You need to see lots of examples, and you need to know the collocations. If any of that information is missing, then what happens is that you start to use the words incorrectly, you collocate them incorrectly, or you get the grammar wrong, or you get the context wrong, and all of that will lower your score in the exam. So in this section, we're going to be talking about all the things that improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now that we have some idea of the things that don't improve your score, which I talked about in the last section, now we can begin developing your speaking so that you can get a high score in the exam. So the first thing is the most important things. So in the first section, I'm going to be talking about the easiest things you can do to improve your score in the exam. And then we're going to talk about how to use language to communicate more clearly during the speaking. That's something that really improves your score. Talking about grammar, how to make sure you're very accurate. That's particularly important for Band 7. We're going to be talking about pronunciation, how to make sounds clearer with your mouth so that the examiner can understand you better. Then we're going to be talking about some useful words to help you for the exam, and also how to learn words so you don't make lots of mistakes during the exam. We're going to be talking about some of the topics that they talk about during the exam, and I'm going to be showing you which ones to focus on the most. And then we're going to correct some errors. So examiners see lots of the same errors all the time in the speaking exam, and we're going to be talking about that a little bit. And then the final part, just some final advice about what to do on the day of your exam to help you succeed. So, what does the examiner care about in the exam? Now, communication is the number one thing the examiner cares about in the exam. The reason for that is that IELTS is a communication exam. What we're trying to do is see if we can put you in an English-speaking country and you can communicate with people in everyday life. This is why memorization and saying lots of complicated stuff and worrying about what you're wearing and trying to use complicated grammar doesn't improve your score, because actually that makes the communication much worse. It can actually make you much more difficult to understand. Now, the key thing here is that if you use complicated language under lexical resource, if it doesn't support the communication, if it doesn't help the person listening understand what you're talking about, then it doesn't improve your score in any way. How examiners think about the 4 different criteria we have during the speaking exam is that those criteria are all connected to communication. So let me explain. So if your pronunciation is really bad, then it makes it difficult for me to understand what you're saying. So it's difficult for us to have a conversation. Same thing for grammar. If your grammar is not very good and you can't communicate in the past, present, or future, for example, again, it makes the conversation really difficult in the exam. So you get a low score. If you're struggling to communicate about some different things because you don't have the words that you need to actually tell the person listening what you're talking about, then again, that lowers your score in the exam because you're finding it difficult to communicate. And again, with fluency and coherence, if your structure improves my understanding of what you're saying during the exam, then it improves your score. Now, these things are not in isolation. They're all connected to communication. So you cannot just add some words or add some grammar or add some pronunciation to your speaking to improve your score for 2 reasons. One reason is that generally makes you more difficult to understand, which is bad for communication. It's bad for the conversation we're having. Or it's not done for communication reasons, it's only done for exam reasons or to try and impress the examiner, and therefore we don't count it as improving your communication because it's not making it easier for me to understand your ideas. So therefore it has no impact on your score. So in this section of the course, I'm going to be talking in detail about how to improve your communication in lots and lots of different ways. And this is the kind of stuff that really improves your score, not the stuff that I talked about in the previous section. Now, lots of people think that doing the IELTS exam doesn't have much connection with your ability to actually speak English. They think that speaking English as a communication tool and doing the exam are two different things. Now, the key thing is that they are not, okay? IELTS is designed to test your communication ability in English. So the main way to improve your score in the exam is to improve your ability to speak English. And this is the thing that really improves your score. Now, the FSI Institute is part of the Diplomatic Service of the United States. They publish a list of how long it takes to learn a language for English native speakers. You cannot start to prepare for your IELTS exam a few days beforehand. It takes significant amounts of the right kind of practice and dedication to get a high score. So again, I repeat, the key thing for improving your score is to improve your English, and this is the main thing. Now, they produce a list of some of the more difficult languages and the time it takes to learn these languages. Now, this list is in reverse for people learning English. So if your first language is French, then it will be much quicker for you to learn English. It will take about 575 hours to speak English at about band 7.5 or sort of band 7 level in the IELTS exam. If you speak German as your first language, it will be slightly longer, about 750 hours. If you speak Swahili or Indonesian, it will be even longer. And if you speak some languages that are very different to English, like Urdu or Turkish or Ukrainian or Slovak or Polish or Russian or Croatian, any of these languages, it will take you slightly longer, about 1,100 hours. And if you speak Arabic, Mandarin Chinese, Korean, or Japanese, then it will take you even longer, 2,200 hours. Now, you cannot rush this process. You'll see some social media videos by teachers telling you that you can just learn how to get band 7 in IELTS in 5 days or whatever. It's not true. It requires a significant amount of time and energy, particularly if your first language is something like Arabic or Chinese, which are two of the languages that a lot of people speak who do the exam. So this is just to let you know that you have to focus on improving your speaking in English. There is no difference between your ability to speak English and your score in the exam in general. And it requires a lot of practice and a lot of effort over a period of time in order to get a high score in the exam. Okay, so let's talk about things that improve your score the most in the exam. So, number one is communication. Now, you have to remember that IELTS is a communication exam. What the examiner is looking for is that you can take what's inside your mind and you can tell them in a really clear and precise way. Now, don't say anything that is confusing during the exam. That lowers your score dramatically because that is bad for communication. So always use really simple and clear language so that the examiner can understand exactly what you are talking about, and it will really improve your score. Number two is speaking clearly. Now, in my experience conducting the exam, candidates are often very nervous and they speak very quickly and they merge words together. So it can be really difficult to understand exactly what they are saying in the exam. So always focus on saying each word really clearly, and that will really improve your score in the exam. Number three is speaking naturally. Never try and communicate above your natural level. Anytime you try and communicate above your natural level, you are going to make mistakes because it is above your natural level. How you communicate is how you communicate. You cannot change that when you are inside the exam. You just have to improve your ability to speak English, and then you will communicate naturally at a higher level. Again, I repeat, you cannot change that for the exam. And if you try, you will make lots of mistakes. Number 4 is responding directly. Now, this really improves your score because every question in the exam is designed to test a skill in your English. Now, if you don't respond directly, it causes all kinds of problems for the assessment because we don't know if you can do those skills or not. Also, it causes problems for the examiner in terms of conducting the exam. The exam is not designed to be done in a way in which the candidates don't answer the questions directly. So it will cause problems for our next questions. It will cause problems for our Part 3 skills questions. It just causes problems. So don't do it in the exam. Number 5 is listening carefully to the examiner. Do not try and answer the question you want to be asked rather than the question the examiner is asking. Examiners get really annoyed about that. Okay, just listen very carefully to what the examiner's saying and try and answer as best you can. And work with the examiner. Remember, you're having a conversation with a real person, okay, in the exam. So you communicate with them like you would someone in your everyday life, okay? And you would normally listen to the person you're speaking with carefully. So you should do the same in the exam. And the last thing is speaking evenly, okay? You don't need to keep speaking all the time. You don't need to speak as quickly as you can, but it's good to keep a good pace, okay, during your exam. Don't rush, don't speak too slowly, but in the middle, quite an even pace can really improve your score in the exam and take natural pauses. So, in this part, we're just going to talk about some accurate information about how each part of the exam works. And this will really help you feel more relaxed during your own exam and will really help you improve your score. Now, there is a lot of inaccurate or partial information on social media which confuses candidates. So the aim of this section is to tell you the accurate information about how the exam works. So let's talk about part 1 and how examiners conduct the exam. So number 1 is examiners test your basic skills in English. Now, how the exam works is that we start off with some easy questions just to test your most basic skills. So, for example, the first question is, what is your name? That's band 2. Now, we just need to check that you can do all the basic skills before we move on to more complicated skills, okay? So don't cause problems for us in this part. We just need to check name, okay? Present simple question, can they do that? Simple future, okay? Um, Also, can they give their opinion, basic opinion about something? These are some of the basic skills in part 1, and we're just testing that. So all you need to do is just respond directly, just show us that you can do those things. Now, in part 1, examiners must repeat the exact words of the question. So you can ask the examiner to repeat something, but they cannot paraphrase the question in any way. They must say the exact same words. Number 3, the examiner will interrupt you after 25 to 30 seconds to give each candidate the same amount of time to speak. Now, we use why or why not questions during this part to control the timing of the exam. So don't worry if some of your answers are a bit short and they ask you why or why not questions. We're doing that just to make sure we get the timing right for part 1. It's also good to answer why or why not questions. That shows greater language ability and shows you're listening to the examiner as well. a lot of the questions in part 1 just have short answers. That's absolutely fine. All you have to do is just show that you can do the basic skills in part 1. That is all. Don't try and do anything special. That will cause problems for communication and actually lower your score. It will not improve your score in the exam. And the last part, examiners still start with the most basic skills and will ask gradually more difficult questions during the exam. So exactly what I was saying, don't try and disrupt that process in any way by giving additional details we don't ask for, not answering the question directly, trying to speak over us, answering questions before we ask them. Okay, don't do any of those things. They cause a problem for communication and will lower your score. Just answer the questions directly, just speak clearly, just speak naturally, and that will improve your score. Okay, so let's talk a bit about part 2 from the examiner's perspective. Now, in part 2, you have to speak for 2 minutes about a task that the examiner will give you in the exam. Now, the reason they have this on the exam is that back in the 1990s, the British universities wanted a task in the speaking exam that would test whether the candidates can make a presentation in English. So that is part of the reason why they still have it on the exam. It was also because they wanted to see if the candidates were fluent enough in their second language to be able to speak in the second language for 2 minutes, which is a really good test of fluency. Now, examiners will test your ability to speak at length in English, okay? They will give you 1 minute to think about the question and then 2 minutes to speak. Now, normally for examiners, when we give the task card to the candidate, it's just random, okay? We don't choose it, okay? And we'll spend that time having a look at what the part 3 skills questions are. So that's what we're doing while you look at the task, and we'll be thinking about how to ask the part 3 skills questions in the correct way. Now, you must answer the question they give you in the exam. You can vary it slightly. Be a bit careful with that if you're really struggling to think of something. But just try and say as much as you can about the question. If you don't speak for 1 minute and a half, we have to say, can you tell me anything more about that? And if you can keep speaking up to 2 minutes, that is really good. If you don't speak for 2 minutes, we will ask what is called the rounding off question. And we also sometimes might do this depending on how much preparation time you had. So if you don't use the whole 1 minute preparation time, we might have time to ask the rounding off question, but we must finish at 3 minutes. So it will depend. That generally doesn't happen. So that's most of what's happening from the examiner's perspective in part 2. Okay, so let's talk about part 3 from the examiner's perspective. Now, in part 3, we have to ask you a series of different questions that each test a skill in your English. So, for example, in the booklet, we have a topic and we have a skill we have to ask you about that topic. So, for example, if it was technology for a lower level and it was future, it might be some kind of future question. Like, for example, how will technology change in the future? If it was comparison, and for a higher level, it might be how has technology changed from the past until now? So, a more difficult question for a higher level. Now, the skills are always different. Some common ones are giving your opinion, making a comparison, and speculating about the future. So, if you won the lottery, what would happen? So, something like that in the exam. Now, there are 2 or 3 sets of questions. It depends on the topics in the exam. Some are for higher levels and some are for lower levels. The examiner is telling you on how easy you find it to have a conversation in English. The easier that conversation is, the higher your score in the exam. So if I, as the examiner, feel like we're having a good conversation and the conversation isn't difficult for me or difficult for you, then you get a higher score. Now, the key thing here is the interaction is what improves your score, okay? Because we are examining communication. So I need to say something, you need to listen and then respond to what I'm saying, and we're having a conversation. Now, the examiner is allowed to ask additional sub-questions in addition to their main skills questions. So if you give a shorter answer, don't worry. The examiner can ask you another question without any problems. And the last thing, the examiner is allowed to paraphrase questions and ask you in a different way. So they don't have to repeat the exact questions in the booklet. In fact, we actually don't have exact questions written in the booklet. All we have are skills, the level, and the topic, which we have to use to design questions for you in the exam to test your skill ability in English. Now, in this part, I'm just going to give you really detailed information on what you should do in each part of the exam. And this advice will really help you improve your score in the exam, and I really hope you find it helpful for your next speaking exam. So these are the 3 key things you need to do in part 1 of the speaking exam. You need to speak clearly, number 1. You need to answer the question directly, number 2. And number 3 is that you need to answer the question and then stop speaking. And if you do that, you will really improve your score in the exam. Okay, so let's talk about how to do part 2 of the exam and some really important things to remember. So, number 1 is to speak slowly, clearly, evenly, and naturally. Number 2 is to speak for 2 minutes. That's really important for your score. Now, you must speak more than 90 seconds, otherwise you might get a lower score. So be really careful with that. It's important to have a simple structure. So for the first part, for the beginning, introduce the topic to the examiner. That's really crucial. And then have a middle part, and then you can sort of summarize at the end. It doesn't have to be really complex, just a simple structure is okay. And the last piece of advice is use the sub-questions to structure your answer to keep your presentation focused. So, for example, you can use the questions from the task that the examiner gives you and structure them this way. So the first part of the task you can use as the beginning, your simple introduction. The next 2 or 3 sub-questions you can use as the middle or the details. And then the finish is the end where you use the last question and you can finish with a summary about that question. And then that gives a really good simple structure to your presentation, which will improve your score. Okay, so let's talk about some important things to do in part 3 in order to improve your score. So some of the key things are to speak clearly. That's really important during the whole exam. Always answer the question directly. If you don't, you will get a lower score because you won't show the examiner the skills they're looking for, and also you cause problems for our assessment. So always answer the question directly. And number 3 is answer the question and then stop speaking. Okay? Any words you say that are unconnected to the question are lowering your score. Now, for some questions, the answer is quite short, like, where is your hometown? You just tell them directly. That's absolutely fine. It doesn't lower your score. And then for some questions, the answer is open, can be much longer, and you can give details. That's absolutely fine. But the key thing is, do not say any words that are unconnected to the question. Just answer the question and then stop speaking. So in this whole part, we're going to be talking about how to use language in the IELTS speaking exam to improve your score dramatically. Now, this is based on my years of experience doing the exam, and all of these pieces of advice will help you improve your score. So the first thing we're going to talk about is misuse of words. And then we're going to talk about natural language. It's really important. Not learning word lists, the danger of synonyms, words that must collocate. That's important. One common cause of confusion in the exam is words that don't collocate correctly. Avoiding idiomatic language for most candidates. Varying language, which is something that a lot of candidates get wrong. Commonly misused words that can confuse the examiner. Common translation mistakes. Duplication of ideas. Avoiding some and those, and using more precise language, which is really important for your score. And then we're going to move on to not overusing precise language. We're going to talk a little bit about spoken and written English, and we're going to talk about polite English and slang English. So let's talk about the misuse of words in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, vocabulary is a very important part of IELTS speaking, but generally, students do not understand what constitutes good vocabulary. Now, precise vocabulary, rather than the use of rarely used words, is good vocabulary. Good vocabulary use occurs when students express ideas precisely and in a standard way, similar to an educated native speaker, which means using standard phrases and collocations, like words that are used together, for example, wise choices or unreasonable demands or alcohol consumption, something like that. Now, by using standard vocabulary, your speaking can be more easily understood by the examiner and show that you understand how language is used correctly and allow the speaker's meaning to be communicated effectively. Now, the really crucial thing about this is that for examiners, vocabulary is assessed based on how words are used, not what words are used. So, strongly recommend you use all the natural vocabulary you know in the correct context when it comes to mind during the exam, and that will really improve your use of vocabulary. Now, excellent vocabulary is often incorrectly understood by students to mean using lots of complex words. Now, this is completely unnecessary in the exam. Very often, students attempt to impress examiners by using complex words, and the result is always that instead of using a simple correct word, they use a complex word incorrectly. This happened to me all the time in the exam. Now, this shows the examiner that they do not fully understand the words they are using, and this is bad for your score. in my experience, most candidates say at least 3 or 4 really confusing things to IELTS speaking examiners in the exam, and this is completely unnecessary, so I strongly recommend you don't do it. Now, in addition, no two words in any language have exactly the same meaning. If they did, one of the words would quickly fall into disuse. So changing a choice of vocabulary always means the meaning of the sentence has also been changed. So you have to be really careful with this. So I strongly recommend you don't do this. It leads to a lot of misuse of words in my experience, and this will really improve your score in the exam. So let's talk about using natural language and why it's so important for your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, an additional problem with attempting to use more complex language is that incorrect usage often confuses the examiner. Now, this is the reason why speaking naturally during the exam is so important and really improves your score. When an incorrect choice of words is combined with other grammar or vocabulary mistakes, the speaking becomes very difficult to understand. It is a failure on the part of the student to communicate well, and if this occurs, students will receive a very heavy penalty, and it will usually exclude them from achieving a score of Band 7 in speaking. A further problem with attempting to use more complex vocabulary than is necessary is that the chosen word will not be consistent with the usual speaking style of the student, and this will lead to cohesion problems. Furthermore, native speakers do not aim to impress people with their vocabulary, so any attempt to use complex language will lead to non-standard usage. Students should always aim to use language that is familiar to them and at their natural level. Anytime you try and communicate above your natural level, you are going to make mistakes. So we strongly don't recommend this. Now, students should be reminded that there are many examples of great literature, such as George Orwell's Animal Farm, that uses very simple vocabulary. It is the quality of ideas and the effectiveness of the communication that increase your score. Native speakers use very complex vocabulary only when they are seeking to achieve a very exact meaning, and this only occurs when they are communicating complex arguments or making detailed descriptions. When words are rarely used, it is because that they have very precise meanings and therefore should only be used in very specific circumstances, which is key. Now, most of these really unusual pieces of vocabulary you might not even hear during the exam because the context won't be correct. Now, don't use these in the wrong context because that will be very confusing. Now, these particularly precise words are very difficult to use correctly and are only really used correctly by highly educated native speakers. So, unless you're at the right level, don't try and use really, really complex, precise language. Always communicate naturally in the exam, and this will improve your score. Now, something else that is really common for lots of candidates is learning word lists. Now, merely memorizing lists of words may seem like a tempting shortcut for IELTS speaking, but it falls short of providing the necessary skills to excel in this task. Now, speaking effectively requires a deeper understanding of vocabulary, including collocations, idiomatic expressions, and the ability to see words in context. Now, it's really important you don't just learn words individually. Any words you learn in English, you must understand the meaning, you must understand the context, you must understand the form, you must understand the collocations, and have a really deep understanding of the grammar forms. Otherwise, you're going to make mistakes in the exam. Language is not merely a collection of individual words, but a dynamic system of interconnected meanings and structures. So learning word lists doesn't give you enough information about the words to use them correctly. So this can actually lower your score in the exam. Now, by solely relying on word lists, learners miss out on the subtleties and nuances that make language rich and meaningful. Developing a broader vocabulary repertoire, coupled with a solid grasp of grammar and sentence structures, allows speakers to express their ideas with precision, coherence, and fluency, which is what you're aiming for in the exam. It is through regular practice and exposure to authentic materials that learners can truly internalize vocabulary and employ it naturally when speaking. So rather than focusing solely on word lists, it is essential to embrace a comprehensive approach that encompasses reading, listening, speaking, and writing in order to enhance your overall language proficiency. And that is really important. Don't just sit in your room and learn lots of words by yourself in a whole list. That is not going to improve your score. You need all these skills, all this information to really improve your ability to communicate in the new language, and that will really improve your score. So let's talk about the danger of using synonyms in the exam. Now, many candidates make mistakes with synonyms on a regular basis, so it's important to talk about them just for a little bit of time so that you can avoid making the same mistakes in the exam. So sometimes synonyms can have almost the same meaning and can be used interchangeably. For example, huge and enormous can be used to describe something that's very big. For example, they live in a huge, enormous house in the country. That one is okay. However, you cannot say the directors awarded themselves a great, vast pay rise. So that's a synonym that cannot be used in that context. Now, lots of candidates make mistakes with this during the speaking exam. So you have to be careful when using synonyms. Often two words or expressions that have a similar meaning cannot be used in the same context. They have different connotations or subtle meanings which, if used incorrectly, can give the wrong impression and really confuse the examiner in the speaking exam. For example, single-minded and stubborn have a similar meaning. However, the former can be used in a positive context to describe someone who is focused and determined to achieve something, and stubborn, on the other hand, tends to be used with a negative connotation. So be really careful with this. Now, in addition to this, one word might collocate or go with another word to describe something specific. For example, vacant and uninhabited have a similar meaning but are not used to describe different things. So, for example, there are several uninhabited islands off the coast, meaning no one lives there. However, you cannot use a synonym in the same context. We had to stand on the train as there are no uninhabited seats. Now, it doesn't work in that context, so you have to be really careful with that. What you need to say is, we had to stand on the train as there were no vacant seats. So these are some of the problems that can be caused by using synonyms in the exam without carefully considering what impact it has for the person listening during the exam. So let's talk about the ways in which more candidates make mistakes with synonyms. So, in a similar way, some words appear as part of a set expression, and so using a synonym just wouldn't work. For example, although blow, hit, and punch have a similar meaning, only one of them works here. So, for example, the argument got so heated, I thought they were going to come to blows. That one is correct. However, you can't say, the argument got so heated, I thought they were going to come to punches. That doesn't make any sense in English. So this is some more examples of why you have to be so careful with synonyms. Now, synonyms can also be more or less formal. For example, the nouns help and assistance have a very similar meaning. Imagine you're with a friend who's carrying some heavy shopping bags. You'd be far more likely to say, "Do you need any help with those bags?" because assistance would be rather too formal. On the other hand, "If I can be of any assistance, please let me know," would be perfectly okay if it was said in a more formal situation. So, as a learning strategy, try categorizing any new synonyms you come across. For example, generally interchangeable, the company has a goal, target, aim of increasing sales by 20%. Now, you have to be really careful with this because many candidates make mistakes. There are very few true synonyms in English. If things do mean similar things, sometimes they have a negative, positive connotation. Sometimes they can be used in the same situation. Sometimes they're formal, informal. So this is all the information you need to know about the words before using them. Now, also, you sometimes get contextual synonyms. So, for example, the group trekked through the forest. I generally walk to the station every morning. So, walking through a forest is more difficult. There's more mud. The path is often more difficult to walk along. So, therefore, you say trek in that situation. Another example, formal and informal. The show commences at 7:30, and I think I'll start preparing dinner. Now, you wouldn't normally say, "I think I'll start commencing dinner." Okay, again, it would be very strange in an informal situation to say that. So, these different ways of using the words are so important for the person listening. Otherwise, what you say can become very confusing. So, in general, using synonyms doesn't improve your score in the exam. Candidates make so many mistakes, in my experience, that actually it lowers your score. So, be really careful with the words that you use. Now, finally, if you also make a point of learning set expressions, you'll hopefully avoid using a synonym when one isn't appropriate. So that is also something to think about. So let's talk about collocations in the IELTS speaking exam and how it can really improve your score. Now, ineffective collocation use is one of the most common reasons for low marks in the IELTS exam. On the next slide are some common examples of collocations from IELTS speaking. We strongly recommend that you check your spoken collocation use with a teacher before the exam. And in my experience, lots of candidates make a lot of mistakes with collocations when they're speaking during the exam, which can lower their score. But in reverse to that, if you get it right, it can really increase your score. Now, in order to avoid making mistakes with collocations, it's really important to learn collocations when you learn a new word in English. This can really help you avoid mistakes in the exam. So let's have a look at some common examples. So you need to say make a decision. Okay, it's not do a decision. That's quite a common mistake. Take a risk, give advice. Okay, it's not make advice. Okay, which is a common error that you hear. Pay attention, save time, break a promise, catch a cold, do homework, heavy rain, strong opinion, deep sleep, high expectations, close friend, fast food, and hard work. Okay, so it's not rapid food or quick food, for example, which is quite a common error with collocations. So knowing these things will really help you in the exam. So whenever you learn a word, make sure to learn the collocations at the same time and check your collocation use with a teacher before the exam. So before we move on, let's talk about some key tips for the exam that are really important to remember. So number 1 is to use simple and correct language to communicate more clearly. So that's really important, okay? Now, mistakes in the exam really lower your score. Also, saying anything confusing also really lowers your score. So it's much more important to communicate clearly using correct and simple language than it is to try and impress the examiner. That doesn't have much impact on your score, but getting it wrong really has an impact on your score. Now, number 2, to improve your score, always speak naturally, okay? Always speak at your natural level. Anytime you try and speak above your natural level, you will make mistakes. And again, mistakes cause a much bigger issue for your score than trying to use lots of complicated language. Number 3 is do not learn word lists. Okay, they don't give you enough information about the words in order to use them correctly. So this will also lead to lots of mistakes in the speaking exam, and that will lower your score. And be careful with synonyms. Lots of candidates in the speaking exam use synonyms incorrectly. They don't know whether they're formal, informal, positive, negative, what they collocate with, all of those things, which means that they try and change the words a lot of the time in the speaking exam, but they change them to words that are confusing. So in that situation, if you confuse the examiner, then that will lower your score dramatically. And again, communicating correctly really improves your score, whereas if you say anything confusing, that really lowers your score. So that's how the exam works. And the last thing is always learn the word and the collocations at the same time, so you know how the words fit together in the language. And if you do that and you communicate clearly and simply, you will really improve your score in the exam. Now, most candidates should avoid idiomatic language in order to improve their score in the exam. Now, the way that most candidates use idiomatic language in the exam actually lowers your score. For it to improve your score, it has to be the most precise way to communicate a very complicated concept in as few words as possible in English. So that's really important to mention. You can't just kind of randomly put in these idiomatic phrases in order to improve your score. Actually, what happens is that the examiner gets very confused, and I've been in that situation myself many times. So just to repeat, caution should be exercised when using idioms in the exam. It is important to select idioms that are commonly used and appropriate for the context, as the IELTS exam assesses clarity, coherence, and accuracy. Overusing or misusing idioms can lead to confusion or unintended meanings. Therefore, it is advisable to practice and familiarize yourself with a range of idiomatic expressions that are relevant to the topics covered in the exam, ensuring that you use them appropriately and effectively to enhance the overall quality of your speaking. So this is the really key thing. It's got to be imprecise way, in fluent speech, to communicate a really complicated concept in a few words. And it cannot be added. It's got to be natural. You've got to use it in the correct context. It's got to come to mind while you're speaking. Now, in my experience, idioms are only used effectively for communication at about Band 8 level speaking. So if you're not at this level, I strongly recommend you don't try and use idioms, because what will happen is that you'll get the grammar wrong, or you'll get the pronunciation wrong, or you'll get the collocations wrong, or you'll get the meaning wrong, or you'll get the cultural context wrong, and therefore it will be really confusing to the examiner. So for this reason, it's not something important or to think about below that level. So let's talk about some examples of how idiomatic language is used in the exam and how that can affect your score or improve your score. So this is a bad example. Now, this is how most candidates use idiomatic language in the exam. They'll say something like, climate change is a hot potato in today's world. It's a Pandora's box that we can't sweep under the rug anymore. The ball is in our court, and we need to think outside the box to tackle this issue head on. Now, this is too complicated for most candidates below Band 8 to remember. So what they do is they memorize it, and then if they hear something about climate change, they'll start saying this in the exam. Now, this is terrible for your score for lots of reasons. Because firstly, it's not natural communication, so we can't examine it. Secondly, the idiomatic language is not really used correctly. Thirdly, it's unnecessary as well. Like, actually, this makes your communication much more confusing. If you just use simple words, you would communicate more effectively, and therefore you would get a higher score. Now, you can use idiomatic language effectively, like in this example. The rapid growth of the tourism industry in developing countries has become a double-edged sword. It has brought great wealth to some impoverished nations, but also led to severe environmental pollution at many popular tourist spots. Now, if you can say this in fluent speech, in the correct context, then that can improve your score. But you have to wait for it in the exam, and the idiomatic language has to come to mind while you're speaking. You can't add this to your speaking. Another really classic one that you hear a lot of if you're doing the speaking exam is you hear things like, I was on cloud nine when I passed my exam with flying colors, and I went to the restaurant to be over the moon. Something like that. So there are basically two phrases there that mean the same thing, which is very happy, but the way you said it was quite confusing, and also you link the idea of over the moon with going to a restaurant, which doesn't really make any sense. So that's very poor use of idiomatic language. So those are some examples, but basically don't really try and use it unless you're likely to get band 8 in the speaking exam. But though below that level, you're not going to improve your score. It's probably going to cause communication problems. And unless you get the context exactly right, then it doesn't help you in the exam. So let's talk about language variation in the exam. Now, many students are taught to vary their language by various online courses or teachers or social media videos, but unfortunately, this doesn't really improve your score much in the exam. So to improve your score in the exam, I don't recommend varying your language unless you're likely to get band 8 or band 9 in the exam. This is because varying your language often leads to problems, and the focus for students up to band 8 should always be to communicate well, and varying language often does not lead to better communication and sometimes causes problems very often. In almost every single exam I did, there was problems with this. Often students will vary their language naturally to good effect. However, students should not change their speaking purely to achieve variations, as this can cause problems. So again, like I'm always saying, just say words and phrases that come to mind while you're speaking. Often there is no reasonable alternative for a word in English. Again, very few words in English actually have a pure synonym, and you just have to use the word you need to communicate in the speaking exam. Now, let's take a look at an example. A good example of this is the word like, which is part of many IELTS speaking questions. In order to achieve variation, many students will replace like with into or love, for example. Now, this can cause confusion. Love is a very strong word, so you have to be a bit careful how you use it. And into really has a lot more detail. It means that you like studying about it, you might go to classes about it, you might read quite a lot about it. You have a very detailed knowledge of the thing you're talking about. So this can be a bit confusing if used in the wrong context. So for example, I am into doing my homework and I feel good when I finish it. Now this doesn't really make sense because you generally only do your homework once And so you can't have like a very detailed knowledge of it each time you do it. So that the meaning here doesn't really work. And another example, I love watching TV, but I don't really enjoy it. Now, again, we've got confusion here. Now, this happens a lot in the exam because the candidate's saying, oh, I can't use the word like, it's too simple, so I have to change the word. But you often get sentences like the second one where you get a contradiction in the sentence between something they said at the beginning of the sentence and the end of the sentence. Now, this is really confusing and will lower your score dramatically in the exam. So to improve your score, don't focus on language variation, just focus on communicating really clearly, and you should only vary your language if there is a clear alternative, and often in English there is no acceptable alternative, so this is unnecessary. Okay, so let's talk about some commonly misused words in the exam. Now, knowing how to use these words correctly will really improve your score because, in my experience as an examiner, lots of these words are used incorrectly in the exam. So that's really important to remember. Now, the first two are efficiency and effectiveness. Now, efficiency is a much overused word in the speaking exam and should usually be replaced with effectiveness. Efficiency is how quickly or smoothly an event occurs, and effectiveness refers to how good the final result is. So, for example, John completed his work in a highly efficient manner, however, he would be more effective if he paid more attention to detail. So, be really careful with this in the speaking exam. Now, the next ones are knowledge, learning, thinking, and skills. Now, knowledge is also a commonly overused word. In this case, there is a key cultural difference between developing and developed countries, which causes the overuse of knowledge. In developing countries, education is focused on obtaining knowledge, so students will choose this word correctly based on their understanding. However, in the West, the education system is based on idea and skills development, resulting in native speakers rarely talking about knowledge. There's also some translation differences in the languages as well. Students should generally seek to replace developing knowledge with words such as thinking, skills, or learning. And I'm going to show you a few examples in just a second. So remember that knowledge is the information you know about something, whereas skills is actually what you can do. So there's a difference between what you can do and the information that you know. So let's practice this. So we've got our words here: knowledge, learning, thinking, skills, efficiency, and effectiveness. I'm just going to give you 1 minute. Have a look at A, B, C, and D and think about which word is correct for each situation. Okay, so let's talk about this. So A, being able to list all the parts of a car. Now, this is knowledge. This is the information you know. Okay, so that's a key thing. B, being able to fix the car. Now, this is a skill. That's something you can actually do to help the situation. And C, doing things quickly. This is efficiency. Okay, so that's how quickly you do something, but not how well you do it, so not how good the job is. And the last one, D, doing a good job, that is effective. Okay, that's how good the job is that you have done. So each of these words are used in different situations, and I really hope this helps you for the speaking exam. Okay, so let's talk about some more commonly misused words in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, if you use these words correctly in the IELTS speaking, it will really improve your score. So the first one is enhance. Now, this is arguably the most misused word in the speaking exam and should probably always be avoided. Now, enhance is most commonly used in advertising and is most correctly used to describe additional features, not making things better. Now, this is really important. Lots of candidates make mistakes with this. It should never be used as a synonym for improvement. Now, the only time you might have to use this word in the exam is if they actually ask you about an advertisement in part 2 or part 3, which is quite unlikely. So, in general, don't use this word, and also don't use it for meaning improvement. Now, improvement is simply to make things better. It is a very common word and can be repeated lots of times without any problems. Now, the next ones are drugs and medicine. Now, drugs and medicine are commonly misused words in the speaking exam because drugs has a very wide meaning that is much wider than in many other languages. A drug is any substance that has the ability to modify the physiology of any species belonging to the animal kingdom. Now, drugs include illegal drugs such as heroin, cocaine, or marijuana, medicines such as aspirin, Panadol, and morphine, and alcohol. Alcohol is a drug because it modifies brain chemistry and affects coordination and judgment. A commonly used phrase is drugs and alcohol, even though this is a duplication because many people do not think of alcohol as a drug, even though it is. Now, medicine has a much narrower meaning when referring to drugs. It is used for drugs that are beneficial and when referring to individual drugs. The correct usage is complex and generally should be avoided in favor of a more general word. So that will help you avoid mistakes. And it should be noted that the correct word for a company that manufactures drugs and medicine is a drugs company or drug company, not a medicine company. So these are some important things to remember. And I hope this allows you to avoid some of the mistakes that many candidates make in the speaking exam. Now, popular and common are also two really commonly misused words in the speaking exam because they have a much narrower meaning in English compared to other languages. So, some important things to remember. Popular is most commonly used in fashion and entertainment. The use of popular often implies that something is in fashion at the moment, but is likely to go out of fashion in the future, rather than become a permanent change. That's really important to remember. People wear clothes in some years and then they stop wearing them at some point. Music, films, clothes, brands, and models of cars or phones, holiday destinations may all be popular. However, going to university, having a mobile phone or a car, or driving to school rather than walking or riding a bicycle to school are all common, and it is incorrect to use popular in these cases. So, two more words you have to be careful of: punishment and discipline. The purpose of punishment is to cause pain to people who have behaved badly. The aim of discipline is to teach people who have made poor choices. For example, for children, the aim is always to teach. Therefore, children should be disciplined and never punished. Punished is also commonly misused in IELTS questions by examiners to test whether students know the correct language. So that's really important to remember. So using these words correctly in the exam can really help improve your score, and I really hope they help you for your next exam. Now let's talk about 2 more commonly misused words in the exam. Now, surfing the internet and on the internet are 2 words that if you use correctly in the IELTS speaking exam, it will really improve your score. So students often use surfing the internet as a general term for using the internet. Now, surfing is riding a wave and implies that a person goes where the wave takes them with limited control. Now, in an internet context, this means that a person has no set direction and will simply follow links that attract their attention. Surfing the internet is a leisure activity. Now, that's really important to mention. Now, when using the internet for a specific purpose, such as research or for work, it is incorrect to use surf the internet. Normally, it is use the internet. Be on the internet or simply be online. So this is a really key difference, but you can really show that you understand words in English clearly by making sure you get this correct in the exam. So just to recap, surfing is more of sort of a leisure activity, more relaxed, you're just kind of looking around. And on the internet, you're using the internet for work, you're using it for something specific at that time. Now, the next really commonly misused words are academic study and education. Students often use academic study when describing areas of importance for young people. However, this language is imprecise. Studying is an action, but it is always better to describe the purpose of the action rather than the action itself. In this case, the purpose of the action is to become educated, and it is far more standard to use the phrases such as young people should focus on their education rather than young people should focus on their academic study. So this is another commonly misused word in the exam that you can get correct in your own exam. So let's talk about our final commonly misused word in the exam. Now, the word convenient is misused by many different speakers of different languages, but in particular, Mandarin speakers use this word incorrectly a lot of the time. Now, it is quite common to see this used incorrectly because of linguistic differences. So, Mandarin speakers often mistakenly employ convenient in situations where a more suitable term would be easy or simple. This misinterpretation stems from the fact that the Mandarin word for convenient, pronounced "fanbian," encompasses a broader range of meanings, including both convenience and simplicity, and something that is nearby. Now, we don't use it in the same broad range of contexts in English. Now, as a result, Mandarin speakers may unintentionally overuse convenient in English conversations, using it to describe tasks or actions that merely require minimal effort or are straightforward. It is important to note that these linguistic distinctions to ensure accurate communication and avoid any potential confusion. Now, native English speakers only really use the word convenient when they say that something is convenient for some other reason. So it was convenient to go to the barber's because I was already nearby at the supermarket. We generally use it in that situation, and we don't use it in all the other different situations that you can in Mandarin. So this is something to be really careful of in the speaking exam. Now, a really common problem that lowers the score of many candidates is directly translating your first language into English. And if you do this, a lot of what you say can sound very strange to native speakers and can be quite confusing. So in this part of the course, I'm just going to talk about some of the most common translation mistakes in the exam, and I strongly recommend that you work on this in your spare time with a teacher or with a native speaker so that you understand what these words and phrases mean and how to say them in a way that's easier for native speakers of English to understand and other English speakers. Now, Arabic is another example where there are big differences between the languages. So if you speak Arabic as your native language, this is particularly important for you in the exam. So one example of this is, I am too much cold. Now, in Arabic, the translation of too means very, but in English, this means that there are too many of something for something else. So, for example, too many people for the room, meaning you can't have any more people. You need to say, instead, I am very cold. And another example, open the light. In Arabic, the word for turning something on uses the same verb as open. So you need to say turn on the light in English. So again, these might seem like small things, but they could be quite confusing to a native speaker. So research these before the speaking exam to really improve your score. So the final language we're going to talk about is French. Now, French is closer to English than some of the other languages already discussed, but it is possible to still make mistakes when translating from French into English, especially if you directly translate. So, in French, you can say, I have 25 years. Now, in French, age is expressed with the verb to have. However, you cannot really say this in English, so it's important to say, I am 25 years old. That will make a huge difference. Now, another example would be, I wait you. Now, in French, the equivalent verb attendre does not need a preposition. So, a lot of French speakers make a mistake with this. So, in English, you have to say, I am waiting for you as the correct combination of words for native speakers to understand. Now, translation mistakes from French into English are generally not quite as confusing as the other languages. But in order to get a high score in IELTS, you have to really understand how these translation mistakes occur. So I strongly recommend that you research this quite a lot before your own exam, and this will really improve your score. So let's now talk about Hindi, which has quite a few linguistic differences between English and the language. So in Hindi, an example would be, my all books are here. Now the structure is often my all books rather than all my books. But in English, this might be a little bit confusing. So we recommend that you say, all my books are here in that order. Now, another example is, I am understanding. Hindi often uses continuous tense more frequently than English. So correct the English and say, I understand in that context. Now, again, my aim here is not to teach you all the words you need or all the translation mistakes from your own language. My aim here is just to encourage you to practice this with a teacher or think about it very carefully or look it up online to make sure that you're not making any of these common translation mistakes when you speak during the exam. And that will really improve your score. So let's talk about some examples from Indonesian. Now, the first one is, I am boring. Indonesian speakers may confuse bored with boring due to the lack of this distinction in their language. So again, this is a translation mistake, taking the literal words from your own language and putting them into English. So you need to say, I am bored instead of I am boring. Now, the next one is, I already eat. In Indonesian, tense is often indicated by context, leading to dropped auxiliary verbs. But in English, you need to say, I have already eaten, and add in the auxiliary verb to make it clear to the person listening. So again, it might seem like something quite small, but these things could be a bit confusing to native speakers. So we strongly recommend that you research them before the exam. So let's talk about some common translation mistakes for Mandarin into English. Now, Mandarin, Japanese, Thai, and Arabic are very, very different languages from English. So if your first language is one of these, then this is even more important for you. You have to understand how English is naturally spoken and the combination of words used by native speakers in order to improve your score in the exam. So let's have a look at this example. My phone is very convenient to use. Now in Mandarin, 方便 can be used to mean user-friendly, easy, or nearby, but you cannot use it in this context in English, so therefore this will be quite confusing to native speakers. Another example. The education resources are good in my hometown. Now again, in Mandarin you can say educational resources to mean that your hometown has good schools and teachers, but this doesn't really make sense in English, so you can't use it in exactly the same context. So be really careful with this kind of thing. Now, my aim here is not to teach you all the translation mistakes from your language. Again, it's to show you that this is one of the key things that can improve your score. So, understanding the common translation mistakes in your language will really help you. So, let's have a look at the first two from Japanese. Now, Japanese is a really different language to English, and it's very difficult to translate the language directly. So if you translate the language directly, sometimes you can say some things that sound a little bit strange. And I'm going to give you two examples. So the first one is, he is good at baseball, isn't it? Now, Japanese uses sentence endings like ni for confirmation, often translating to isn't it if you use a dictionary or use a translation program online. Now, what you have to do to say this correctly is you have to say, he is good at baseball, isn't he? So that's quite an important difference between Japanese and English. Another one, I'm studying English since 2 years. Now, again, Japanese doesn't use the perfect continuous tense in the same way. So you need to say, I've been studying English for 2 years. So this is a key difference between the two languages. Now, my aim here is not to show you every single translation mistake in Japanese. That's not possible in this course. But the key thing here is that this is the kind of thing that really improves your score. If you can use English that is really easy to understand and doesn't sound like a translation of your first language, then you will get a much better score in the exam. And it's this kind of thing that really improves your score, not the stuff that most social media videos talk about. Okay, so let's talk about some more common translation mistakes between different languages. So let's talk about Spanish. So a lot of Spanish speakers, when they speak English, they'll say something like, I have hunger. Now, in Spanish, expressions of need or state often use the verb to have, whereas in English, you have to say, I am something rather than have something. And the next one, she has 30 years. Similar to French, Spanish uses to have for age. So you have to say, she is 30 years rather than she has this number of years. Now, again, this is the kind of thing that really improves your score in the exam if you understand these differences. So I strongly encourage you with your own language to find out what the most common translation mistakes are and try and improve this. And you can also do this with a teacher. Okay, so let's now talk about Thai. So Thai is one of the languages like Mandarin and Japanese and Arabic, which have really big linguistic differences between themselves and English. So knowing about common translation mistakes can really improve your score in the exam. So the first example is she don't like. Now, Thai has no verb conjugation or auxiliaries like do, leading to errors in English. So you would need to say something like, she doesn't like it. And the second one, today I go to shopping. In Thai, prepositions for movement or actions are often different, leading to literal translation mistakes. So you need to say, today I'm going shopping. Now, knowing these differences can make a really big difference to your score, particularly if your first language is Thai. The reason for this is that if you ignore all the auxiliary verbs and some of the prepositions in English and conjugation, you can make what you're saying really confusing for the examiner. So knowing about these differences can really help you in the exam and help improve your score. Okay, so let's now talk about Vietnamese. Now, Vietnamese, there are some big differences between the language and English, but they're not quite as big as a language like Mandarin. But it can still really help you to know about some common translation mistakes. So we're going to talk about two now. And again, I just want to repeat that my aim here is not to teach you all the translation mistakes between your language and English. My aim is to just show you how important this can be for your score in the exam. So the first one is I and my friend go to the cinema. Now, in Vietnamese, it is common to place I first, even though English requires my friend and I. So you have to change this and write, my friend and I go to the cinema. Next one. He very handsome. In Vietnamese, adjectives don't require is or other linking verbs, so you have to remember to say, he is very handsome. So again, this is some of the problems that literal translation can cause. You sometimes miss out some of the different parts of speech that you really need in English. Now, if you understand this, you can really improve your score in the exam. So something else that can really improve your score in the exam is avoiding duplication. Now, a lot of times students will add information at the end of sentences and occasionally in the middle of sentences that is unnecessary and is implied already and therefore is a form of duplication. Now, this happens all the time during the speaking exam because candidates want to just add some more stuff, so they end up just repeating the same ideas many times. Now, this is not good for your score because this is not precise communication. Precise communication communicates directly what you're talking about, and it doesn't duplicate the same ideas in quite the same way. So this is something else that can really improve your score. So an example would be, some people like to try various ways to live. They are willing to try different things and they enjoy change things. So this happens quite a lot when candidates are speaking for the reasons I talked about earlier. Another example might be, this makes time more available for students to control by themselves. It helps them to develop the ability to face problems with urgency and solve them by themselves. Now, again, some of the reasons why this happens is because candidates are trying to say more, so they just add some more words, which is a reason why it's so important to answer the questions directly in the exam. Now, the next part, we can see another example, which is slightly more complicated, but still necessary. So, for example, therefore, because people's standard of living is improved at the time when society improves, people purchase goods because of their popularity instead of buying them for actual use or satisfying their needs. So again, you could remove the words underlined and you'd make the answer much more precise, and you would reduce the duplication in the language, which is so important for improving your score. So this just shows you again how these small little details about your speaking can really improve your score by making it more precise and communicating naturally. So before we move on, let's talk about some of the key things we discussed in this part of the course. So, number one is most candidates should avoid idiomatic language. Okay. For the vast majority of candidates, this is not going to improve your score. It's going to make your score worse because you will probably make a mistake with the context, the meaning, and the type of idiom. And also, this only really improves your score if it's in exactly the right context, in fluent speech. So, you need to know lots of them. And it's completely unnecessary up to band 8 anyway. Number two, most candidates should avoid varying their language. Again, this is very similar to the idiomatic language thing. It's completely unnecessary up to band 8. It won't improve your score that much, and actually, it will probably lower your score. So, you don't need to do this. Just repeat any word that is correct in the exam. It will not lower your score in any way. What does lower your score is varying your language incorrectly and using words that are very confusing, which is what most candidates do. As you get better in English, you will naturally vary your language just because you know more words. So allow the process of language development to continue, and this will improve your score much more effectively. Number three, learn about commonly misused words to improve your score. So yeah, this is really important. Lots of candidates commonly misuse the same words in the exam. So if you learn about them, then this will really improve your score. Number four, avoid translation mistakes to improve your score. Yes, this is a really common problem in the speaking exam. Take some time to really understand some of the main translation mistakes from your own language into English, and this will really improve your score over time. Number five, try not to repeat what you're saying in different ways. Again, lots of candidates do this. They're trying to add extra details, add extra information, and instead of communicating precisely, all they do is they just repeat similar ideas in different ways. Now, that doesn't improve your score because it doesn't make your answers any more precise than they would be. And the thing that improves your score is very precise answers. So always answer directly and always answer naturally, and this will really improve your score. So let's talk about number 11 in our list of things that improve your use of language in the exam and therefore will improve your score in the exam. Now, that is to avoid some or those before general nouns. Now, this is a really big problem in the exam. Many candidates use some and those on a regular basis, and I'm going to give you an example of how not to use these words in the exam. Now, the speaking exam requires students to speak about a topic in general, and as a result, plural forms of nouns without an article are widely used. However, many students incorrectly add some or those in front of a noun to show that they are speaking in general, which is a form of duplication. You don't need to do this. The some or those is not required and should be deleted. So, for example, those companies that do not care for their employees are likely to have their best employees leave. Now, if you remove those in that sentence, it doesn't have any impact on the sentence. You can just say companies that do not show care for their employees, and it means the same thing. So this is a good way of just making your answers a little bit more precise. And with all the other pieces of advice in this section, it will really help to start improving your score in the speaking exam. Now, one of the most important things to examiners, and I cannot stress this enough, is that you communicate as precisely as you can in the speaking exam. Instead of describing what you mean, try to use a precise word as much as you can. Now, I'm going to give you a few examples of this so you really understand what I mean by the end of this part. So let's have a look at the first example. Now, the first example is imprecise. I went to the place where there are lots of products and the many people who go there for the shopping. You can buy the things you need for the daily essentials. Now, the way to say this more precisely is I went to the supermarket. So I'm just going to give you 30 seconds to think about why the first part is imprecise and why the second part is more precise. Now, this is something that examiners really notice, okay? So the reason why this is more imprecise is because what you have done is just describe the thing you're talking about. You didn't know the word supermarket, so what you did is you described sort of what a supermarket is like. Now, this is the kind of thing that examiners really hear a lot of in the exam. So what you want to try and do is try and improve your vocabulary enough so that you always have the word you need to communicate as precisely as you can. Try not to describe in the exam. Just try and use one word where you might need 30 words, and you'll start communicating more precisely and your score will start to improve. So let's talk about some more examples of precise and imprecise language. And really understanding this will really help your score in the speaking exam. So the first example is I am feeling the sick. I have the paining in my head and I have some cough and I feel the hot. I am feeling this for a few days. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. What do you think the candidate is talking about? Okay, so let's have a look. What were you thinking of? So, more precise, you can say, I had flu for a few days. So, what the candidate was doing was that they were describing the symptoms of flu, but they didn't know the word flu, so they just kind of said some stuff like feeling sick and having pain in the head, that kind of thing. Now, speaking imprecisely really lowers your score in the IELTS exam. So, the best way to improve this is develop the vocabulary you can naturally use, and then you'll start communicating more precisely, which really improves your score. So let's look at another example of imprecise language, and then we're going to try and make it more precise. And again, this kind of imprecise language can lower your score dramatically in the exam. So let's take a look. So the candidate said, there is a place where they have the bad people, they keep them for a long time and they cannot leaving. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. What do you think the candidate is talking about here? Okay, let's take a look. So, of course, the more precise version is there is a prison. So, what the candidate is talking about here is prison. Now, this is much more precise because you've taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, like 17 words, and you've used one word in place of 17. Now, this kind of precise communication can really improve your score. When you know the exact phrase or the exact word you need to describe in the exam, you can really show the examiner that you understand the language, and this kind of thing is what examiners look for and will really improve your score. Okay, let's take a look at another example. So this is quite imprecise, lots of words here, okay, that you can describe more precisely. So these are the things that they are not the small electronic useful things. You can carry them and they do the many funny thing that I like. I like to buy them new when they come. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. What do you think the candidate is talking about here? Okay, let's take a look. So the more precise version of this is I love buying new gadgets. So gadgets here are like small electronic devices, okay, that you can carry them around, and they're often new and they do lots of functions that people find them useful for. So we call those gadgets. So if you notice here, this is so much more precise. You've basically replaced 20, 25 words with just one word. Now, this is the kind of thing that really improves your score in the exam. And if you can develop your vocabulary enough to do it, it is really good for your score. Okay, and let's have a look at example number 5. So, in my city, we have the changing weather. It really having effect on us. Each year it is the hotter during the winter, and the summer hotter. This is happening in many places in the globe. So I'm just going to give you 30 seconds. What do you think the candidate is talking about here? Okay, so how do you think we make this more precise? Let's take a look. So you can say climate change is changing the weather in my city. So that's what the candidate's talking about. It's changing weather in many countries around the world, and in some places it's making the weather much hotter and warmer during the winter and hotter during the summer. So this is much more precise here, and well done. And we've got one final example in the next part. Okay, so let's take a look at our last example. So last weekend we went to the shopping mall for looking in some places. We went more to chat and not really to buy that much. We looked in through lots of windows. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. How would you make this more precise, do you think? How would you communicate this in less words? Okay, so let's take a look. So you can say, last weekend we went window shopping. Now, this is what window shopping means. So it's more like when you go to a shopping mall or shopping center just to kind of look around and look in through the windows at all the products in the windows, like clothes. But you're there more to just kind of chat with your friends, and you're probably not that serious about buying much. So that's a good use of a phrase to communicate something much more precisely with fewer words. So I hope that part was helpful, that you're starting to get to know what the difference is between precise and imprecise communication. Communicating precisely is probably the main thing, or definitely in the top 3 things that improve your score in the speaking exam. So I hope you found that useful. Now, it's also important not to overuse precise language in the exam. So based on the examples in the previous part, precise language is good, but it must be used for reasons of communication. If you're just adding it to your speech just to improve your score, the examiner can hear it. Trust me, we know. It must be used in fluent speech, and whatever word or phrase you use must be used for communication. So it must come to you naturally while you're speaking in the exam. You cannot add it. Now, when you try and add precise language, actually what happens is that you become much more confusing in the exam, which can actually lower your score and have the opposite impact of what we want. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how this happens. Okay, so let's take a look at an example of what happens when you overuse precise language. So, for example, this question: what do you think we could do to look after the environment better in the future? And the answer from the candidate is: I believe that the intrinsic notions of ministerial power must be held by their inalienable position juxtaposed to position forthwith that one is prating concerning environmental degradation. Now, think about this for 30 seconds. Is this easy to understand for anyone, including the examiner? So this has lots of complicated language in it, but the problem is that all this precise language that they've added to try and improve their score actually lowers their score. Now, the reason for this is that they've actually made their answer less precise by using lots of unnecessary words. Also, a lot of these words are not used in the correct context, which makes what they're saying really confusing. Words like juxtaposition is from literature, and it's about comparing 2 types of text in a sequence so that you can have a look at the writing styles. It's not appropriate for this situation. Ministerial power, well, I mean that doesn't really make any sense because they haven't really connected it with the idea of the environment. And the intrinsic notions, I mean, that's not connected to the question at all. That's about the idea of different systems of government and what kind of power different people within that government should have in various ways. Um, so there's lots of precise language here, but it's kind of used a bit randomly, and it doesn't improve the communication. So therefore, it doesn't improve your score. So never add unnecessary language to your answers. It will lower your score. Now, what you can say instead is something like this: I think recycling is something easy we can do to look after the environment. Every year, millions of things are thrown away that could be used again, and this causes air pollution because some of it is burnt and some of it is put in landfill, where chemicals from products can leak into the water table, causing water pollution. So this is one way of writing things, which is fine. And you can say this, it's quite precise. It's got enough precise language to communicate, like landfill. So you're talking about where the recycling will go if it's not recycled. So this is an example of good use of precise language rather than poor use of precise language. So let's talk about number 14 in our list of things that can improve your use of language and therefore improve your score. Now, there are many things that we write in English but don't generally say in English. And one of the most common examples is this example from an email or letter. Now, we don't say dear sir or madam when communicating with someone in a conversation. And we also don't say to whom it may concern as well when communicating with someone in a conversation. Therefore, you shouldn't say these things during the speaking exam. So in this part, I'm just going to go through lots of things it's not a good idea to say during the speaking exam because these are things we only write in English. So these are some things that we don't really say in English but might write down in a letter or email. So when you stop speaking, don't say yours sincerely or yours faithfully or kind regards. These are not really phrases we use when speaking English. Now, another one is legal or formal phrases, apart from in very formal situations, like in a law court. So, in general, in everyday speaking, we don't say these things. And those are, I hereby acknowledge, as per your request, and enclosed, please find. So these are not really things we say when speaking to someone directly in an everyday conversation. Now, again, academic and technical terms, and linking words. Now, again, we don't really use these unless it's a very, very formal situation. So you won't say in conclusion while speaking, or it is worth noting, or thus it can be seen. These phrases are generally not used in everyday conversation. You might see them used occasionally, but only in like a legal situation or in a law court or something like that. You generally won't see them used in the IELTS speaking exam. So let's talk about 3 more things that we generally don't say in English but might write in English. So the first one is we don't generally say e.g. to mean for example. So you can write e.g. in your writing and people will understand what it means, but we don't generally say this. Another example is i.e. So we would say that is to make it really clear to the person listening what we're talking about. So again, i.e. is not something we generally say out loud. And another one is etc, which you can say as and so on or and others out loud, is something again that we don't generally say that combination of letters to mean that thing when speaking. So just be a bit careful of this. Now, the reason this is so important is that if you say e.g. and the person listening doesn't really understand, that might be a bit confusing to the examiner, so lower your score. Also, the key thing in the exam is that you have to communicate precisely. So remember that you don't want to use any language that the examiner might find confusing or imprecise. Now, another example is email and letter sign-offs. So, for example, I hope this email finds you well. You generally don't say that out loud. Or, please do not hesitate to contact me. Again, we generally don't say this out loud. And might express it in a different way. And the last one, parenthetical statements. So MB, nota bene, used for attention notes in writing, again, we generally don't say this out loud when we're speaking during the speaking exam. Now, again, I must repeat that any of this language that's a little bit confusing is not good for your score. Okay, so you always want to be as precise as possible. Say exactly what you are talking about. Okay, don't confuse the issue by adding in abbreviations the examiner might not necessarily know. Okay, so let's talk about 3 more things that you generally write but not say in English. So the first one is footnotes and citations. So see above or refer to the section below is generally only used in writing unless you are making some kind of presentation or you are talking about a booklet, something like that. Now that generally doesn't happen in the IELTS speaking exam, so I wouldn't say these things out loud during the exam. Now the next one is redundant phrases. Please find attached. When you're speaking, you can say attached is or I've attached. So again, you generally don't add these extra words when you're speaking compared to writing. So we strongly recommend you don't just copy word for word things that you would write. And the last one, overly complex phrases. So for example, it would be greatly appreciated. So again, there's a lot of extra words here that you don't necessarily need to say. You can just say, I'd appreciate it if you, okay, when you're speaking. So again, we generally communicate in a slightly different way when writing compared to speaking. So you can improve this by listening to the way native speakers speak and doing this section of the course so you understand some of the differences, and that will really help you for the speaking exam. So, to get a high score in the IELTS speaking exam, you have to show that you really understand the language and how it's used. This is what we call language resonance. And part of that is communicating politely. And this is something that a lot of second language learners don't focus on or don't learn. So they can come across as very impolite during the speaking exam. And I'm going to give you some examples. Now, many languages don't show politeness in the same way as English. In Arabic, you can use a whole different form when wanting to be polite, which would be the Fusha forms, or the Fusha words. In Spanish, they have usted and ustedes, is a form of the language for being more polite in general, although it depends a bit on the country. Now, when second language speakers speak English, they can come across as being direct and rude very often because they don't use any of the extra words we use in English to be more polite. So in the next few slides, I'm going to show you some examples of how to be more polite during the speaking exam. Now, it's not really that the examiner, you want to be nice to the examiner by being more polite. For the examiner, the key thing is that you understand the correct resonance of the language. You know correctly how to use the language to communicate in a way that makes the conversation easy and also means that the person listening really understands what you're communicating and how you're communicating. And this is just one small part of everything you need to know to achieve the correct resonance in the speaking exam. So let's talk about 3 ways you can be more polite in English. Now, the first one is using please and thank you. Now, this is one of the most common ways to show that you're being polite in English. So, for example, instead of saying give me that, you can say could you please give me that? So, extra modal verb and please. Instead of saying I need that report, very direct, you can say could I please have that report? Now, the direct translation from most languages will be very direct. It'll be give me that, I need that straight away. But in English, in lots of situations, we're more polite and we add please and thank you. Now, Similar to this, you can soften requests with saying could, would, or might. So for example, instead of saying tell me where the meeting is, you could say, could you tell me where the meeting is? Instead of saying I want to talk to you, you can say, would it be possible to have a quick word with you? So this is another way that we show politeness in English. Now, we don't have any specific forms to the language for being polite, like many other languages, but we add these extra words to be more polite and soften requests rather than people telling people directly what to do and what not to do. And the last one is not using what when you don't hear something. So when people don't hear something, they normally say, what? What? In the exam. Now, to be more polite, you can say, would you mind repeating that? Or I didn't catch that. Could you say it again? So those are two much more polite phrases for communicating that you didn't hear something in the speaking exam. Now, it might seem like a small thing, but this really shows the examiner that you understand how English is used and you know what the correct resonance is for the conversation. So this kind of thing can really improve your score in the exam. Okay, so let's talk about 3 more ways to be polite in English and show the correct resonance for the conversation. Now, you can apologize or give context before making a request. So, for example, instead of saying, I need help now, you can say, I'm sorry to bother you, but could you help me? Okay. Next one. Instead of saying, you're wrong, you can say, I'm sorry, but I think there might be a misunderstanding. So, these are quite polite phrases in English, but they can really help you communicate during the exam. Now, the next one is using indirect language. This is another way that we try to be polite in English. So instead of saying, give me the file, you can say, would you mind passing me the file? Instead of saying, you need to finish this, you can say, do you think you might be able to finish this by tomorrow? So again, in English, to be polite, we use more indirect speech rather than very direct imperative sentences. So this is a really useful thing to know. And you can offer suggestions gently as well. So instead of saying you should do it this way, you can say, perhaps you could try doing it this way. And instead of saying, let's change the plan, you could say, how about we consider changing the plan? So again, adding some more words, softening requests, adding modal verbs, all these things can really make your communication more polite for the speaking exam. Okay, so here are some more ways you can be polite in English. So you can express gratitude, so that's to say thank you, or appreciation. So instead of saying that's fine, you can say thank you so much, I really appreciate it. And another example, instead of saying okay, you can say that's great, thanks for your help in that situation. So you can give a few extra words, show gratitude before answering. Now, you can avoid saying a direct no in responses as well to be more polite. So again, we're adding some extra words to be more polite in English. So instead of saying, no, I can't, you can say, I'm afraid I won't be able to, but thank you for asking. Very polite way of communicating that you can't do something. And another example, I don't want that. You can say, I think I'll pass, but thank you. So again, we add these extra words in English to be more polite, and we have certain phrases that are seen as being more polite. And these are some examples. And the last one, using polite openers. So instead of saying, I'm late, you can say, I apologize for being late. So again, you start with an apology before saying the main part of what you're talking about. And the last one, what's the answer? You can change to, could you please help me with the answer? So again, you add a few extra words, add a modal verb, use certain kinds of phrases to be more polite when speaking English. So the last two ways to be more polite when speaking English is to show respect to other people's opinions. So instead of saying, that's a bad idea, you can say, I see where you're coming from, but I have a slightly different perspective. So that's a great phrase for being more polite. And then the final one is polite offers. Instead of saying, take this, you can say, would you like to have this? So again, you're adding modal verbs at the beginning, like would, to be more polite in English. And instead of saying, I'll do it, you can say, shall I take care of that for you? So again, you're being more polite by adding some extra words and phrases. So I hope you found that useful. Have a look at the phrases again. Watch some of the videos again if you want to write down some of the phrases that I use. Have a look at the way we make some sentences more polite by adding modal verbs, making it if you would like to do this, then you can. And that should really, really help you for your next speaking exam. So let's talk about using slang in the IELTS exam. Now, I've seen some social media videos and other videos online telling candidates that it is a good idea to use slang in the exam. Now, this isn't really true, and you have to be quite careful with this in the exam. Now, IELTS speaking tests your ability to communicate effectively in English in a range of real-life situations. And while it is a conversation, the exam typically favors clear, natural, and neutral language over slang. You're expected to demonstrate your flexibility with both formal and informal language, but using slang too much or inappropriately can make your speech seem less academic or less polished, and crucially, it is also less precise as well, which can have a big impact on your score. Also, there are some big differences between regions and countries, so it's better to focus on standard English. Now, if you're not sure if a word or phrase is slang or not, it's a good idea to test out a word with a teacher so that you can check before you use it in the exam. Lots of these words and phrases they offer online in videos, especially on social media in Asia, are actually slang words and might be quite confusing to the examiner. We won't be impressed by really unusual pieces of slang from a particular region of the English-speaking world. What we're impressed by is precise communication, like I've been talking about in the rest of this course. So in general, don't use slang in the speaking exam. And in the next part, I'm going to give you some examples of slang that is used and that lowers your score. So let's talk about 3 examples of slang English and show you how you can avoid these in the exam in order to communicate more precisely. So the first one is saying cool instead of good and interesting. So instead of saying that sounds cool, you can say that sounds interesting or that sounds great. Now, if you say the word cool, the examiner might or might not know what you're talking about depending on the region of the English-speaking world they are from. So it might be a little bit confusing. So remember, always communicate as precisely as possible. Now, the second one is to say lit to mean exciting or fun. Now, this is very colloquial, very slang-like piece of language that you sometimes hear. So don't say something like the concert was lit. The examiner might be a bit confused. They might think you were saying the concert was on fire, for example, if they're not from the UK or not aware of this slang. So instead, you can say the concert was really exciting. Now, another one is to say bucks to mean money or dollars. So again, this is a bit slang English, okay? Another example of this would be quid. Now, some candidates think that using slang can actually improve your score because it shows a range of language. That's actually not correct. Any language that doesn't make your speaking more precise actually lowers your score. And this could be a little bit confusing to some people in the exam. So for example, avoid saying I spent $50 on this. It's much better to say I spent $50 on this. Now, when you use language in the exam or before the exam, always check whether it's slang or not. If it sounds a bit like slang language, then don't use it in the exam. It will lower your score. Okay, so let's talk about some key tips before talking about some other things that can really improve your score in the exam. So the first one is avoid some or those before general nouns. Now you don't need to add these extra words, and that can make your speaking more precise, and that can improve your score. Second one is to use more precise language. We looked at lots of examples of precise language, how to stop describing and communicate more precisely. One of the big problems with what most teachers teach and what most videos communicate to students is that saying more words and just speaking until the examiner can stop you and just saying more details randomly can actually make what you're saying less precise and therefore lowers your score. So always communicate exactly precisely. However, on the other hand, don't overuse precise language. In order for precise language to improve your score, it has to be used for reasons of communication and not to make what you're saying more complicated or more unusual, something like that. That will actually have the opposite effect. Now, number 4 is try not to use written English while speaking. If you're not sure whether something is written English, you can talk to a teacher about that or have a look at that part. So you've got some of the main examples of things that we write in English, but we don't generally say. Number 5 is we recommend trying to be as polite as possible. This shows the examiner that you understand how to use English as a communication tool, and you also understand the resonance of the language, how what you are communicating is formal, informal, positive, negative, polite, impolite. All these different things are part of communication and also being examined in the exam. And the last one is using slang can make your communication less precise, which lowers your score. So anything that might be a little bit confusing to the examiner, anything that is not standard English, anything that is not in common usage, all of these things might be confusing to the examiner and can lower your score. So we strongly recommend that you don't use any slang during the exam. So in this whole part, we're going to be talking about how to use grammar to really improve your speaking during the IELTS exam. Now, most candidates think that using complicated grammar will improve your score, but it's not really like that. So in this part, I'm going to go through all the really important advice for using grammar and watch each lecture very carefully to gradually improve your grammar over time, and this will really improve your score. So the first thing we're going to talk about are common errors. Now, when I was doing the exam, I used to see these errors in almost every single speaking exam that I did. And then we're going to talk about subject-verb agreement. We're going to talk about preposition misuse, a big issue. We're going to talk about word order, the misuse of auxiliary verbs. So I'll be talking about that in detail. Incorrect plural forms, that's also another big problem. Countable and uncountable nouns, pronoun mistakes, negative forms, misuse of conditional sentences, overuse of continuous tenses, participial adjectives, and finally, we're going to talk about article mistakes. And all of these pieces of advice will really help you improve your score for your next exam. Now, lots of candidates think that the way to improve your score is to use as much complex grammar as you can, and that examiners are really impressed by various unusual grammar forms and complicated tenses, that kind of thing. Now, it's not really like that for examiners. Examiners want you to use language and grammar to improve your communication. Grammar is an aid to communication and one of the tools of language, but it is not the purpose, which is to communicate well. Now, if you have good grammar, it means you use grammar to improve how clearly you speak in the exam, and that should also be your aim. So the aim of all IELTS students should be to use the conventions of language that are used by native speakers. That is much easier for the examiner to understand. Native speakers in all languages express ideas in the simplest way possible, and students should do the same. Keeping language as simple as possible aids communication and helps avoid confusion. Using unnecessarily complex grammar can confuse native speakers because it is not standard language. This is particularly true if the vocabulary use is not precise. If a student confuses the examiner, it will have a significant impact on your score. So the key thing here is that this part of the course is all about how to use grammar to improve your communication in the exam. And by improving your communication in the exam, you will improve your score dramatically. So in this part of the course, I'm going to talk about some of the common errors that lots of candidates make in the exam and tell you how to avoid them so you don't make the same errors in your exam. And this should really help you improve your score once you remove some of the most common errors. Okay, so let's talk about one of the most basic errors that examiners see all the time in the speaking exam. And that is something like, yesterday I go to the store. Now, this is an error, and I'm just going to give you 30 seconds to think about it. Why is it an error, and how would you correct it? Okay, so let's have a look at how to correct this. So, yesterday I go to the store. You need to say, yesterday I went to the store. So that is something that happened in the past. It's yesterday. So you need I went instead of I go. So the misuse of the past, present, and future tenses are common, particularly with irregular verbs. So practice this before the speaking exam so you don't make any mistakes. So let's talk about one of the most common causes of errors in the speaking exam, and that is the use of the basic tenses. Now, this course is not a grammar course, but my aim is just to talk to you about some general information about the most common source of errors in the speaking exam, and this will really help you avoid the same errors in the speaking exam. So the present simple is for habits and facts. That's in general. The past simple is for completed past actions. And the future simple is for future actions in general. So let's have a look at this example. Now, this is an error, I studied every day at 4 p.m. Now, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Just think about this error and how you might correct it to make it correct. Okay, so let's take a look. So the error is I studied every day at 4 p.m. You need to change this to I study every day at 4 p.m. Now, remember that the present simple is for habits and facts, and the past simple is for completed past actions, so you can't use it in this situation. You can only use the past simple for something that has completely finished and won't happen again. So that is something really important to remember, and knowing even just a little bit of information about this will help you avoid most of these errors in the exam. So let's talk about another common source of errors in the exam, which are perfect tenses. So my aim here is not to teach you all the details about the grammar. It's more just to show you quickly where the main sources of errors come from so you can avoid them in the exam. So the first one is present perfect. So I have studied. This is for actions that happened at an unspecified time in the past or have a connection to the present. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. There is the past perfect. Now, this is to show that one past action happened before another. So, for example, I had studied before I went to, something like that. And the last one is future perfect. I will have studied by 5 p.m. And this is for actions that will be completed before a certain future time. So let's have a look at this. Now, this one is an error. I have studied last week. I'm just going to give you 30 seconds to think about this error and how would you correct it. So you can change I have studied last week to I studied last week. Now remember, the present perfect is for actions that happened at an unspecified time in the past or have a connection to the present. Now this one is a finished action, so you need the past simple, not the present perfect, because there's no connection to what you're doing right now. You might use the present perfect for an example like, I have read this book before, because you're reading the book and you also read it in the past, so therefore there's a connection. So that would be the correct usage. Okay, so let's talk about 3 more common sources of error in the speaking exam. Now again, my aim here is not to teach you all the details you need to use these tenses correctly. It's more just to show you that these are some of the tenses that cause problems with candidates in the speaking exam and can cause errors for that reason. So the first one is present continuous. For example, I am studying. So this is when you're doing something at the moment, a continuous action for actions happening right now. And there is past continuous. So for example, I was studying in the past. Now this is for actions that were in progress at a specific moment in time. So for example, I was studying all of last year. And the future continuous, I will be studying is the example for ongoing future actions. So those are 3 common sources of errors. Now let's have a look at this example. So the error is, I'm reading yesterday. So I'm just going to give you 30 seconds. Firstly, why is this an error? And how would you correct it to make it correct? Okay, so let's take a look. So you can correct this by saying, I am reading, which should be right at this moment, or I read yesterday, finished action. So this mistake comes about from using the continuous incorrectly. So I really hope that you practice those tenses before your exam and avoid making errors with them. Now, time expressions are a really common source of errors in the speaking exam, and I'm just going to give you a few examples in this section. Now, my aim here is not to teach you how every time expression works in English. It's more to show you that how this causes problems in the speaking exam, and hopefully you can avoid them and improve your score. So use time expressions like yesterday, tomorrow, now, or last week to determine which tense to use and match the tense to the time expression. So for example, I ate lunch yesterday is the past tense. I will eat lunch tomorrow is the future tense. So tomorrow indicates it's the future and yesterday indicates it's the past. Now it might seem quite simple, but lots of candidates make mistakes with this. Let's take a look at an example. So I will go to the party yesterday. Okay, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Why is this a mistake and how would you correct this in the speaking exam? Okay, so let's take a look. So you can change I will go to the party yesterday to I will go to the party tomorrow. Okay. Or you could say I went to the party yesterday as well. That would also be okay. Now, because you said yesterday, that has to be in the past. So the time expression there tells you whether it's past or future or present. So be really careful with this in the exam. Lots of candidates make a mistake with this. And I really hope this helps you improve your score for your next exam. So it's really important to make sure that your tenses remain consistent while speaking. And this is another common source of errors in the speaking exam. So I'm just going to show you a few examples and hopefully you can avoid the same errors in your own speaking exam. Now you must ensure consistency in tense when describing actions that occur within the same time frame. For example, avoid mixing tenses like this: I was walking and I eat lunch. Instead say, I was walking and I ate lunch. So because you started in the past, I was walking, continue in the past, and I ate lunch. It causes problems if you mix the tenses together. So let's have a look at another example of this. Now the error is, I go to the school and went to see my friend. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Have a think about why this is an error and how would you correct it in the exam? Okay, so let's take a look. So the error was I go to the school and went to see my friend. You can change this to I went to school and saw my friend. So I went to school, that's in the past, I went, and I saw my friend in the past. So if you have one sentence, generally the tenses will be the same within the sentence. So this is another thing to be really careful of in the speaking exam. Now, a common source of errors in English are the irregular verbs that we have in the language. Now, many of these don't follow the standard ed past tense pattern, and so it's important to memorize the past tense of common irregular verbs. For example, go becomes went, not good. So this is something to be really careful of. Now, it might seem like a simple thing, but in my experience, a lot of candidates make mistakes with this. So if you know this, it will really help you in the exam. So let's have a look at an example. So this is an error. He goed to the shop. Now, how would you change this to be correct in the exam? I'm going to give you 30 seconds to think about it. Okay, so let's take a look. So the error was he go to the shop, and you can change this to he went to the shop. So that's quite an easy example. But knowing these irregular verbs will really help you in the exam. So I strongly encourage you to memorize them before the exam. Now, the last thing to say is that the aim of this part of the course is not to teach you all the details about all these different parts of grammar. It's more, again, just to show you that these are the sources of most of the major errors that you see in the exam. So knowing a lot of information about these particular topics will really help you avoid many of the common errors that candidates make and increase your score in the exam. Now, conditional tenses are another really common source of errors in the exam, so I strongly recommend that you practice them a lot before the exam so you don't make any mistakes. So the first conditional, if it rains, I will stay home. Now, present tense in the if clause and future tense in the result, really important to remember that. Second conditional, if I were rich, I would travel. Past tense in the if clause, would in the result. So again, that's the pattern that you have to use to get it correct. And the third conditional, if I had known, I would have called, past perfect in the if clause and would have in the result. Now, my aim here, again, is not to teach you all the grammar in a lot of detail. It's more to just to show you the pieces of grammar to practice before the exam to avoid most of these mistakes. So let's have a look at an example. So this is the error. If I winning the lottery, I would travel the world. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Why is this a mistake and how would you correct it? Okay, so let's have a look. So the error was, if I win in the lottery, I would travel the world. You can change this to, if I won the lottery, I would travel the world. So remember, that's the pattern to use for that particular type of conditional. So I strongly recommend you practice these before the exam, and that will help you avoid many of the errors that other candidates make. Now, another really common source of errors in the exam is confusion between the words since, for, and by, and the correct tense. So, for example, you need to use present perfect or past perfect after since. So, for example, I have lived here since 2015, so from a fixed point in time. Another example is use present perfect continuous or past perfect continuous for actions that last over a period of time. So, for example, I have been working here for 3 years. So, again, the period of time is 3 years, so you need to use a continuous tense. Now, again, my aim here is not to teach you all the grammar you need for the exam, just show you some of the most common mistakes that occur. So let's have a look at this example. I have lived here for 2008. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Why is this an error? And how would you change it to make it correct? Okay, so let's take a look. So I have lived here for 2008. You can change this to I have lived here since 2008. Now, a lot of learners mistakenly overuse the present perfect for actions with a clear past time reference. For example, instead of I have seen that movie yesterday, you need to say I saw that movie yesterday, something that is clearly finished in the past, so therefore it is past simple. Now, there are a lot of errors with this in the speaking exam, so I'm going to give you an example. So let's take a look at this one. I have been to France last year. So just think for 30 seconds, why is this an error? And how would you change this to be correct? That's right. You need to change this. So the error is I have been to France last year. Okay, I need to change this to I went to France last year. That's the key thing. It's a finished action, so you can put it in the past quite easily. Now, consistent practice is really important. You need to write sentences, you need to read things in English. When you're speaking English, this will all help you improve your use of grammar in the exam. You can also double check your answers with something like ChatGPT or with a teacher, something like that, to make sure that you're getting the grammar right. But the key thing is that this is not a really quick process. It takes quite a lot of study, quite a lot of practice, quite a lot of observing the language, how it's used, and how to speak in the same way as native speakers. But with this practice, you can improve quickly, and that should really help you for the speaking exam. Okay, so let's talk about some quick tips to avoid most of the common errors in the IELTS speaking exam. So the first one is practice the most common tenses. Before you move on to more complicated stuff, make sure that you're using things like the present simple and the past simple correctly. And in that way, because you use these tenses most of the time, you will avoid most of the common errors in the exam. Now, the next one is be really careful with time expressions. If you say that something is yesterday, like I went to the shop yesterday, it is a finished action and will be past simple. So the time expression is really important when you're communicating in English, and getting this right will help you avoid lots of errors in your speaking. Number 3 is don't mix tenses within sentences. So if you start a sentence in the past, you'll generally continue the sentence in the past when communicating to make sure that what you say is easy to understand for the person listening. Now, number 4 is memorize irregular verb forms. Lots of candidates make mistakes because they think that you just add ed to anything in the past. It's not always like that. Lots of verbs in English have irregular verb forms, so make sure to know these before the exam, and this will really improve your score because you will avoid most of the mistakes. Number 5 is try not to overuse the present perfect. The present perfect is often used incorrectly in the exam. A lot of candidates overuse it in the exam, and this can cause communication problems. So only use the present perfect when you're talking about something that has a clear connection to the present. If it's the finished action, then it is the past simple. And the last one is practice to avoid most common errors. When you're listening, listen to how people speak English. When you're reading, look at how people write English, and this will really help you understand the grammar better and some of the common errors that people make when they're speaking English. Now, again, my aim in this section was not to teach you all the grammar you need for the exam. It was just to show you the pieces of grammar to practice and to get right before the exam in order to avoid most common errors in the exam. So, something that can really improve your score in the exam is understanding subject-verb agreement. Now, this is something that a lot of non-native speakers find really difficult in English. So in this part, I'm just going to give you a lot of very detailed information about subject-verb agreement so that you can improve it in the speaking exam and also avoid some common errors. So what is subject-verb agreement? Well, here's an example. So this is an error. He go to school every day needs to be he goes to school every day. So here the subject-verb agreement is the he goes. Now you need to change this to the third person singular form when you're writing this sentence. And if you don't, it's a mistake in English. It might be quite confusing to the examiner. So again, in this part, we're just going to have a look at this, and this will really help you for the speaking exam. Okay, so let's talk about the first most common mistake in the speaking exam when it comes to subject-verb agreement. So the first step is to correctly identify the subject of the sentence. The verb must agree with the main subject, not with any words that come between the subject and the verb. So a common mistake is confusing phrases between the subject and verb. So the incorrect sentence is the bouquet of flowers are beautiful. Now you need to say the bouquet of flowers is beautiful because bouquet, not flowers, is the subject, and bouquet is singular. So this is quite an important mistake that a lot of candidates make. So always think carefully about which subject you are actually describing. So in order to improve your subject-verb agreement, it's important to match singular subjects with singular verbs. Now, a singular subject takes a singular verb, usually ending in S in the present tense. So, for example, she runs every morning. You wouldn't say she run every morning. It doesn't make sense. You need the extra S here. Now, lots of candidates miss this out and make very simple mistakes in the speaking exam because of this. Now, a quick tip is that in English, singular subjects usually do not end in S, while singular verbs do. So, for example, the dog barks, that's the verb, and the plural is the dogs bark for the noun. So this is a key thing to remember for the speaking exam. So it's really important to match plural subjects with plural verbs. A plural subject takes the plural verb. The verb typically does not have an S ending. So, for example, they run every morning. You cannot say they runs every morning. It doesn't make sense. Another one might be they eat in the evening. You cannot say they eat in the evening. That is a mistake. And they shop at the weekend. You cannot say they shops at the weekend. It doesn't make sense. So be really careful with this in the exam. Lots of candidates make mistakes with this during the speaking exam. Now, it's also really important to be careful of collective nouns like family, team, or audience. These can be tricky because they refer to a group of people or things, but are usually treated as singular in American English. So, for example, the team is playing well this season, singular grouping. However, in British English, collective nouns can be treated as either singular or plural, depending on whether the emphasis is on the group as a single entity or its individual members. So, for example, the team are playing well this season. So, there, the emphasis is on each member of the team playing well. If you say the team is playing well this season, you're talking more about the team as a whole. Now, for the IELTS speaking exam, both British English and American English are both acceptable for the exam. We look for standard English, which is generally accepted to be the English in most of the English-speaking world. Now, it's important to be careful with indefinite pronouns. So, singular indefinite pronouns, like everyone, someone, nobody, take singular verbs. So, for example, everyone is invited to the party. Plural indefinite pronouns, few, many, several, take plural verbs. So, for example, few are interested in the topic. Now, important to note is that some indefinite pronouns, all or some, can be either singular or plural, depending on the noun they refer to. So this is a really important difference. And the singular one would be all the cake is gone, and the plural would be all of the cakes are gone. So again, if it's singular or plural, there's no difference there. So this is something else to be careful of in the speaking exam. So it's really important that you pay attention to compound subjects when you're speaking during the speaking exam, because these are a frequent source of errors. So compound subjects joined by and are generally plural and take a plural verb. So, for example, John and Mary are going to the store. So here, John and Mary are two separate things, so therefore you need the plural, because there's both John and Mary. However, when two singular nouns refer to the same person or thing, use a singular verb. So, for example, my friend and colleague is coming to the meeting. So, in that situation, friend and colleague is the same person, so there's only one of something, so you need to use the singular in that situation. So this is something that a lot of candidates make mistakes with, and you have to be really careful of this in the exam. Now, another frequent source of errors in the exam is the difference between there is and there are. Now, because these are used so much in English, it's really important that you know how to use them correctly so that you can avoid most of these mistakes. So, with sentences starting with there is or there are, the subject comes after the verb, so the verb must agree with the following subject. So, for example, there is a book on the table. We've got singular there because there's one book. And for the next one, there are many books on the table. So again, we have there are because there's more than one of the thing being talked about. So this is another thing just to be careful of in the speaking exam. Now, a really common mistake with subject-verb agreement is that you need to ignore any intervening words or phrases between the subject and the verb, as they do not affect the verb's agreement with the subject. So, for example, the book, along with the notes, is on the table. Now, it's important to ignore the phrase along with the notes. The subject book is singular. So the subject of the sentence is the thing that decides the subject-verb agreement. So that's something really important to notice when you're speaking in the exam. Now, you have to be really careful with inverted sentences sometimes. So, for example, in sentences where the subject comes after the verb, common in questions of here or there, make sure to check the subject-verb agreement. So, for example, quite a lot of candidates will say something like, "Our key here," instead of "here is the key." So remember, you need the subject before the noun. You need to specify what is being talked about. So this is another small thing you can do to improve your subject-object agreement. Now, it's really important to be careful with each and every. Now, each and every takes singular verbs, even when followed by a plural noun. So, for example, every student and teacher has a role to play. Or, each of the students is responsible for their work. So, if you look here, each of the students is, that's singular, and every student and teacher has singular again. So even though there's two things there, you still need the singular verb. So that is something else to be really careful of in the speaking exam. And finally, the last part is to be careful when using relative pronouns like who, which, or that. Ensure the verb agrees with the noun the pronoun refers to. So, for example, she is one of the students who are always on time. In this sentence, the who refers to students, which is plural. So this is something quite important to be careful of. Now, the final thing to say is that by following these rules and paying close attention to the subject and its relationship to the verb, you can avoid many subject-verb agreement mistakes in English. Now, regular practice and reviewing your sentences will help improve your accuracy over time. So I strongly recommend you do this, and gradually, with enough practice, you will get to know what is correct and incorrect. Okay, so before we move on, let's just talk about some of the key ways we talked about during that section to improve your subject-verb agreement. And this will really help you improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. So the first thing is to identify the subject correctly. Is it singular? Is it plural? What does it agree with in the sentence? The next thing is to match the subject to the noun. So plural subjects go with plural nouns, and you can have a look at that part if you want some more information about that. Be careful with collective nouns. Some of them are plural, some of them are singular, so you have to go back and learn some of those. Have a look at some of the examples from that part. Be careful with indefinite pronouns, okay? It can be quite hard to get the subject-verb-object agreement for that, based on that part. Pay attention to compound subjects, okay? Those can be tricky as well. And ignore words between the subject and verb. So always think about what the subject of the sentence is, and that will give you the subject-verb agreement. And be careful with each and every. Those can be a little bit tricky, so have a look at that part about what to do for those situations. And the last one is be careful with titles and plural forms. Some of them look plural, but are actually singular. So go back and have a look at that part. And of course, a lot of this depends on the communication of what you want to say, whether you're talking about something in general or you're talking about a specific thing may change the subject-verb agreement. So all of that knowledge, hopefully, will help you understand more about subject-verb agreement and really help you for your next exam. Now, understanding how to use prepositions can really improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, preposition misuse is a common issue that can affect clarity and grammatical accuracy, impacting the test taker's score. Candidates often use incorrect prepositions in phrases, for example, depend of instead of depend on, leading to misunderstandings or awkward phrasing in the exam, which can lower your score. Now, improving your awareness of preposition usage and practicing common phrases can really help you in the exam speak more naturally and accurately. So in this part, I'm going to be giving you lots of help about how to use prepositions more correctly and how to avoid many of the mistakes that candidates make. So let's talk about the first key thing to remember when using prepositions during the IELTS speaking exam. Now, my aim here is not to teach you every single combination of prepositions in the English language. It's much more just to show you some of the common mistakes that lots of candidates make and also show you how to use prepositions more effectively during the exam, which will really help you. So some verbs, adjectives, and nouns require specific prepositions. Memorizing these combinations can help reduce mistakes. So, for example, common verbs often pair with particular prepositions. So it's depend on, not depend of. And listen to, not listen at. So you just have to memorize these combinations to reduce mistakes. Now, another example of this is adjectives. Some adjectives also take specific prepositions. For example, good at, not good in, and afraid of, not afraid from. So again, you just need to kind of memorize these ones. And nouns, prepositions used with nouns can be unique. For example, a reason for, not reason of, and an interest in, not interest of. Again, you just have to kind of memorize these. But remember, there are specific combinations of words we use in English for meaning. So if you get it wrong, it can make what you're saying quite confusing. And the last part of this is a really good tip is to create lists or flashcards to help you remember these combinations. It helps to learn prepositions as part of a phrase instead of in isolation, and that will help you remember the correct combinations better and will help you use prepositions more effectively during the speaking exam. Now, understanding how to use time prepositions correctly can really improve your score in the exam. Because you use them so often in the exam, it's really important to get these right, and many candidates make mistakes. So the first one is at is used for specific times. So for example, at 6 p.m. or at noon. On is used for days and dates. For example, on Monday, on April the 5th. And in is used for longer periods, like in the morning, in 2024, in the summer. Now, be really careful with these because they're so crucial in the exam. And a really common error that examiners see all the time in the exam is saying on the night instead of at night. So try not to say this during your own speaking exam. So something else that can really improve your score in the exam is understanding place prepositions. Now, these are a frequent source of errors for candidates, and because we use them so much in English, it's really important to know how to use them correctly. So we're just going to spend a little bit of time talking about them. So the first one, at, is used for specific points or locations. So for example, at the door, at the corner, at school. And in is used for enclosed spaces, like in the room, in the city, in the car. And on is used for surfaces or specific lines. So for example, on the table, on the wall, on the street. So these are how the prepositions are generally used. And again, these are such important prepositions because we use them all the time in English. So a quick tip for this is visualize where the object or person is. If it's a surface or general area, use on. If it's an enclosed or place or within limits, then you can use in. And if it's a specific point, you can use at. And if you just remember those three things, then you will avoid most of the errors that examiners see in the speaking exam every day. So something that a lot of candidates don't know is that different combinations of prepositions and verbs can mean dramatically different things. Now, it's really important to get this right in the exam because depending on the phrasal verb you use, you can change the meaning dramatically of what you're talking about. So, for example, look up means to search for information, but if you change up to after, look after, it means to take care of, something completely different. And to look forward to, change it again, means to anticipate or want to do something. So you can see here that just changing the preposition can have a dramatic effect on the meaning of the phrase. So it's really important to be careful of this in the exam. Now, my aim here is not to teach you all the phrasal verbs or prepositions you need in the exam. It's more just to show you what the source of common errors is and also how to use prepositions better to communicate better in the exam, and that will really improve your score. Now, a common error is mixing up phrasal verbs like look up, search for information, and look after, to take care of. So always keep a list of the phrasal verbs you learn in a list and refer back to it a lot when you learn a new one and review the previous ones, because you need to memorize the combination of words used for the phrasal verb in that context, and therefore you won't make as many mistakes. Now, a frequent cause of errors in the exam is that many candidates just directly translate their first language into English along with the prepositions. Now, they take the literal words. Now, unfortunately, English prepositions don't always align with those in other languages, and this can cause a lot of confusion to the examiner and can cause a lot of mistakes. So, for example, in Spanish, interested in translates as interesado en, but in French, it's intéressé par. Now, if you see here, we've got 3 different languages: English, interested in, interesado en, in Spanish, but we've got 3 different prepositions in the language. Now, Spanish actually only has 1 preposition, where we have 2 in English for on and in, whereas they just have en. So if you directly translate it, this can cause quite a lot of problems. Again, another common problem is in English we say married to, but in some other languages the equivalent preposition is with. So again, that can be a little bit confusing if you get it wrong for the examiner. Now, a way to improve this is to learn prepositions in context rather than relying on direct translations. Lots of candidates just take a dictionary and they directly translate everything word by word. They don't translate the whole phrase, which can cause problems. Luckily, some dictionaries and language apps and some resources like the Oxford Learner's Dictionary know this, and they've started putting these things into phrases so that candidates learn the collocations and the prepositions and the phrasal verbs together, and that should help you avoid some of the mistakes that are really common in the exam. Now, prepositions of direction are really difficult to get right, so we're just going to spend a little bit of time talking about these, and again, these are really important for communication in the exam. So prepositions of direction indicate movement, and they differ from location prepositions. So, for example, to, used when moving forward toward a destination. So, I'm going to the store. Now, many candidates make mistakes with this. Now, into is used for entering a space. So, he walked into the room. Okay. So, going into a smaller space. Onto, used for movement toward a surface. So, the cat jumped onto the table. And toward, used when indicating movement in the direction of something. So, for example, he walked toward the park. So, use all these prepositions to indicate that you are moving somewhere, and make sure to very carefully understand how to use these in the exam. Now, a really common error is using in instead of into when describing movement. So, for example, he walked in the room instead of he walked into the room. Now, the first one, he walked in the room, just kind of means that he moved kind of around the room, which is not really what you want to say. What you're trying to say is that he came in from the outside, from a different room, and he came into the new room. And for that situation, you have to say that he walked into the room. So it's important to watch for collocations with prepositions. Now, again, my aim here is not to teach you all the collocations which match with prepositions. It's more to get you to think about these things in the speaking exam and how they can improve your score. Now, some words tend to collocate with certain prepositions in common expressions, and you just kind of have to memorize this for the exam because these combinations just work in English and people understand them. So, for example, people say in advance, not on advance. They say by accident, not on accident. They say in charge of, not at charge of. So these are some of the key differences. Now, a really good tip is that collocations can be unpredictable. So reading and listening to native English materials will really help you understand these combinations and internalize these patterns. If you practice enough, you get to a point where you hear something and you think, that sounds a bit strange, doesn't sound quite right. And so that's the point you want to get to. And the way to do that is by a lot of exposure to reading and listening material from native English speakers. Now, knowing how to use the prepositions of cause and purpose can really improve your score in the exam. Lots of candidates make lots of mistakes with this in the exam, so knowing this can really help you. So we're just going to spend a few minutes talking about it. Now, the first one, for, indicates purpose or reason. So, for example, this gift is for you. So, I'm giving it to you. Or, I came here for a meeting. Now, because of indicates a cause or reason. So, for example, I missed the meeting because of the traffic. So, that was the reason I missed it. And due to is used in more formal contexts. So, for example, the cancellation was due to bad weather. Now, knowing this can really help you, and I strongly recommend that you practice a lot of these before the exam so you know the correct combinations of prepositions for cause and purpose. Now, a quick tip is avoid using because of in place of for. Now, lots of candidates make mistakes with this, and they'll say something like, I came here because of the meeting. Now, you cannot say this in English. You need to say, I came here for the meeting, and that would be the correct preposition for that situation. So, something that examiners see a lot of in the exam is non-native speakers forgetting to add prepositions in some of their phrases and sentences. So, for example, a lot of non-native speakers will say, she is interested art, instead of she is interested in art. So try not to forget the preposition when you're speaking in the speaking exam. Another example is, I'm looking forward the party. Okay, now you can't quite say that. You need to say, I'm looking forward to the party. So these prepositions are always needed. Try not to forget them when you're speaking. Now, a key tip for this is review whether a preposition is required in common expressions and memorize these cases. This will really help you avoid any errors or forgetting the prepositions when they are needed. So, 3 key tips about prepositions before we move on with other topics. So the first one, really important, is that you need to understand the prepositions for place and time. Now, lots of candidates make mistakes with this in the exam, and these are really simple mistakes. It's quite easy to get these correct, so don't make simple mistakes by getting the prepositions for place and time incorrect. The second one is practice the most common combinations of prepositions. So this includes phrasal verbs, certain words that go together in the language. All of these collocations are really important to know. So write them down, memorize them, make sure you know them before the IELTS speaking exam. And the last one is don't directly translate prepositions from your first language into English. So don't directly translate everything word by word. Make sure you know the whole phrase so that you minimize the amount of mistakes you make. And also that you make sure you don't say anything confusing during the exam by using the wrong preposition. And if you do these things, that should really improve your score. Now, understanding word order is one of the key things that can really improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam because correct word order is essential when you're speaking. Now, this also demonstrates that you have a strong grasp of English grammar, and proper sentence structure helps your speech flow naturally during the speaking exam, making it much easier for the examiner to follow and evaluate your responses. So this is why it's so important. So what is word order? Well, word order is the sequence of words you say in a sentence to convey meaning. So for example, in this phrase, I really like it. Okay, that's the order of words you need to say in order for the person listening to understand. If you say I like really it, it's quite confusing for the person listening who doesn't really know what you're saying. Now, the sentence structure in English may differ from that of other languages, causing non-native speakers to mix up the word order, and this causes a lot of problems in the exam. So in this section of the course, I'm just going to give you a lot of detailed information about how to improve your word order while you're speaking, and this should really improve your score for your next exam. Now, the first thing to know is that English follows a basic sentence structure, which is subject, verb, object. Now, the subject is who or what the sentence is about, and the verb is the action or state, and the object is who or what is affected by the action. So, for example, she, the subject, what the sentence is about, reads, the verb, what the subject is doing, what she is doing. Our book is the object, what or who is being affected by the action. So this is a basic sentence structure, and most of the sentences in English follow this structure. So if you think that something sounds a bit strange, it's probably because it's not following this structure. So knowing this structure and practicing this structure can really help you for the IELTS speaking exam. So the second basic thing to know is that adjectives usually come before the nouns they describe. So, for example, you say a beautiful house, not a house beautiful. Now, it might seem like quite a simple thing, but lots of candidates make mistakes with this. Now, there are a series of rules in this section of the course, and if you follow most of them, most of the time, you will get the word order correct and your score will really improve in the speaking exam. So, positioning adverbs correctly when you're speaking in the speaking exam can really improve your score. Now, adverbs of frequency, always, often, sometimes, usually come before the main verb, but after to be verbs. So, for example, she always goes to the park, or she is always happy. Adverbs of manner, place, or time generally come after the verb or at the end of the sentence. So, for example, she sang beautifully, or we met at the cafe yesterday. So, those are some common examples. So let's take a look at this one. Now, this one is incorrect. She goes sometimes to school. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Why is this incorrect? And how would you change it to be correct? Okay, so let's take a look. So this is incorrect because adverbs of frequency, always, often, sometimes, usually come before the main verb but after to be verbs. So in this case, it's coming before the main verb. So you need to say, she sometimes goes to school. Okay, let's have a look at another example. We will next week meet at the cafe. So I'm going to give you another 30 seconds. Have a think about why this is incorrect and also how would you correct it. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, so again, adverbs of manner, place, or time generally come after the verb or at the end of the sentence. So like in this example, we will meet at the cafe next week is correct because the adverb of manner is at the end of the sentence. So by practicing these and memorizing these rules, you can really improve your word order in the speaking exam and really improve your score. So it's really important that you avoid misplacing modifiers. So a modifier is an adjective or adverb that should be close to the word it describes. So misplacing modifiers can lead to confusion. So for example, I missed nearly the train. Now this doesn't really make sense and it might confuse the examiner during the IELTS speaking exam. However, you can say, I nearly missed the train, which means I almost missed it and is much easier to understand. So be really careful with this in the IELTS exam. Think about the words you're using and whether they are modifying something in the sentence. So let's take a look at an example. So another error here, she missed almost the interview. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Why is this an error? And how would you change this to be correct? Okay, so let's take a look. So she missed almost the interview. You can change this to she almost missed the interview. So you have to be careful with the sequence of words here to get it correct and make sure your sentence isn't confusing. Now, it's also really important to get the correct word order in questions. And in questions, the word order often changes. the auxiliary verb like do, can, or will, or the verb to be, comes before the subject. So, for example, where are you going? Or do you like pizza? Now, the incorrect is where you are going. You do like pizza. In those ones, you've got the word order incorrect because the verb doesn't come before the subject. So that causes problems. So let's have a look at an example of this. So the error is, like you the food at this restaurant? Now I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Just have a think about this question and then think about why there's an error and how you would correct it. Okay, so let's take a look. So, like you the food at this restaurant, you can change this to do you like the food at this restaurant? So you need the auxiliary verb there to make it into a question. Now, something else that can really improve your score in the speaking exam is being careful with negative sentences. And lots of candidates make mistakes with this in the exam, so try to avoid it. Now, in negative sentences, the auxiliary verb, do, have, be, comes before not. So, for example, I do not or don't like that movie. I don't like that movie. I do not like that movie. Or she is not tired, or she isn't tired. Both are okay. However, many candidates say something like, I not like that movie, or she tired is not. Okay, now you have to be careful with this in the exam. So remember, auxiliary verbs come before not in English. So let's have a look at an example. I hungry is not. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds to think about why this is an error, and then I'm going to show you the correct answer. Okay, let's take a look. So I hungry is not, you can change to I am not hungry, and that would be the correct version of the sentence. Now, it's important to maintain word order with indirect and direct objects. If there is both an indirect object, to whom or for whom, and a direct object, the thing, the word order is usually verb plus indirect object plus direct object. I gave her the book, for example. Or if you place a preposition, the order becomes direct object plus to or for plus indirect object. I gave the book to her in that situation. So be really careful with this during the exam. Many candidates make mistakes with it. So let's have a look at an example. Now this is an error. I stole her from it. Now I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Just think about why this is an error and how you would correct it to make it correct. Okay, so let's take a look. So, I stole her from it. You have to say, I stole it from her. So this is based on the rules talked about earlier, connected to prepositions. So go back and have a look at the first slide. Carefully remember what the word order is, and this will really improve your score in the speaking exam. So my aim here is not to teach you everything you need to know about word order in English. It's more just to show you where candidates make a lot of mistakes during the speaking exam and where having a little bit more information about word order can really improve your score. So something else to talk about in terms of word order is relative clauses, which, who, or that. Now, these directly follow the noun they describe. So, for example, the book that I bought is interesting. Now, it would be incorrect to say that I bought the book is interesting. So remember, relative clauses directly follow the noun they describe. So let's take a look at an example. So we've got an error here, that the sandwich I ate was tasty. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Why is this a mistake? And how would you change it to be correct? Okay, so let's take a look. So you can change this from that the sandwich I ate was tasty. You can change it to the sandwich that I ate was tasty. So remember that the relative clause comes directly after the noun that they describe. So something that a lot of candidates don't know is that there is an order to multiple adjectives, and getting this right can really improve your score in the exam. Now, the order is opinion, size, age, shape, color, origin, material, purpose, and then the noun. So, for example, a beautiful, small, old, round, blue, Italian wooden table. Let's take a look at an example. So here we have an error. A blue house, big, lovely. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Why is there a problem here? And how would you change it to be correct? Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, you need to say a lovely big blue house instead of a blue house big lovely. That's because the opinion comes first, so lovely. The size comes next, which is big. And the color comes next, which is blue. And then you have the noun at the end because there's no origin, material, or purpose. So you go straight to the end, which is the noun. So I really hope that helps you for your next speaking exam. So in English, it's important to keep the prepositions in the right place. So prepositions usually come before nouns or the pronoun they refer to. So, for example, she is talking about the project. Now, you can't say she is talking the project about. That would be the preposition after the noun it's referring to. So always remember that prepositions usually come before the noun or pronoun they refer to, not after. So something else really useful to know for the IELTS speaking exam is the role of inverted sentences. Now, in English, inverted sentences are used for emphasis, and sentences starting with so or such often have a strong feeling or quality, and you can put them at the beginning of a sentence to show this. Now, I'm not saying do this in the IELTS speaking exam, but if you hear this construction, then you know what the examiner is doing. If they put the word at the beginning of the sentence, they're trying to emphasize that so that you respond to it during the exam. Now, I wouldn't start speaking like this in the IELTS speaking exam. It might sound a bit strange because this is how we speak more in a dramatic way, say like a fear to play, or to as a narrator when you're talking about something in the third person, not the first person, I, but we. So be a bit careful with this, but it is quite useful to know. So, for example, you can say, so difficult was the test that only a few passed. Now, that is an inverted sentence. You could also say the test was very difficult, but someone might want to emphasize how difficult, so they put so difficult at the beginning. Another one would be, such was her determination that she never gave up. So again, the emphasis is on her determination here at the beginning of the sentence with such. You could also say she was very determined, but you might put it at the beginning of the sentence to show emphasis. So this is something quite useful to know. Now, another example of inverted sentences in this way in speaking is when sentences start with negative adverbs or limiting expressions like never, rarely, seldom, hardly, little, or scarcely. Inversion is often used for emphasis. So, never have I seen such dedication. So, again, you're emphasizing the dedication by putting never at the beginning. You could also say, I have never seen such dedication, but you might invert it to show emphasis. Rarely does he make mistakes. So again, uninverted would be he rarely makes mistakes. Now again, the only reason you would change this is to show emphasis of certain ideas. Scarcely had we arrived when the show started. You could say instead, he had scarcely arrived when the show started. So again, my aim here is I'm not saying do this during the IELTS speaking exam, but it can be quite useful to know if the examiner inverts the sentence to show emphasis to get you to respond to something during the speaking exam. Be a bit careful with this, okay? If you try and do this unnaturally, it will sound very strange in the exam. And this is more used in descriptive language, more in the third person, more for something dramatic in English like a play or theatre. So again, I'm not recommending you do this, but it is quite helpful to know and will improve your knowledge of grammar for the speaking exam. And the last quite small thing to help you in the exam is to maintain a parallel structure. So when using lists or paired ideas, keep a parallel structure to avoid awkwardness. So for example, this is correct. She likes swimming, hiking, and dancing. You'll notice that each word has the ing form, so it's in a series. Now, don't do this, which is what lots of candidates do in the exam, which is she likes swimming, to hike, and dance. It's not a good idea to change the form when you're in the middle of a list. So this is another small thing, but will add to your knowledge of grammar for speaking. And all these little things add up quite a lot to really improve your score during the speaking exam. So before we move on, let's talk about some key tips for word order in the exam. So number one is to understand the basic sentence structure: subject, verb, and object. Most of the time, this will mean that your word order is correct in the exam. It's really important to place adverbs and adjectives in the correct places. So have a look at those parts from this section of the course to understand the differences. And it's also important to practice the word order of questions, in particular the auxiliary verb and where to place that in questions to make sure your questions are correct. And it's important to understand the variety of sentence structures that we have in English. There are quite a few different ones depending on what you want to communicate. So have a look at those parts for more information about that. And relative clauses normally follow nouns. That's really important because we use relative clauses all the time in English. Now, if you follow all the tips from this section, that will be another part of really improving your score in the IELTS speaking exam because you will make less mistakes with this. So something really important to understand in order to improve your score in the exam is auxiliary verbs. Now, these are really important in English for communication and meaning. So in this section of the course, we're just going to talk about why auxiliary verbs are important and how you can improve your use of auxiliary verbs in the exam to communicate more effectively, which of course improves your score. Now, using auxiliary verbs effectively allows test takers to express ideas accurately in different time frames, for example, in the past, present, and future. Additionally, auxiliary verbs facilitate forming questions and negatives, which are crucial for responding naturally and fluently during the exam. So let's have a look at an example. Now, this is an error. He not know the answer. You need to say, he does not know the answer, so to add in the auxiliary verb. Now, these verbs like do, does, and did can be confusing, leading to incorrect negation or question formation. So understanding these better will really improve your score in the exam. So it's important first that you understand what the role is of the auxiliary verb when you're speaking English. So auxiliary verbs help express tense, mood, voice, and other grammatical aspects. The three most common auxiliary verbs are to be, to have, and to do. You also have modal auxiliary verbs can, could, may, might, must, shall, should, will, would that express possibility, necessity, ability, and permission. So in this section of the course, we're going to be talking about all of these and how to use them better in the speaking exam, and this should really improve your score. So let's talk about using the correct auxiliary verb when you're using different tenses in the speaking exam. And this is something that can really improve your score. Now, the present progressive or continuous uses the present form of to be plus the past participle. So, for example, the incorrect version would be she running, and the correct version would be she is running. So you have to add the auxiliary verb to make it correct. Now, for present perfect, you need have or has plus the past participle. So, for example, I eat dinner already would be incorrect. So you have to change it to be I have eaten dinner already to communicate that this is the present perfect. Now, my aim here is not to teach you all the grammar you need for the IELTS speaking exam. It's more to show you the kind of grammar that can really improve your score and how to use words more clearly to communicate in the exam. Now, the last one is past perfect, which is use had plus past participle to communicate. So the incorrect would be she left before I came. You can correct this by saying she had left before I came. So that's a key difference. Okay, so let's have a look at this one. So this is an error. I read this book before. So how would you change this to be correct, do you think? I'm going to give you 30 seconds to think about it. Okay, so let's take a look. So the error was, I have read this book before. And you can correct it by saying, I have read this book before in the present perfect. So you need to use have or has plus the past participle. Remember when you're talking in the present perfect. Okay, let's take a look at another one. So she eating dinner. How would you correct this? And why is this a mistake? Okay, let's take a look. So she eating dinner, you can change to she is eating dinner. And the reason for this is you need the present form of to be with the present participle when you're using present continuous or present progressive. So that's really important in English. So I hope that was helpful. Just remember to be careful with auxiliary verbs during the exam and you will improve your score. So another really common mistake in the speaking exam is not using auxiliary verbs in negative sentences. So in negative sentences, auxiliary verbs are required to form the negation with not. So for example, she not going to the party is a mistake. So don't do this during the exam. What you have to say is she is not going to the party. And that's quite important for the meaning of the sentence. You need that to make it negative. Another example, they not finished their homework. You need to correct this by saying they have not finished their homework. So that is a key difference. So let's have a look at an example of this. So he not interested in the offer. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. How would you correct this one? So you need to say, he is not interested in the offer. So it's really important that you add the auxiliary verbs there to make it negative. Let's have a look at another example. So this is another mistake. We're not planning to attend the meeting. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. How would you correct this one? Okay, let's take a look. So we're not planning to attend the meeting. You need to change this to be, we are not planning to attend the meeting. So this is another key thing to remember during the speaking exam. Practice this a little bit so that you get more comfortable with using auxiliary verbs in negative sentences. And I really hope you find this helpful for your next exam. So let's talk about how to use auxiliary verbs in questions, which is really important to know for the IELTS speaking exam. Now again, I have to say that this is not a grammar course, so my aim here is not to teach you the grammar in a lot of detail. My aim here is just to show you the grammar topics that candidates make mistakes with in the IELTS speaking exam and give you a little bit of help to improve your score in your exam. So questions in English typically require the inversion of the subject and auxiliary verb. So for example, it's incorrect to say, you are coming to the meeting. You need to say, are you coming to the meeting? It's also incorrect to say, she has arrived. You need to say, has she arrived in that situation? So let's check out some more examples. So if there is no auxiliary verb in the statement, you need to use do, does, did to form a question. So for example, you like coffee becomes do you like coffee? So that is a key difference. So let's have a look at an example here. So you want to have dinner? Okay, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Why is this an error, and how would you change it to become correct? Okay, let's check it out. So you want to have dinner is an error, and you need to change it to do you want to have dinner? So it's one of the second type that I talked about in this small part. Now, it's important to always match the modal verbs with base verbs. So modal verbs can, could, will, might should always be followed by the base form of the main verb, not a conjugated form. So for example, she can goes to the store is incorrect. You need to say she can go to the store. Another example, he mustn't do his homework. The key thing is he must do his homework. So this might seem like quite a small mistake, but actually it can make a really big difference to the person listening and how much they understand. So let's take a look at this example. So I must eat at breakfast now. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. How would you correct this? Okay, let's take a look. I must eat at breakfast now. You can change this to I must eat breakfast now. Remember, you must have the base form of the verb when making modal verb sentences. It's very important. So something else that a lot of candidates do is that they confuse have and be. Now, be mindful when you use have and be. For example, use be with continuous tenses and have with perfect tenses. So, for example, I have going to the store would be incorrect. You need to say, I am going to the store at the moment. So that's a continuous tense, something I'm doing now. Another example, I am eating my lunch. You can correct this by saying, I have eaten my lunch, which would be a perfect tense. So this is something to be careful of, and I recommend you practice this before the speaking exam to really help you. It's also important to avoid double negatives in the speaking exam. Now, English generally doesn't have double negatives, so this is using two negative words in a sentence as they create a lot of confusion. So, for example, it's incorrect to say, I don't have no money. Doesn't make any sense. What you have to say is, I don't have any money. So try not to have things like don't and no in the same sentence. It can make what you're saying quite confusing. So this is another small thing just to think about for the speaking exam. Now, it's also really important to be careful with irregular verbs. And this is something I don't often say, but this is something where it can really help to memorize the irregular verbs that we most commonly use in English to reduce the number of mistakes that you make in the exam. Now, it's really common in the exam that candidates make mistakes like this, so be really careful with this part of the grammar. Now, you must always use the correct past participle with the auxiliary verb. So, for example, it's incorrect to say she has went home. You need to say she has gone home. Now, if we were following the rules normally in English for the past, it would be she has wented home. But this is irregular, so you have to say she has gone home. Okay, so let's have a look at some more examples. So we've got two examples here. I bring the book to school last week. I drive to the supermarket yesterday. Now I'm going to give you 30 seconds. How would you correct both of these errors in the speaking exam? Okay. So you need to say, okay, you changed this. I bring the book to the school last week. You can correct this by saying, I brought the book to school last week. That would be one example. And the second error, I drive to the supermarket yesterday. You have to say, I drove to the supermarket yesterday. So those are just two examples of some common irregular verbs that lots of candidates get incorrect in the exam. So I recommend you practice this before the speaking exam. Now, to improve your score in the speaking exam, it's really important that you contract auxiliary verbs correctly. So when using contractions, for example, can't, don't, or isn't, make sure you're contracting the correct auxiliary verb. So it's incorrect to say, he's not got any money. This is the wrong contraction of has in this case. What you have to say is, he hasn't got any money. So this is just another small thing to be really careful of in the speaking exam. If it's cannot, say can't. If it has not, say hasn't, and always use the correct contraction, and that will improve your score. So when using auxiliary verbs, it's important to keep the modal verbs and maintain consistency in tense. For example, you can't combine modals in a way that creates tense conflicts. So, for example, she must had left early. You can't say this because that would be a finished action, and you're saying that you're not really sure. So that's quite confusing. You need to change it to, she must have left early, which means that she must have left just recently. So by keeping these tips in mind, you can avoid most of the common errors associated with auxiliary verbs in English. Practice is the key to getting used to their correct context, especially when switching between tenses and sentence structures. Now, again, my aim was not to teach you every single piece of grammar you need for the IELTS speaking. It was more to show you the grammar that examiners see used incorrectly in the exam almost every day. So I really hope you found that useful, and I hope it helps you improve your score in your next exam. So before we move on, let's talk about some quick tips for using auxiliary verbs in the IELTS speaking exam. So number one is to understand the role of auxiliary verbs. Make sure you know what forms they are and how to use them, and that will really help you reduce the number of errors in the exam and speak more naturally. Number two is to use the correct auxiliary for the tense. So remember, there's different auxiliary verbs depending on whether you're talking in the past, present, and future. So learning more about these will really help you during the IELTS speaking exam. Now, number three is to match modals with base verbs. So that's also like infinitives. So some people say infinitives, some say base verbs, which is the main form of the verb, like see or hear or think. You must match modals with those, otherwise it can be quite confusing to the examiner. Number four is to avoid double negatives. These can be quite confusing in English. So there's a few examples in that part. Have a look at those if you're not sure about that. Be careful with irregular verbs. Again, that's something you have to kind of memorize. Make sure you know all the irregular verbs. Otherwise, that could be a bit confusing if you say that incorrectly in the IELTS speaking exam. And always keep modal verbs consistent with the tense that you're using in the exam. And there's a few different variations on that. So you can have a look at those parts to help you. So if you do those things, or even if you just improve them slightly, that will really improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. So that's another small thing to focus on in the exam. So let's talk about incorrect plural forms. Now, this section of the course is one of the most important sections of this whole course. And that's because when examiners do the IELTS speaking exam, they see mistakes with these words all the time. When I was an examiner, I used to see mistakes with this 19 out of 20 exams I used to do, almost every candidate making mistakes. Now, if candidates use plurals incorrectly, it can be very confusing for the examiner. This can lower your score dramatically. There is a big difference in communication between these two things. I want a chairs and I want to chair. Now I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Why are these two, A and B, so confusing? Okay, let's talk about this. Now the reason is that the person listening doesn't know if you want one chair or some chairs. If you say, I want a chairs, a means one, but chairs means two. So this is really confusing to the person listening. Now, this is not good for communication. It's not good for the conversation you are having with the examiner. So this is not good for your score in the exam. So watch each of the lectures really closely in this section of the course, and this will really help you improve your score for the exam. So let's talk about some more rules for plurals. Now, most of the time, the first set of rules I talked about will work absolutely fine, but sometimes you add es in English for nouns that end in s, x, z, sh, or ch. Now, the pronunciation, the plural is pronounced with an extra syllable, so the box becomes boxes, and bus becomes buses, and watch becomes watches. Now, this might seem like quite simple stuff, but a lot of candidates make mistakes with the pronunciation, which can actually make it quite difficult to understand whether they're saying one bus or two buses, or one watch or two watches. So understanding this pronunciation can really help you in the exam and really improve your score. So something that can really improve your score in the exam is practicing the irregular plurals. Now, irregular plurals are really common in English, and lots of candidates make mistakes with them. So knowing how to form the plurals correctly can really improve your score in the exam, and many candidates make mistakes with this. So let's have a look at some examples. So if we were following the rules before, man should become mans, and woman should become woman's, and child should become child's, and foot should become feet's, and tooth should become tooth's. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way, and there's lots of irregular ones. So child becomes children, foot becomes feet, and tooth becomes teeth. Now, basically for this, you just have to memorize what these are, unfortunately. There's no other way of doing it, really. There's no particular rule for this. There's just quite a lot of irregular plurals in English. And the good news is, getting these right can really improve your score. in the exam because examiners often hear mistakes. So these are some of the most common in English. We have child, foot, tooth, man, woman, mouse, goose, cactus, basis, and crisis. So these are the 10 most common. So let's do a little bit of practice. So we have 3 errors here with plurals. So I'm going to give you 1 minute. How would you change each of these to become correct? Okay, let's take a look. Okay, so for the first one, you need to change the mans were walking in the street. To correct this, you need to say the men were walking in the street. Number 2, the childs were sleepy. You need to say the children were sleepy. 2 really common irregular plurals in English. Next one, my foots are cold. You need to say my feet are cold. So those are some common irregular plurals. So what I recommend is you practice this a lot before the IELTS speaking exam, and that will really improve your score in the exam. It's also really important to know that English has a lot of foreign origin words. So many nouns are borrowed from Latin or Greek have irregular plural forms. So for example, criterion becomes criteria. Now, criterion is like an idea for some kind of research that you might have, or datum becomes data from Greek or Latin into English. However, some of these are now being regularized in English, appendices instead of appendices. So these are key. Now, the important thing to know about this is that some of these foreign origin words have irregular plural forms that candidates often get incorrect in the exam. So if you memorize the next 10, which are on the next slide, then you will know the most common and you won't make mistakes with them in the exam. So these are some of the most common. So we've got cactus, the plant, becomes cacti. Criterion becomes criteria. Phenomenon becomes phenomena in the plural. Analysis becomes analyses. Thesis becomes theses. Alumnus becomes alumni. Bacterium becomes bacteria. Index becomes indices or indexes. Focus becomes foci or focuses. And radius becomes radii. So these are quite important. Now, if you don't know the meaning of some of these words, look them up in a good dictionary so you understand the meaning, and also practice them with something like ChatGPT so you understand what the words mean, and then make sure you memorize these plurals so you don't make mistakes with the plural form in the exam. Let's talk about collective nouns. Now, collective nouns are words like team and family, and they refer to a group but are not usually treated as singular. To avoid errors, ensure you're using the appropriate form. So, for example, families if referring to more than one family, which is quite important. So let's take a look at an example. Now, this is a really common error that a lot of candidates make in the exam. So, I went to see a movie with my families. Now, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Just try and correct this to make it correct for the exam. Okay, let's check it out. So, the first one, I went to see a movie with my families. So you need to correct this by saying, I went to see a movie with my family. Now, if you want to say people from your family, you have to say family members, like brother, sister, aunt, uncle, mother, and father. That's really important for the exam. Now, if you say families, what you're talking about is two different families. You're not talking about your direct family, like your brother and sister. You're talking about another family. So that's really important to know for the IELTS speaking exam. It can be also quite helpful to know some of the most common collective nouns in English. So, for example, a flock of birds, a herd of cattle, a pack of wolves, a school of fish, a swarm of bees, a pride of lions, a troop of monkeys, a gaggle of geese, a colony of ants, and finally, a crowd of people, the most common type of collective noun used in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, you probably won't use these too much in the exam, but it is something extra just to know about the way plural nouns work in English. And it's something else just to be aware of when you're talking about the plural in English. So you can learn some of these in your spare time, and they might be useful in the speaking exam. So generally, when you have compound nouns, so that's a few nouns joined together, like these examples, only the main part of the noun is pluralized. So, for example, it's not passers-bys, okay, that's incorrect. It's passers-by. It's not mothers-in-laws, it's mothers-in-law. So you only make the first part plural, and then the second part, you don't need to add s. So that's just another small thing to be aware of when you're making plurals in the exam. In compound nouns, only make the first part plural, and the second part you don't need to make plural afterwards. So the final thing to say is that you can always consult a dictionary for unfamiliar words, and this might be really important. Now, in this section, we haven't talked about every single plural. I've just tried to talk about the main ones, but if you are in doubt about any of these, look up the plural form in a reliable dictionary. Some words have irregular plurals or can have more than one acceptable form. For example, indexes or indices. Now, by knowing these rules and exceptions, you can avoid most of the common errors with plural forms in English. Regular practice and exposure to different types of text will help reinforce correct pluralization patterns. But the very last thing to say is if you're not sure, check online or check with a reliable dictionary, and that will make sure that you get it right in the exam. Memorize the most common that I have talked about in this course, and that will really help improve your score in the exam. So let's talk about countable and uncountable nouns. Now, this is so important to understand for the IELTS speaking exam, and so many candidates make mistakes with it. So, countable nouns are items that can be counted individually in the world. So, for example, phone or cup, something like that. You can actually count it directly. Now, these have a plural form, like apple or apples, or book or books, and you can use numbers with them, like 2 apples or 3 books, or 1 phone, or 2 cups, for example, and that's what makes them a countable noun. However, uncountable nouns, on the other hand, refer to things that cannot be counted individually because they are seen as a whole or a mass. So, water or sugar or music, all of these, it's very difficult because they're so small to count. You can't physically count it in the world, so therefore it's uncountable. So these are some really common uncountable nouns, and it's really important you know these before the exam. In particular, money and information. Those are 2 that I've seen used incorrectly many, 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 many times in the speaking exam. So just to run through, some of the most common ones are water, uncountable, no waters, okay? Milk, rice, sugar, salt, money, information, furniture, advice, and luggage. So let's have a look at some examples. So we've got 3 errors here. I'm just going to give you 1 minute. What I'd like you to do is correct each one to be correct for the speaking exam. Okay, let's have a look at the answers. So, I don't have enough money to buy this. You need to say, I don't have enough money to buy this. There is too many informations. You need to say, there is too much information. I have 3 cats in my house. You have to say, I have 3 cats in my house. So those are the correct answers. So I hope you found that useful. This is one of the most important parts, so make sure that you know the difference between countable and uncountable nouns before the speaking exam. Otherwise, you'll make quite a lot of mistakes, and that will reduce your score. So, before we move on to the next section, let's just cover the most important tips for incorrect plural forms and using them more effectively in the exam to improve your score. So, number 1, know the basic rules for regular plural. So, a chair, some chairs. So, you have to get that basic stuff correct before moving on. Be careful with irregular plurals in English. So, child to children. Now, you just have to kind of memorize these. There aren't a lot of rules for it. So, be careful with a lot of the irregular ones. And and that will help improve your score. Number 3 is understand how to use compound nouns, what they look like. So remember, only the first part of a compound noun is plural, and then the second part isn't plural. If you're not sure about that, have a look at that part of the course. Understand the basics of countable and uncountable nouns, what a countable noun is, what an uncountable noun is, the differences between the two, and how to make sure that you use them in the plural form correctly will really improve your score. And lastly, if you're not sure about a word that you encounter, use a good dictionary to find out if the word is countable, uncountable, regular, irregular, and this should reduce the amount of mistakes you make in the exam and improve your communication for the speaking exam.
So, because countable and uncountable nouns are so important for the IELTS speaking exam, I made an extra section of this course all about how to improve your usage of countable and uncountable nouns. Now, when I was doing the speaking exam, I think this was the thing that I saw the most mistakes with in the IELTS speaking of pretty much any grammar point in the exam. So we're just going to have a really detailed look at countable and uncountable nouns in this part. And by the end of it, you'll have a really good idea of how to use nouns correctly. And that should really improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, understanding the difference between countable and uncountable nouns is crucial in IELTS speaking, as it helps candidates use accurate grammar, particularly with articles and quantifiers. So it's not just about getting the nouns correct, you also have to get the whole structure of the sentence correct. So we're also going to talk about that in this section. Proper use of these nouns demonstrates grammatical range and precision, which can improve coherence and clarity in responses. Mastering countable and uncountable nouns also enables candidates to avoid common errors, making their speech sound more natural and fluent. So, before we get onto the more complicated aspects of countable and uncountable nouns, I just need to talk about the basics again. And I talked a bit about this in the previous section, but I'm just going to repeat some of this again. So, the countable nouns are items you can count individually, like apple, book, or chair, and they have singular and plural forms. So, 2 apples, 1 apple, 1 book, 2 books, 1 chair, 2 chairs. They are items that you can physically count in the world. So, for example, I've got 1 smartphone here, and you could have 2 smartphones, but you can actually count how many there are. And same thing with grass. I've got a grass here. So there's 1 grass here and 2 grasses. You can physically count them in the world. Now, uncountable nouns are different. These are difficult to count. So information, you can't directly count information. And water, you can't directly count water. So therefore, it's uncountable. You can't say 2 waters. It doesn't make any sense in the language. So in this whole section, I'm going to go into a lot of detail about how to use countable and uncountable nouns to communicate more effectively in IELTS speaking, and this should really improve your score.
So these are the uncountable nouns that learners often make mistakes with in the exam, in my experience. So I've written a list of the ones that they most make mistakes with first. So the first one is abstract concepts. This happens all the time. Now think very carefully when you're in the speaking. Can I physically count it? And if you cannot, then you don't need to make it countable. So just say advice, just say information, just say knowledge. That is absolutely fine. Substances and materials, water, bread, money, rice. We've already talked about those. You can't physically count them, so therefore you don't need to make them countable. And the last one is subjects, mathematics, physics, music, literature. Again, you can't physically count the subject, so you don't need to make it countable. So in that case, there's no plural form. Do not add s. If you say something like, the knowledges are interesting, then that's a mistake in the exam, and it can be quite confusing to the examiner. In the next parts, we're going to practice this a little bit more so that you feel confident about it when you're in the speaking exam. So during the speaking exam, it's really important that you use countable nouns and uncountable nouns correctly with the correct quantifiers. Now, the quantifiers are the words that come just before you say the noun while speaking. So, for example, with countable nouns, you use quantifiers like a few, many, or several. So, for example, I have a few friends, or I have many friends, or I have several friends. All of those will be okay because friends is countable. You can count it. Now, with uncountable nouns, use quantifiers like some, a little, or much. For example, I need some water. I need some information. I need some funding, something like that. All of those are uncountable nouns. And for those, you can say a some, a little, or much, and that's okay. Now, you cannot say something like, I need many furniture, or I need many information, or I need many water. It doesn't make sense because they are not countable nouns. Now, avoid using many or a few with uncountable nouns. For example, I need many advices is incorrect. It should be, I need some advice. Now, let's have a look at some errors here in the speaking exam. So we've got two here. I need a few advices and I need a little apples. So I'm going to give you 45 seconds. Just have a think about why these are incorrect and how would you correct them. Okay, so let's take a look. So the first error, I need a few advices. You can change this to, I need some advice. So to communicate there for the advice. Next one, I need a little apples. You can correct that to, I need a few apples. So remember, you must have the correct quantifier, which is the word coming before the noun. And in the next part, we're going to look at some common rules for uncountable and countable noun quantifiers. So let's talk about the most commonly used quantifiers in English. And this should really help you improve your score during the exam if you know how to use all of these correctly. So the first is some, used with countable nouns and uncountable nouns, so with both. So for example, some books and some water, some information, some furniture, some apples, all fine. Any you can use with countable nouns and uncountable nouns, so any ideas, any information, both are fine. Any funding, any furniture, any apples, any chairs, all good. Much you can say with uncountable nouns, but not countable nouns. So much sugar, much information, but you cannot say much apples. Doesn't make any sense. Many you can use with countable nouns. So many people, many books, many chairs. It's fine. Any of those are fine. But you can't say many information, many sugar. Doesn't make sense. A lot of, countable and uncountable, both fine. So a lot of cars and a lot of traffic, a lot of information, a lot of funding, a lot of furniture, all fine. Now, plenty of, you can use this with countable nouns and uncountable nouns. So plenty of apples, plenty of information, plenty of time, plenty of furniture, plenty of books, all fine. Few, you can use with countable nouns. So a few apples, a few chairs, all fine. But you cannot use it with uncountable nouns. So you cannot say few information, few blood, few sugar, that kind of stuff. Can't say that. A few, countable nouns as well. So that's similar. So a few friends, countable is fine. And a little, you can't use with countable nouns. You can use it with uncountable nouns. So a little information, a little funding, a little furniture, all fine. Several with countable nouns, so several apples, several chairs, several glasses, several cups, all fine. And all you can use with countable nouns and uncountable nouns, so all students, countable, all knowledge is uncountable, so all information is fine, or all furniture is fine. So I hope you find that really helpful. These are the most commonly used quantifiers in English. Now, this is something to be really careful of. A lot of candidates, almost every speaking exam that I did, used to make some mistakes with this. So knowing this will really help you for the speaking exam. So it's really important to use articles correctly during the IELTS speaking exam. So you need to use a and an with singular countable nouns. So for example, she has a car, she has a book, she has a table. Any of those are fine. Do not use a or an with uncountable nouns. So for example, I need an advice. You cannot say that in the speaking exam. You need to say, I need advice, or I need some advice. Do not add a or an to uncountable nouns. Same again, you cannot say, I need an information. Doesn't make sense in English. Now, some uncountable nouns can be made countable when referring to specific types or units. So, for example, a piece of advice, 1. A slice of bread, 1. A cup of tea, a glass of water. All of those are okay with certain uncountable nouns. And the 4 I have given you here are the most common when speaking English, so should really help you. So let's practice this a little bit. So we have 2 errors here. I have the teas for you, and I have some breads for breakfast. I'm going to give you 1 minute. Just think about why these are mistakes, and then on the next slide, I'm going to give you the answers. Okay, so let's have a look at this. So the error, I have the teas for you. You can say instead, I have some cups of tea for you. The error, I have some breads for breakfast. You can say instead, I have some slices of bread for breakfast. So this is really important to know for the English-speaking part of the exam. Lots of candidates make mistakes with this. So if you get this right, it will really improve your score in the exam because lots of candidates don't know this, and it's a very easy thing to make mistakes with. Now, this is a list of the most common uncountable nouns that you make countable in this way. So the first is a ray of sunshine. The next is a grain of sand. The next is a drop of water. The next is a breath of fresh air, a stroke of luck, a loaf of bread, a pinch of salt, a dash of pepper, a bar of chocolate, and a gust of wind. So those are all nouns that you can make countable in the following way. Now, be a bit careful with this. Lots of candidates make mistakes with this and they say things like salts and breads and sunshines and sands, okay? You don't need to say that when you're speaking English. So always refer to what you're talking about. So a loaf of bread is the whole thing of bread, but you can also have slices of bread that you can buy. So think about this carefully for the exam and you will avoid many of the mistakes that many candidates make. Now, it's also important to pay attention to exceptions. So some nouns can be both countable and uncountable, depending on the meaning. So for example, experience can be countable. She had many exciting experiences during her trip. So that's each individual experience that you can count. And it's uncountable when saying he has a lot of experience in teaching, more general. So it's uncountable in that situation. Now, hair, countable. I found 3 hairs in my soup. Okay, so you can count the hair. Okay, so it's countable. But when you're talking about it in general, you have to say she has beautiful hair in general. So you're not specifically counting them. So let's take a look at some more examples of this. Okay, so these are the most common ones in English that I'm going to quickly go through. So light, so a light is countable, but light in general is uncountable. Paper, meaning a document or a physical piece of paper, pieces of paper are countable, but paper as a material is uncountable, so paper as a commodity. Hair, it can be a hair, one that you can count, is countable, but hair in general is uncountable. A room, meaning a space or chamber, is countable. However, room, meaning space in general, there is room in the room, is uncountable. Time, a specific occasion or event, so how many times. I went to Paris 3 times, is countable, but time as a concept, uncountable. So time is moving quickly. Iron, an iron meaning a tool. For example, there are 2 irons in the room for ironing, is countable, but an iron as material is uncountable. Glass, a glass meaning to drink something from a glass, is countable, but glass as material is uncountable. Chicken, a chicken meaning the bird is countable, so you can count the number of chickens. Chicken as a food is uncountable. So very important there. And business, a business meaning a company is countable. So there are 2 businesses in the town or village. But business meaning commerce in general, so I like business, is uncountable. Work, a work meaning a creation, so this is my artwork, this is my work, is countable, but work in general is uncountable. Like, I like my work at the moment. So these are some common mistakes that candidates make in the exam all the time. So you can go through the last couple of slides, just kind of memorize this stuff so you know which ones are countable, which ones are uncountable. And again, like I said in the last part, you can use a good dictionary, be a bit careful, but use a good dictionary to check whether things are countable or uncountable and in what forms they're countable or uncountable. So the last part of talking about countable and uncountable nouns is using any in questions. Now, this is really important to know if you're going to get questions right with uncountable nouns. Now, I apologize that countable and uncountable nouns are so complicated. I'm not really sure why it is this way, but I hope that this section of the course means that you really understand countable and uncountable nouns much better than you did before doing this course, and this will really help you communicate more clearly in the exam and also make less errors. So it's important to use any in negative sentences and questions. So for example, do you have any sugar? And there aren't any chairs left. So this is a really important construction. So we're going to practice this. So let's have a look at this error. I have an information about the meeting. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Just have a think about why this is an error and how would you correct it. Okay, so let's take a look. So the error was, I have an information about the meeting. You need to change this to, do you have any information about the meeting? Now, the reason for this is that any is typically used in negative sentences, questions, or conditional statements, not positive statements. And that's really important to remember for the IELTS speaking exam. So let's talk about some key tips for this part of the course before we move on with the next section. So really important, learn the common uncountable nouns like sugar, water, information, funding, that kind of thing. Use the quantifiers correctly. So remember that some quantifiers go with countable nouns, some go with uncountable nouns, and some are both. It's really important that you know that for the speaking exam. Use articles properly. Okay, there are differences between how you use articles with countable and uncountable nouns. If you can't quite remember, go back to that part of the course and watch that lecture again. It's really important for your speaking score. And the last one, pay attention to exceptions. There's lots of nouns in English which are slightly strange, like a piece of paper, a cup of tea, those kinds of nouns. So having a good idea of the most common ones can really help you improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam because you won't make mistakes with it in the exam. So those are the 4 key tips to remember from this section, and I will see you in the next section. So using pronouns incorrectly is a common source of error in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, they're also really important because they specify who or what is being discussed. So if you're not quite sure about this, it can be quite confusing if you use these even slightly incorrectly. Now, knowing them can really improve your score in the exam, because if you can use pronouns effectively, you can communicate much more clearly, which will improve your score. And lastly, at the higher levels, they can help you avoid lots of repetition. Now, this is a good way to avoid repetition. Lots of teachers tell students not to repeat the same word in the IELTS speaking exam. My advice is not quite that. You can repeat any word that's correct, that's no problem, but also knowing pronouns will naturally allow you to avoid lots of repetition that you might make in the speaking exam. So let's have a look at this example. So we've got, people should take care of his health by eating well and exercising. Now, his is the pronoun here, and I'm just going to give you 30 seconds. Just have a think about why this is confusing, and then I'm going to give you the correct answer. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, the mistake was, people should take care of his health by eating well and exercising. You need to change that to, people should take care of their health by eating well and exercising. So his is a bit confusing because you have people. So his is one person and people is many people. So you've got the pronoun here incorrect. Now this is quite confusing to the person who's listening, because people is a few people or many people, and his is normally one. So therefore you're not sure if it's many people or one person. So that can leave you feeling a bit confused. So you have to say, people should take care of their health as a group, their health by eating well and exercising. So I hope that was helpful. In this whole section, we're going to be talking about pronouns in a lot of detail and helping you use them more effectively to make your speaking clearer, and also avoid lots of common errors that IELTS examiners see all the time in the exam. So let's talk about the agreement in number and gender with pronouns in English. Now, many languages don't have these pronouns, so they're very confusing for students and candidates on a regular basis. But the good news is, if you know the main information, you can avoid most of the errors and you can communicate much more clearly in the speaking exam. So pronouns must agree with their antecedents, so that's the nouns they refer to, in number. For example, my brother is very talented, he plays guitar beautifully. So that is agreeing, my brother, one, is very talented. He, brother, so it's he, not she, plays guitar beautifully. But this is an error. My brothers are very talented, she plays guitar beautifully. Now that's incorrect because it's he, because it's brother, and the number is also wrong as well. So it should be they if it's more than one. So this is one example of how pronouns can be used incorrectly in the exam. Now, it's also important to mention that you can use gender-appropriate pronouns when necessary, but when possible, use gender-neutral pronouns like they if the gender is unknown or irrelevant. So, for example, the student should bring their notebook. In that sentence, you don't know whether they're male or female, so therefore you use their to communicate in that sentence, and use a gender-neutral singular use of they for that particular example. So most of the time there's a female or male pronoun, but when there isn't, you can use a more gender-neutral pronoun, which is also fine. And in this whole section, we're going to be talking about how to communicate more effectively with pronouns, why pronouns are important, and the most common mistakes that candidates make with pronouns in the speaking exam. Now, to make your communication much clearer, it's really important that you avoid ambiguous references. So this is when the person listening doesn't know who you're talking about or who is completing the action. So I'm going to give you an example. So the example is, when Sam talked to Jordan, he said he would be late. So in this sentence, you don't know who is being late. Is it Sam or is it Jordan? Okay, so you have to be quite careful with pronouns. They can actually make what you're saying a little bit more confusing if you're not careful. So if it's unclear who the pronoun is referring to, it's much better to specify. So for example, when Sam talked to Jordan, Sam said he would be late rather than he, which could be Sam or Jordan. So this is just a small thing to be careful of, but this can really improve your score in the exam because it helps you communicate more clearly. Now, it's really important to use pronouns consistently during the IELTS speaking exam. And this is something that a lot of candidates make mistakes with. And you hear this kind of thing all the time. Now, try not to switch in the middle of sentences or paragraphs or longer sequences of words when you're speaking, because this can really confuse the person listening and the examiner. So this is a common mistake that you often hear. If he wants to succeed, it should work hard. Now, it's a bit confusing because you started he, which is a person, and then it, which is an object. So you're not sure as a listener whether the candidate is talking about a person, he, or an object, it, in the sentence. So that's very confusing for the examiner. So what you need to say instead is, if he wants to succeed, he needs to work hard. So you have to communicate that he is the person wanting to succeed and he needs to work hard. And then that's much easier for the person listening to understand and understand who is the subject of that sentence. So just an interesting extra piece of information for you is that pronouns must be matched with collective nouns. Now, be cautious when dealing with collective nouns. In American English, collective nouns like team, committee, or family are often treated as singular, but in British English, they are sometimes treated as plural, and sometimes both. So in American English, the team is celebrating its victory, and in British English, the team are celebrating their victory. Now, both are okay in the IELTS exam, so don't worry about this too much. It's kind of useful to know, but both are acceptable here. Now, the key thing is that if you talk about team is celebrating, you're talking about the whole team, the unit is. That's the kind of communication there. And if you talk about the team are celebrating, then you're talking more about the individual members when you're communicating in the speaking exam. So again, I repeat, both are okay. There's only a slight communication difference. In the United States, they generally don't use both forms. In the UK, we use both forms, but in the United States, they only use one form. Again, both are okay for the exam, but this is quite useful to know that there is a slight difference in communication depending on what pronoun you use in the speaking exam. So it's important that you understand how to use the subject and object pronouns correctly. So subject pronouns are I, you, he, she, it, we, and they. And object pronouns are me, you, him, her, it, us, and them. So for example, In this sentence, the cat is the subject, chased is the verb, and the mouse is the object. So that is a subject, verb, object construction that can help you. So let's have a look at a few examples of why this is important. So it's incorrect to say him and I went to the store. So you need to say he and I went to the store, because you have to be careful with which is the subject and which is the object. Another one, she gave the book to I. Instead, you need to say she gave the book to me. So again, because it's the difference between object and subject, you have to be quite careful here when using these words. Now, this is just a small thing, but this is another good thing to know if you want to improve your score in the exam. Examiners hear a lot of mistakes with these quite often, so if you get them correct, that is very good for your score in the speaking exam. So it is very important to be careful with reflexive pronouns. Now, reflexive pronouns are myself, yourself, himself, herself, and should only be used when the subject and object of the sentence are the same person or thing. So, for example, it is incorrect to say, John and myself went to the store, because John is different from you, myself, so it doesn't make any sense. So you should say instead, John and I went to the store, and that will improve your usage. Or, for example, I bought myself, I and myself are the same thing. So you can say, I bought myself a gift. And that is correct use of reflexive pronouns. So when who and whom are used as pronouns, you have to be really careful with the usage. So for example, who is used as a subject and whom is used as an object. So for example, in the sentence, the cat is a subject, so that's the thing the sentence is about, and there's a verb, and then something happens to the object. So it's the same for who and whom here. Who is the subject and whom is the object. So let's have a look at some examples of this. So it's incorrect to say whom is going to the party. Again, doesn't really make any sense. You need to say who is going to the party. It is incorrect to say to who should I send the letter. You need to say to whom should I send the letter, because they are the object and not the subject. So this is just another small thing to be careful of in the IELTS speaking exam. So let's talk about some quick tips for pronoun mistakes before we move on with the next section. So number one is always ensure agreement with gender and number. That's really important and something that a lot of candidates forget. Always be careful to use pronouns consistently. So if you say him, continue with him, or if you say he, continue with he. Don't mix and match pronouns. It can get quite confusing for the examiner in the speaking exam. Number three, be careful with the usage of who and whom. Lots of candidates make mistakes with this in the IELTS speaking exam, so this can improve your score. And number four, be careful when matching pronouns to subjects and objects. Think carefully about what the subject is and think carefully about what the object is. And if you do most of these things, you will improve your score in the exam and also avoid many of the common errors that candidates make. So something that can be very confusing for speaking examiners in the exam is when double negatives are used incorrectly. And in my experience, this happens all the time in the speaking exam. Now, if you use double negatives incorrectly, it can make it difficult to understand what the candidate is saying. So let me give you an example. Now here is an example. It says, I can't not do it. So here, we're not really sure if you can do it or I can't do it. So I can do it and I can't do it are much clearer because it's directly correct or directly incorrect. So when you mix can't and not, which is two negatives, then it can make what you're saying a bit confusing. So in this small part, I'm just going to talk to you about how to avoid this in the exam, and this should really improve your score for your next speaking exam. So the first thing to do to improve this in the speaking exam is to learn some common negative words that we have. Now, of course, no is a negative word, not, never, nothing, nowhere, nobody, none, and neither. So in standard English, you generally don't get these words together in the same sentence. Now, sometimes we might say this in English for emphasis to really show something. So you might say, no, I would never do that. So there you're showing emphasis, no, and then you say never because you want to show extra emphasis that this is something you wouldn't do. But this situation is very rare in standard English. For the most part, 98% of the time, don't use two negative words in a sentence. And if you follow that rule, then it should be fine most of the time, and you won't confuse the examiner. So in some informal forms of English, you might hear two double negatives coming together in a sentence. So for example, I don't need no help. Now, actually, that is not a good idea in the IELTS speaking exam. The IELTS speaking exam focuses on standard English, where two negatives create a positive, which is often confusing or unintentional. So you need to change this to I don't need any help, and that makes it much easier for the examiner to understand what you're saying in the exam. Now, the only thing that's different from this is if you use two negative words for extra emphasis. So, no, I didn't do that. So there, it makes sense because you're trying to give extra emphasis to something you did. But it's still very clear that that wasn't you. In this example, it's less clear. So try to avoid this kind of thing in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, if you spot two negative words in a sentence, you can replace one with a positive word or phrase. For example, I can't find nothing is incorrect. You can change that to I can't find anything. Now, this makes it much easier for the listener to understand what you're talking about. So again, if you have two negative words in a sentence, replace one with a positive word, and this should avoid most of the errors in the speaking exam and make what you're saying much clearer for the examiner. So It's also important to watch out for hidden negatives within contractions. So, for example, words like don't, can't, won't, and isn't already contain negatives. So be careful not to pair these with another negative word. So, for example, it's incorrect to say, he isn't going nowhere. Doesn't make any sense. You have to say, he isn't going anywhere. Now, the reason for this is that isn't is already negative. So anywhere should be used instead of nowhere. Remember, the second part needs to be positive. Now, you also have to be careful with other contractions like don't, can't, won't, and isn't. So again, just be careful of this in the exam. And if you see something like this in the exam, make sure to make the second word positive, and that should reduce the number of mistakes in the speaking exam. So it's really important to use affirmative words with negative constructions. So, for example, when using a negative verb, for example, don't, follow it with words like any, anything, or anyone, instead of their negative counterparts like no, nothing, and nobody. So it's incorrect to say they don't know nobody. It doesn't make sense. So because you've got don't, you can't then use nobody. So you need to say they don't know anybody. So if in the first part you have don't or doesn't, don't then use no or nothing. You need to say any, anything, or anyone, and then you will be correct for that sentence and it won't sound strange in the exam. So let's talk about 3 key tips before we move on with the next section. So for negative forms, it's really important that you learn common negative words. It's also really important that you replace the second negative word with a positive word. So don't write, I don't know nothing. You have to say, I don't, negative, know anything, positive. So you can't have negative, negative. You must have negative, positive. And the last one is watch for hidden negatives in contractions like don't instead of do not. You have to be careful with that. It can cause communication problems in the exam. So in this part of the course, we're going to talk about the use and misuse of conditional sentences. Now, non-native speakers often mix up the different types of conditionals, real versus unreal situations, and the correct verb tense to use with each. Now, this is really important for your score in the IELTS speaking exam, and lots of candidates lose marks because they don't quite understand how to use conditionals. So an example of a conditional sentence is, if I had more time, I would travel around the world to explore different cultures. So the first part, if I had more time, and the second part, I would travel around the world. So you've got a combination there, if and the other clause. So to get a higher score, practice the conditional sentences until you can always say them correctly, and this will really improve your score in the exam. Now let's have a look at a common error. So if I will see him, I tell him. Now this is a really common error in the exam, and so what I would like you to do is I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Just think about the common error and why is it a mistake and how would you correct it? And then I'm going to give you the correct answer. Okay, let's take a look. So instead of if I will see him, I will tell him, you need to say, if I see him, I will tell him. So in this section of the course, we're going to have a detailed look at conditional sentences so that you can use them correctly during the exam and avoid most of the common errors that candidates make. And this will hopefully really improve your score for your next exam. So it's really important that you understand the zero conditional to improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, the zero conditional can be thought of as if A happens, then B happens. It is not about possibility, but rather a relationship that always holds. So A always equals B. Now, if the condition is met, the result always follows. So, for example, if water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius, it becomes ice. If you heat metal, it always expands. So this is when you use the zero conditional. So 3 key things about this. This expresses universal truths. These things always happen. So the zero conditional describes facts or truths that are always valid. They can't change. Uses present tense. So both clauses, the condition and the result, are in the present tense. So if water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius, it becomes ice, both present tense. You can replace if with when. Since these statements describe facts, if can often be replaced by when without changing the meaning. For example, when water boils, it turns into steam. So that's just an additional useful thing to know. So the first conditional describes what will happen in the future if certain conditions are met. So it is based on real possibilities and likely outcomes. The condition is something that can realistically happen, and the result is the expected outcome if it does. So this is something quite likely to happen, and there's a connection between the two. So for example, if it rains tomorrow, I will bring an umbrella. And if we leave now, we will get there on time. There's quite a strong connection between both of these things. So this is the first conditional. So expresses real possibilities in the future. The first conditional is used for situations that could actually happen. So in the first one, if it rains tomorrow, that's quite likely it could actually rain tomorrow. So you'll need an umbrella. And if we leave now, that's also quite likely. It could happen and it will help us get on time. This uses the present and future tense. The condition is in the present tense and the result is in the future tense. So that's really important. There's a likely outcome, not certain. Unlike the zero conditional, which describes factual or inevitable outcomes, the first conditional is about possibilities and is often used with a hint of uncertainty. So again, we can't predict the weather necessarily fully, so there's still a bit of uncertainty. You're not 100% sure, and in that situation, you can use the first conditional. So let's talk about the second conditional. Now, the second conditional is used to describe hypothetical or imaginary situations, so typically in the present or future, that are unlikely or contrary to current reality. So it's a way to talk about what if scenarios that aren't expected to happen or aren't real. And that's really important. So this is very unlikely, these situations for the second conditional. So for example, if I had $1 million, I would travel the world. How likely is it that you are suddenly going to have $1 million? Maybe it will happen, maybe not. Not really sure. So that's quite an imaginary situation. And the second one, if I were the president, I would lower taxes. How likely is it that you're going to be president? I mean, it's a very, very small chance, but it's quite unlikely that you will become the president one day. So therefore, this is an imaginary or very hypothetical situation. So therefore, you need to use the second conditional in English. So this expresses hypothetical or unlikely situations. The second conditional is used for scenarios that are unlikely to happen or don't align with reality. Uses past in conditional form. The condition is in the past tense to signal its improbability or imagined nature, while the result uses would. Not about actual plans, so you don't really have a plan to do this kind of thing. It is, unlike the first conditional, the second conditional is not based on real plans or expected outcomes, but rather on imaginative possibilities. So that's how we use it. Okay, so lastly, let's talk about the third conditional. Now, the third conditional is used to imagine an alternative version of the past where something different could have happened. So since we're talking about the past, we know that the condition wasn't met and thus the result didn't actually occur. So this conditional is useful for reflecting on missed opportunities, regrets, or any what-if scenarios about past events. So for example, if I had studied harder, I would have passed the exam. So this is your regret. You really wanted to study harder, but you didn't, and so you didn't pass the exam. So that's your regret. And another one, if they had invited me, I would have attended the party. So you're a little bit upset that you weren't invited to the party, and if you had been invited to the party, you would have attended. So that's the connection between both those parts. So 3 key things about this. This expresses hypothetical past situations. The third conditional is for imagining an alternative version of the past. So if I had studied harder, if in the past, I would have passed the exam. And focusing on situations that didn't happen in the past. Uses past perfect and conditional perfect. The condition is in the past perfect tense, signaling that it refers to a different past scenario, while the result uses would have to indicate the hypothetical outcome. Not relevant to present reality. That's really important. Since it refers to the past, it is not about now. It doesn't impact the present or future. It's purely about imagining different outcomes for past events. Now, in my experience, one of the most common sources of errors in the speaking exam is the misuse of conditionals and, in particular, the tenses used for each of the conditionals. So these are some general guidelines just to remind you of some of the stuff that you learned in the previous parts. So zero conditional, you need to use the present tense for both clauses. That's really important. For the first conditional, you need to use the present tense in the if clause and future tense in the result clause. That's really important. So if and present to begin with, and then future, and then for the second part. Second conditional, past simple in the if clause to begin with. So if I went, I would, second part. And the third conditional, past perfect in the if clause and would have plus past participle in the result clause. So if something, I would have something else. And so those are the tenses that are important to use. So let's practice a few of these. So we've got 2 errors here. So the first one, zero conditional error, and first conditional error is the second. So I'm going to give you 1 minute. Just read both examples, number 1 and number 2. Think about why these are errors and how would you correct them. Okay, so let's have a look at the correct answers. So the first one, if you mix red and blue, you get purple. Instead of, if you mixed red and blue, you get purple. So it's in the present tense, not the past. So that's quite important. And the second one, if you eat all your dinner, I will give you dessert. So again, that is in the present tense and then the future tense. Whereas in the error example, it was in the future and then the past. So this should give you some idea. Okay, let's have a look at the last two. So we've got a second conditional error here, and we've got a third conditional error here. Now again, I'm just going to give you 1 minute. Have a think about why these are errors and how would you correct them. Okay, so let's have a look. So for the first one, you need to say, if she knew his phone number, she would call him. So first part is in the past, and then second part is conditional with would. And the third conditional error, if she had known, past perfect, first part, she could have conditional modal verb in the second part. So I hope you found that really helpful and that you have a better idea of how to use conditionals. In the next parts, we're going to be having a very detailed look at some more conditionals to help you for the exam. So it is really important to avoid using would or will in the if clause. So for example, don't put would in the first clause of your conditional sentence. So for example, if I would study, I would pass the exam. Now that's incorrect. Don't do that in your speaking. You need to say, if I studied, I would pass the exam. So only use would in the result clause, not the if clause, which is the first clause in the sentence. Now remember, it's really important to pay attention to unreal conditions. So for example, in the second and third conditionals, remember that you're talking about an unreal or hypothetical situation. Now this hasn't happened in any way. So for example, if you won $1 million, you should, something like that. You haven't won $1 million, so it's an unreal situation. Now, the second conditional refers to the present or future, while the third conditional refers to the past. So, for example, the second conditional, if I were you, I would quit. So that's unreal present future. Now, if I were you, I'm not you. So therefore, it's unreal. And the third conditional, if I had known, I would have called. Again, it's unreal because I didn't know. So it's not something real in the past. So this is really important to remember. Always think about what actually happened. So in this situation, for the third conditional, I didn't know, so that's not a real situation. For the second conditional, I am not you, so again, that's an unreal situation. So you have to be quite careful of this in the exam, so you choose the correct conditional to communicate what you want to say in the exam. Now, it's important to be consistent with were in the second conditional. So in formal English, use were instead of was for all subjects in the second conditional, even with I or he, she, and it. So this is something that a lot of candidates make mistakes with, so you can really improve your score by knowing it. Now, this is incorrect. If I was rich, I would travel the world. Now, this is not really something we say in English with the second conditional, so you need to say, if I were rich, I would travel the world. So you can use a range of different modal verbs when communicating in the conditional tenses. So normally you would say would, but you can also say could, might, or should. Now you can't use all the different modal verbs, like you can't use must in a conditional sentence. That's not correct. So be a little bit careful with this. But if you want to, you can show a little bit more possibility by using different modal verbs. So the first one, if you study hard, you might pass the exam. You could also say, if you study hard, you could pass the exam. So that would be less than might. Or if you study hard, you should pass the exam. That would be more than might, showing more chance that you will pass the exam. Same thing with second conditional. If I had more money, I could travel, so I'm able to, but I might not do so. If I had more money, I might travel, so I'm thinking about traveling, I might do it. And if I had more money, I should travel. That means that you feel like it's something you should do. So that's the key thing. And for the third conditional, if you had called me, I could have helped you. And you could also say, if you had called me, I might have helped you. So again, so should is the most, could is the middle, and might is the lowest one. So depending on how much conditional you want to show, you can use a different modal verb when you're speaking. So this is an unusual use of conditionals in the speaking exam, but still quite helpful to know. Now, you probably won't say this that much, but it might be helpful if you hear it in the exam to know what the examiner is talking about. And if you can reply like this as well, that is great for the exam. So mixed conditionals combine different types of conditionals when the situation in one clause refers to a different time than the situation in the other. So, for example, a present result of a past condition. So if I had taken that job in the past, I would be happy now in the present. Or a past result of a present condition. If I were rich right now, I would have traveled last year in the past. So if I were rich at the moment, I would have traveled in the past. So this is a different way of communicating using conditionals. It's quite complicated, but it's quite helpful to know. And if you can use it, then it can help you communicate more precisely during the speaking exam. So this is another small thing, but quite useful to know. This is more common in writing, but you can sometimes hear it in speaking. So therefore, knowing a little bit about this information will help. So you sometimes get these kinds of phrases and sentences in English. So you get inversion in the first conditional. So for example, you might say, should you see him, tell him I called, instead of if you see him. So this is another way of making a conditional without using if. So again, it's something you can do if you want to. It's not essential, but quite useful to know about. Another example, inversion in the second conditional. Were I rich, I would travel the world. So again, you don't have to put if at the beginning. You can start with an inverted sentence. And inversion in the third conditional, had I known, I would have helped. So again, you can have an inverted sentence there without if. So not commonly used while speaking, but you will sometimes hear it, and it's quite helpful to know for the IELTS speaking exam. So let's practice now with some error correction. So let's have a look at error number 1. If I will know about the meeting, I would have attended. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Just have a think about this error. Think about why it is an error and how you would correct it. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, so if I had known about the meeting, I would have attended. So the explanation for third conditionals, past and real situations, use had plus past participle instead of will in the if clause. So if I had known about the meeting in the past, I would have in the future. You're not talking about the future and then the future. So this is something to be careful of in the exam. So let's talk about another common error in the IELTS speaking exam when using conditionals. So, if he will study hard, he will pass the exam. So again, I'm just going to give you 30 seconds. Just have a think about why this is an error and how would you correct it. Okay, let's take a look. So the correction, if he studies hard, he will pass the exam. So for first conditionals, real future situations, use the present simple in the if clause instead of will. Okay, so the mistake here is saying if he will study hard. It should be if he studies hard in the present simple. He will something in the future. So it's present and then future. Okay, not future and then future. That doesn't make any sense in English. So I hope that was helpful for you, and I hope that really helps you for your next exam. So before we move on to a new section of things that will really improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam, let's talk about some quick tips. So, number one, don't mix tenses incorrectly. This is really important. A lot of candidates make many mistakes by mixing the tenses, and this can cause a lot of confusion in the speaking exam, and I've experienced that myself when candidates do it. Number two, avoid using would or will in the if clause. So again, don't say if I would, okay? You can't put both in the first clause and second clause. First part of the sentence, second part of the sentence. Number three, pay attention to unreal conditions, so things that have happened. So if I won $1 million, I haven't won $1 million, so therefore it's unreal. If I were you, I am not you, so therefore it's unreal. So you have to be careful with these in the exam. Now, for number four, be consistent with were in the second conditional. So in English, you say, if I were you. You don't say, if I was you. It's just a very strange thing about the language. It's just what we say for some strange reason. And number five, be careful with mixed conditionals. So try and follow the structure that I've talked about during this section of the course, and you'll not make any mistakes with mixed conditionals. And the last one is understand special conditional forms that we have in English, like inverted sentences. And this could be quite useful during the speaking exam. So something that can really improve your score in the exam is knowing how to use continuous tenses correctly. Now, a lot of candidates don't really know how to use continuous tenses, and they make a lot of mistakes with them. So in this section, I'm just going to give you a lot of information, a lot of details about how to use continuous tenses correctly, and that will really improve your score. Now let's take a look. So we've got some examples here. So we've got the present continuous, I'm reading. So that is for something you're doing right now, like I'm reading right now, I'm teaching right now, I'm drinking right now. All the actions are happening right now. Past continuous, I was reading, is used for an ongoing action in the past, often interrupted by another action. So for example, I was writing in my book when someone came into the room, or I was drinking my drink when I heard some music. And the last one is future continuous, I will be reading. It's used for actions that will be happening at a specific time in the future. Now, candidates often use these in many other contexts which are not quite correct. So have a detailed look at this section, and this will really improve your use of continuous tenses and your score in the exam. Now, if an action is habitual or some kind of routine, or permanent or a fact, then the simple tenses are typically used instead of continuous ones. So, for example, the train arrives at the platform at 5 p.m. every day. That is a routine action, and it happens at the same time. So therefore, you use the present simple, the simple tenses. Now, a really common mistake is to use the continuous tenses with the verb know. So lots of candidates say, I'm knowing the answer. Now, once you know something, that's happened and then finished. So it's not a continuous action, like I am speaking at the moment. So you need to say, I know the answer. You don't need to keep knowing because that happens one time. So knowing is a state, not an action in process. So you don't use the continuous tense in that situation. So think carefully when you're using continuous tenses. Think, is this actually an action like speaking or walking or running or swimming? If it isn't, then don't use the continuous tense. Now, continuous tenses should not be used with stative verbs, so verbs describing states, emotions, or opinions, such as know, believe, understand, love, hate, need, want, prefer, seem, own, and have, to possess. Now, you might occasionally hear an advert or something saying, I am loving it, like the McDonald's advert. That's actually not very good grammar, okay? It's actually not correct. So sometimes people informally don't really use the correct grammar, but in general, you cannot say things like, I am knowing it, I am believing it, I am understanding it, because that is a state, not something you're doing right now, like speaking or walking or running or swimming. So that is the difference. So let's have a look at some examples of this. So it is incorrect to say, I am believing it. Okay, you cannot say that. You have to say, I believe in it. It is incorrect to say, I am wanting it. Okay, I want is something you feel. You can't keep wanting it. It's not a continuous action. You need to say, I want it. It is incorrect to say, she is seeming happy today. You have to say, she seems happy today. And if you do that, you won't make as many mistakes with continuous tenses, and that will really improve your score. So it's important to know when to use simple versus continuous for ongoing actions. So for example, use simple present for routines or habits, not continuous. So it's incorrect to say, I'm going to work every day. You need to say, I go to work every day. So again, going is an action. I'm walking to work. I'm swimming at the moment. Okay. I go to work every day is a routine, so therefore it's present simple. Present continuous can also be used for temporary or changing situations. So for example, you can say, I am working from home this week, and it might change at some point, so therefore you can use the continuous tense. And working is actually an action that you do, so therefore it's okay to say it in that situation. So certain time phrases often call for simple tenses rather than continuous. So for example, simple tense phrases generally are always, usually, often, sometimes, rarely, never, every day, week, year, once a month, generally. Now, the reason those match with simple tense is because they are routine actions. Okay, usually I drink coffee in the morning. Often I go to the shop to buy some food. Okay, so these are routines that you generally do, so therefore they're simple tenses. Continuous tense phrases are generally right now, at the moment, this week, these days, currently. So right now, I am speaking English with you guys. Right now, I am teaching you. So therefore, you're doing the action at the moment. So you have to use the continuous tense. So an example of this is, I am always playing tennis. Okay, it's not quite correct because that's a routine. So you can say, I always play tennis in simple, and that would be correct. So this is a good way of knowing or having some idea of whether it's simple tense or continuous tenses in the exam. And you can practice this until you get a good idea of the difference between the two. Now, it's important to avoid the continuous for completed actions. So if the action has a clear start and end, or is seen as a whole, use the simple past. So it's incorrect to say, I was meeting her yesterday. You need to say, I met her yesterday. So for a meeting, okay, there is a clear start and a clear end. So therefore, you have to use the simple past, okay, rather than saying the continuous, because you don't keep meeting someone. You meet them once and then it's finished. So therefore, you don't use the continuous tense. Now, this is a very common mistake in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, it's really important that you avoid overusing the future continuous if the simple future works. Now, remember, in IELTS speaking, they want as simple grammar as possible for communication. That is because the aim is to make sure the person listening understands what you're saying. It's not to use as much complicated grammar as possible. And often more complicated tenses actually confuse the message and are worse for communication. So this is quite a common example. So the incorrect sentence here would be, I will be seeing him tomorrow. You need to say, I will see him tomorrow. And that would be the correct way of saying it. So always use the simple future if you can, and only use the future continuous if it's really necessary. So this is partly what I was talking about earlier, but in this part, I'm just going to give you a little bit more detail on this so you can recognize it more easily. So continuous tenses are useful for emphasizing temporary actions or actions in progress, especially in relation to another action. So for example, while I was reading, she called me. If there is no emphasis on the action being in progress, the simple past works fine. So for example, she called me yesterday. So again, another example might be, I was speaking when someone came into the room, or I was drinking when someone came to speak to me. So continuous tenses are often used when there's some kind of interruption to the first action of what you're doing. I was running, and then I saw someone in the school that I said hello to. So there's something happening and then something else happens at the same time. And that's often communicated in the past continuous. So let's practice a bit before moving on to a new section. So we've got two errors here. And the first one is, I can understanding what the teacher is saying. And the second one is, I watched TV when he was calling me. So I'm going to give you 1 minute. Just think about why these are errors, and then how would you correct them? Okay, so let's take a look at the first one. So the error was, I can understanding what the teacher is saying. You can correct this by saying, I can understand what the teacher is saying. So this is a clear error from using the continuous tense unnecessarily when you need to use the present, because it only happens once. You only understand something once. You don't keep understanding it. And number 2, I watched TV when he was calling me. You need to say, I was watching TV when he called me. So again, this is an interrupted action. I was speaking, continuous action. I was watching TV, and then something else happened. So you have to use the past simple in that situation. So continuous action, and then something else happened. So I really hope you found that useful and that it helps you reduce the number of errors you make with continuous tenses in the exam, and also helps you communicate more precisely for the exam. And I really hope that that improves your score in your next exam. So let's talk about some quick tips for the overuse of continuous tenses before moving on. So number 1 is understand the function of continuous tenses. So make sure that you only use it when something is actively happening right now. And don't use it for state verbs like believe. You can only believe something one time, so you cannot keep believing it in a continuous action. Same thing with know. You can't keep knowing it. You know it one time and then it's finished. You use simple tenses for states, general facts, or routine. So, for example, water boils at 100 degrees centigrade. That's a fact, almost always happens. Or a routine. So, the train arrives at the station at 4 p.m. every day. That is something that happens each day, and it's a routine. So, therefore, you use the present simple rather than the continuous tense. Use the continuous for temporary and interrupted actions. So I'm working from home this week. That might change, so you can use the continuous in that situation. And interrupted actions, I was speaking with you in this course when someone called me on my phone. So that would be something interrupted. So those are the main uses of the continuous tenses. And the last one is time expressions can help you choose the correct tense. So if something is now, at this moment, I am walking now, then it's likely to be the continuous. However, if it's always, the train always arrives at the station at 4 p.m., then it's likely to be present simple because it's a routine action. So if you're not quite sure about that, have a look at that part, and that might be really helpful for you choosing the correct tense in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, participial adjectives are really important for the IELTS speaking exam, and knowing about them can really improve your score. But not many teachers teach this to students or candidates, and not many students know about this, so they often make mistakes. So some examples of participial adjectives are exciting and excited. Now, these help convey specific emotions or qualities more accurately by distinguishing about how something makes you feel, exciting, and how you feel about it, excited, allowing for precise expression. By using participial adjectives, like confusing and confused, speakers can clarify whether they are describing a characteristic of something or their reaction to it, making their communication clearer and more precise, which is the thing that really improves your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now let's take a look at example A and example B. So example A, I am bored. I'm feeling bored at the moment. So I'm describing the feeling of boredom that I have. And example B, this book is boring. So this describes something that causes boredom. So the ing form is used when something else causes you to feel bored, causes you to feel happy, causes you to feel sad, all that kind of thing. So be really careful of this. But if you feel something, then it's bored and it's the other form. Now, we're going to have a detailed look at this in this section, so don't worry. By the end of the section, you will really understand the difference between these two forms, and I really hope you find this helpful for your next speaking exam. So let's talk about the other form now, which is the ed adjective form, which describes the result or feeling of an action or experience of the person. So if you feel something, like you feel bored, you feel excited, you feel interested, if the feeling's about you, then you use the ed form. So, for example, I was excited about the movie. I felt excitement because of the movie. I felt inspired, or he felt inspired after hearing the speech. He was inspired by the speech. That was his feeling. Now, if the thing causes the thing, like the book was boring, okay, I don't necessarily feel bored by the book, but the book was boring, the other thing, then use the ing form. So just to repeat, the ed adjective form describes the result or feeling of an action or experience of a person. It doesn't describe the object or other thing causing that feeling. So the first thing to understand is the difference between ing and ed forms in the exam. So the ing adjective describes the cause of a feeling or situation. So the thing or person that produces the emotion. So like in the previous part, we said that the book was boring. Okay, so the book is causing me to feel bored, and that is the cause of the boredom, is the book. And two more examples here. The movie was exciting. Okay, that movie caused me to feel excited, but the movie was exciting. So that's how it works in English. The movie causes excitement. The speech was inspiring. The speech inspires other people, and you could also feel inspired as well. So when the feeling is about you, it's inspired or excited. And when the thing is causing something like inspiration and excitement, then it is exciting and inspiring. Now, don't worry, if this is a little bit difficult right now, after you've watched some of the other lectures, you will start to gradually understand it, and when you practice, you will find it much easier. Now, a good way to improve your usage of this form is to check who or what is being described. So ask yourself whether the adjective describes the thing that causes the action or the thing that experiences the action. So this can help determine whether to use the ing or ed form. So if the person feels bored, they are bored, not boring. If something like a lecture makes people feel bored, it's boring, not bored. Okay, so this is a little bit more help for you. So ing adjectives like boring, exciting, confusing are often used to describe something external. So the test is confusing, not confused. Now, I'm not the test, so I cannot say confused in that situation because the test cannot actually be confused. The test doesn't actually think anything. So the test is confusing. Now, for ed adjectives like bored, excited, confused, these describe the internal feeling of someone. So I was confused by the test. So that's a feeling I can have. I can feel confused. And so I don't say confusing in that situation. So this is just a little bit more information to help you get to know these forms more clearly. So let's do a little bit of error correction before moving on. Now, it's really important that the adjective form matches the intended meaning. And so we're going to have a look at these two errors and see if you can correct them. So error 1 is the lecturer was very bored, and error 2 is the students were boring during the lecture. So I'm going to give you 1 minute. Just think about why these are errors and how would you correct them. Okay, so let's talk about this. So, correction 1, the lecturer was very bored. Now, can the lecturer feel bored? Can it have any feelings? So, no, it cannot have feelings. It's not a person. So, you need to say the lecture was very boring. It was causing other people to feel bored. The lecture causes boredom. And correction 2, the students were boring during the lecture. Now, you can kind of say that if you want to. It's very unusual, but if you felt like the students were actually being boring, I mean, if you wanted them to participate in the lecture, then it could be said, but you wouldn't normally say that. Probably what you mean is the students were bored during the lecture, so the students were feeling bored because the lecture was quite boring. The teacher was just talking and talking and talking, and the students were sort of falling asleep because they were bored. So that's the more common situation. So the last thing is that it's really important to practice with participial adjectives before the exam, and in particular with some common ones which can be a little bit difficult to pronounce and also say. So a few examples are annoying versus annoyed. You can practice the pronunciation. Tiring versus tired. Confusing versus confused. Frustrating versus frustrated. Okay, so you can practice pronunciation a little bit. So when you come to the exam, you can say them really clearly and fluently. And all of the advice I have given you in this section will help you communicate more clearly, more precisely, and this will really improve your score in the speaking exam. So let's review some of the key information from the previous section before talking about some other important things for improving your score. So it's really important that you understand the difference between the ing and ed forms that we've talked about quite a lot during this section. Always check who or what is being described. So that will tell you whether it's ing or the ed form. Remember to use the ing form for the thing causing the emotion. For example, the book is boring. The film is interesting. The TV program is exciting. So the TV program, the book, and the film are all things causing you to feel something. So it's ing form. And number 4 is remember to use the ed form if someone feels an emotion. For example, she is bored. He is interested. I am bored. I am interested. So if someone is feeling something, then it's the ed form. And if you stick to these rules and practice this part a few times, you won't make any mistakes with this in the IELTS speaking exam, and that will be really good for your score. So let's talk about articles and why they're so important for the IELTS speaking exam. Now, the way examiners think about this is that articles are quite important for the conversation you're having in the exam, and examiners really focus on the communication between you and the candidate. Now, if you make a mistake with articles that can be a little bit confusing, that can lower your score in the exam. So knowing more about articles can really help you improve your score for the exam. Now, articles like a, an, and the are essential in English because they help specify whether we're talking about something in general or specifically, allowing for clearer and more accurate communication. By using articles, we can distinguish between a general concept and a specific item like the book or any book, making our language more precise and avoiding misunderstandings. So if you say a book, you're just talking about books in general in the world, any book. And if you talk about the book, you're talking about a specific book that the person wants or is referring to. So let's look at another example of this. So we've got 2 examples here. I need a cup, so that can be any cup in the world. You don't mind which. And I need the cup. This is a specific cup like the one I'm holding here. So if I'm holding a cup here, the person might say, I need the cup. Okay, they're referring to this cup specifically. But when they say a cup, they're talking about any cup. They're not specific. So most languages do not have that many articles. So most students will forget to add them, but that can cause communication problems if, for example, you're referring to something specifically or in general. So this whole section is about how to reduce your errors with articles and how to use them effectively to communicate in the IELTS speaking exam. And I really hope that it helps you improve your score for your next exam. So the first thing you have to do for the exam is understand the article rules that you need to use. So a and an are used with singular countable nouns. So things like books, chairs, tables, computers, that kind of thing. Now you need to use a before words that begin with a consonant sound. So for example, a book. And use an before words that begin with a vowel sound. For example, an apple. And then you change the sound so that you can hear the difference between the article and the word more easily. Now for the is used when the noun is specific, known, or unique. So for example, the cup I have in my hand right now, or the glass that I have in my hand right now. If you say a glass or a cup, you're talking about those things in general and not specifically. So those are the very basic things to understand about using articles in the exam. So the next thing you need to practice is article usage. So you have to practice with countable and uncountable nouns. So you can use a or an with singular countable nouns like a dog, an idea, that kind of thing, or a chair, an apple. Do not use a or an with uncountable nouns like water, information. So you can't say an information, doesn't make sense. And water, doesn't make sense. You can't say it in the exam. And lots of candidates make mistakes with this. So instead, you have to say some information, some water, but for a countable noun, you can say a dog, an idea. That's absolutely fine. So like we talked about in a previous section, this is something else to be careful of when you're using countable and uncountable nouns. So it's important that you don't use articles with things like proper nouns, like, for example, Mount Everest, the mountain, or John, someone's name. So you don't say, the John, I need to speak with the John, or I need to go to the Mount Everest. Both of those are incorrect. So these don't take articles. Now you also don't use articles with general plural nouns, like cars are fast, or abstract uncountable nouns when speaking in general terms, like love is important. So you don't need to say the love is important. It doesn't really make sense in English. So just remember that these things don't take articles, and you can forget about them when talking about these types of nouns. So using this table can help you avoid most of the article mistakes that examiners see in the exam, and can also help you use articles more effectively to communicate during the speaking exam. So the first one, a or an, you can use it with singular and in general one of many. So for example, like I said before, a cup, okay, a book, a glass, okay, there's one, and it's in general. You can use the for singular, so for example, the cup, the glass, the book, and for plural, so the books, the cups, the chairs, and specific, so if I'm talking about it's this cup specifically, not any other cup, just this one. And no article is, you don't use it for singular, you can use it for plural. So I went to France, the country, and it's not specific necessarily, and it's also in general, speaking, writing in general terms. That's how you use the article. So have a look at this table for some time, get to know it, and it will really help you improve your article usage and avoid most of the errors. Now, there will be a few things that are not covered by this table, but this table covers most of the really important ones, so it should help you avoid most of the errors that examiners see. So be really careful of these common mistakes that examiners see in the exam. So the first one is overusing the. Avoid adding the when it is not needed. Lots of candidates use it too much, so this is something to be careful of. So in phrases like the knowledge is power, now again, you don't need to say the here. It should be knowledge is power. Now, the second one is forgetting articles. Ensure that you don't forget necessary articles in sentences. For example, he is doctor should be he is a doctor, because you're referring to the person, so you need the article there. And misusing a and an. Pay attention to sounds, not just letters. For instance, use an before words with a silent H. So, for example, an hour. And if you follow these three things, you will avoid most of the errors that candidates make in the exam, And if you follow the table in the previous lecture, then you will use articles much more effectively to communicate. So something that has really helped my students for the exam is reading and listening to well-written articles from reputable sources like newspapers or academic journals. This will expose you to the correct usage of articles in a context, which can really help you understand how they're used naturally and how they're used by native speakers. And you'll also understand the exceptions, but also the common rules as well. Now, it might not help you, it doesn't help every student, but for some students, it can really help to listen and read these examples. Now, when you read and listen, note the context where articles are used and omitted, and then mimic that in your speaking. Now, again, this doesn't work for every student, but for some, reading or listening to it can really help them improve their article usage while speaking. So if you're having problems with articles, this is a good thing to try, and hopefully you'll find that it helps you as well. So, in order to improve your usage of articles, it can really help to learn some common patterns. So, for example, we use the with oceans and mountain ranges. So, for example, the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Alps, or the Himalayas. So, the Alps and the Himalayas are mountain ranges, and you add the, and the Pacific Ocean and Indian Ocean are oceans, so you also add the. Now, you don't use the with the names of languages. So, for example, I speak English. You don't say, I speak that English. Okay, that's not quite right. And sports. Okay, you don't say, he plays the football. Okay, that's incorrect. Okay, or he plays the basketball. Also, don't say that. You say, he plays football, he plays basketball. So if you know these rules and you know these situations, that can really improve your score in the exam. So let's talk about 3 important tips before we move on to the next section. So number 1 is to understand the rules of articles. So make sure you know how to use a, how to use an, and how to use the. That's really important. And it's also important to practice article usage as well. So to see it in sentences, make sure that you see some of the common examples of how they're used, and that can really help you improve your use of articles in the speaking exam. And number 3 is learn common patterns. So for example, that the goes with oceans, or the goes with mountain ranges, but it doesn't go with sports like basketball or football. So those are quite important to know. And if you know most of those 3 things, then you will really improve your usage of articles in the exam, and you will communicate much better, and your score will improve. So in this section, I'm going to be talking about how to improve your pronunciation to improve your score in the exam. Now, lots of candidates don't really understand about pronunciation, and they also don't really understand what improves your score with pronunciation. So in this part, I'm going to be giving you lots of detailed advice about how to improve your pronunciation, what examiners look for, and how this can improve your score in the exam. So the first thing we're going to talk about is practicing difficult sounds. And then the second thing is reducing accent interference, really important. And the third thing is listening can improve your pronunciation. And the fourth thing is to speak really clearly. And I'm going to be talking a lot about that and how that can really help your score in the exam. So let's talk about pronunciation and why it's so important in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, pronunciation is essential in the IELTS speaking exam as it affects how clearly and accurately you can convey ideas to the examiner. Now, remember, it's how clearly you speak that really improves your score in the exam. Now, good pronunciation helps avoid misunderstandings and allows you to communicate more clearly, and this is the thing that improves your score. So you want to reduce the amount the examiner is finding difficult to understand. Now, the good thing is, by focusing on some simple things to improve your pronunciation, you can really improve this quickly, and this will really improve your score. And also, by focusing on how to reduce most of the common errors, you can also do some very quick things to improve your score in the exam, and this is what this section is going to focus on. So let's talk about improving some of the difficult sounds in IELTS speaking during the exam. Now, there are some sounds in IELTS speaking that candidates make mistakes with on a regular basis, and I have seen this many times in the exam while I've been doing the exam. Now, the really good thing is if you focus on improving these sounds, you can improve your speaking score dramatically and avoid most of the common errors. And this is quite an easy thing to do, but will have a huge impact on your score. So in this section, I'm just going to be talking in detail about the most difficult sounds we have in English and giving you some help on how to improve them for the IELTS speaking exam. So let's talk about our first difficult pronunciation sound when speaking English during the IELTS speaking exam, and that is th, as in think. Now, many languages don't have these sounds, so learners often substitute with other sounds and avoid saying th. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to produce this sound and show you some common words that it is used in the IELTS speaking exam. So let's talk about the first difficult sound that there is in the IELTS speaking exam. So to make the th sound, you place your tongue lightly between your top and your bottom teeth and then blow out gently like this. Can you see? My tongue is touching my front teeth and blowing out air slowly. Try it with me. You might feel a tickling sensation at the tip of your tongue. That means you're doing it right. Now, let's try the sound with some common words. I'll say the word and you can repeat it after me. Are you ready? Think. Teeth. Sank. And again. Think. teeth, sank. So let's talk about another sound that English language learners get incorrect in the IELTS speaking exam all the time. Now, this sound is like red. Now, the English R is different from rolled or tapped R sounds found in other languages, making it tricky for some learners, especially from Romance or Asian language backgrounds. So in the next video, I'm going to be showing you how to make this sound correctly so that you can improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Okay, so let's talk about how to make the sound in English. You need to keep your tongue curled slightly upwards, but don't touch the roof of your mouth. It should be relaxed, floating in the air, and the tip of your tongue should hover near the roof of your mouth, but not make any contact at this point. So let's give it a try. So first, take a deep breath, and then curl your tongue up, but don't press it against the roof of your mouth, and say, Great, and try it again. Fantastic. So, do you feel the vibration? That's your vocal cords working to make the sound. Now, let's practice some words with the sound. So, repeat after me. Red, rabbit, run, and again, red, rabbit, run. Now remember, keep your tongue very relaxed in the middle of your mouth, and that should help you make the sound. So let's talk about our next difficult sound in the IELTS speaking exam, and that is the difference between light and right. Light and right. Now, many Asian language speakers, particularly from Japanese, Korean, and Chinese backgrounds, struggle to differentiate between light and right, and so often make mistakes with this in the exam, which can be confusing to the examiner. So in the next video, I'm going to be teaching you how to make these sounds correctly to improve your score in the exam. Now, these two sounds, light and right, might seem small, but they can make a big difference on how well others understand you. Think about the words light and right. Just one sound can change the entire meaning. So let's start with I. So when you say I, your tongue should touch the back of your upper teeth or ridge right below it. So try it with me. Say la la la. And again, la la la. Notice how your tongue lightly taps against the top of your mouth. Now let's practice with these words. Love, light, long, and again, love, light, long. Focus on where the tongue touches. Keep it at the top, close to your teeth. Now, let's talk about the R sound. So when you say R, the tongue does not touch the roof of your mouth. Instead, it curls back a little bit, creating space. Now try saying ra, ra, ra. And again, ra, ra, ra. Notice how your tongue pulls back without touching the top of your mouth. Now, let's try these words. Red, right, round, and again, red, right, round. Okay, and the final practice. Let's try these combinations of words. So repeat after me. Light and right. Play and pray. Fly and fry. And again, light and right. Play and pray. Fly and fry. Okay, so let's talk about two more difficult sounds for the IELTS speaking exam. And those are v and w, v and w. Now some examples are very and wary. Now, speakers of languages like Hindi and German often confuse these sounds because they may not exist as distinct sounds in their native language. And in my experience, lots of candidates make mistakes with these sounds in the exam. So in the next video, I'm going to give you a really detailed explanation about how to create these sounds, and that should really improve your score for your next speaking exam. Now, the first sound we're going to talk about is the V sound. So to make this sound, place your top teeth lightly on your lower lip. And now make a buzzing sound with your vocal cords as you push air out like this. V, V, V. Now repeat after me. V, V, V. Okay, very good. Now let's try some words. Vase, van, very. Very good. Now repeat after me again. Vase, van, very. Very good. So did you feel the vibration on your lip? That is the V sound. Now let's try the other sound, which is the W sound. Now this one is a little different. To make the W sound, round your lips like you're going to blow a bubble or a kiss. Push the sound out, but this time don't let your lips touch your teeth like this. So you have W, W, W. Now repeat after me. W, W, W. Very good. Now let's try some words. water, wait, wind. Very good. Now let's try that again. Repeat after me. Water, wait, wind. Now you'll notice that the w sound is softer and doesn't have a lip vibration like the v sound. So let's try a few more words with both sounds. So repeat after me. Van, wand, vase, wait, vast, west. And let's try that again. Repeat after me. Van, wand, vase, wait, vast, west. Very good. So I really hope that helps you with two really difficult sounds when speaking during the IELTS exam. And in the next section, we're going to have a look at some more difficult sounds. So let's talk about two more sounds that IELTS candidates find difficult during the IELTS speaking exam. And they are sh, as in she, and j, as in measure. The j sound is particular in it's very rare and can be difficult for speakers of languages that don't have it. So in the next video, I'm going to teach you how to make the j sound to improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Hello. So let's talk about the sh sound, a very important sound for the IELTS speaking exam. So to make the sh sound, bring your tongue up to the roof of your mouth, but don't touch it. Your lips should be rounded and you should push the air out. It creates that sh sound. Now try it with me. Sh, 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 sh. And again, let's do that again. Shh, 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 shh. Very good. Now let's practice a few words that contain the sh sound. So repeat after me. Ship, dish, wash. And let's try that again. Ship, dish, wash. Very good. Now let's move on to the j sound. Now j is less common in English, but you'll still hear it in words like measure, vision, and treasure. So repeat after me. J, j, j. Now the j sound is made similarly to the sh, but with a little voice added. It's like a buzzing or humming sound. Put your tongue near the roof of your mouth, just like the sh, but this time add your voice to create a soft buzzing sound like j. Try it with me again. So repeat after me. J, j, j. So remember, your tongue needs to be near the roof of your mouth, but make that extra buzzing sound. So let's try some words now. So repeat after me. Measure, leisure, vision, and again. Measure, leisure, vision. Very good. So another difficult pronunciation sound for second language learners of English is the short vowel sound ah. Now, this is most commonly found in the word cat. Now, this sound doesn't exist in many other languages, and so learners often substitute it with ah, like car, or like bed. Now, this can cause some confusion in the IELTS speaking exam. So in the next video, I'm going to be teaching you how to form this sound correctly. Okay, so let's talk about making the ah sound. So the first thing you have to do is relax your mouth and open it slightly. Your jaw should drop down a little, but not much, about halfway. Your tongue should be low towards the front of your mouth, like this. Now notice how your tongue stays flat and forward. Now let's practice the sound by itself. So repeat after me. Ah, ah, ah. Now try to keep your mouth and tongue in the same position each time. Let's try that again. Ah, ah, ah. Great. Now remember to keep your mouth stays open and relaxed. Now let's try the ah sound with some common words. I'm going to say the sound and I want you to repeat after me. Cat, hat, map, apple, and again. Cat, hat, map, apple. So these are two more good sounds to practice if you want to improve your IELTS speaking score. And those are it and e. So for example, it as in sit and e as in seed. Now the difference between these sounds is subtle, leading to many candidates making mistakes with them. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to form the sounds very carefully and improve your score in the exam. So let's start with the it sound. This is a short, relaxed vowel sound. Now, listen closely. It, it. When you say this sound, your tongue is positioned in the middle of your mouth and is slightly raised. Try it with me. It, it, it. And again. It, it, it. Very good. Now let's talk about the E sound. This one is a long, tense vowel sound. Can you feel the difference? E, E. When you make this sound, your tongue is higher and further forward in your mouth, and the lips are stretched. So let's try this together. E, E, E. And again. E, E, E. So it is short and E is long. Now, let's try a few words. So I'm going to read them first, and then you can repeat them after me the second and third time. So the first time, just listen carefully. Bit, beat, sit, seat, live, leave, ship, sheep. Okay, now this time I want you to repeat after me and focus on how your mouth is moving. Bit, beat, sit, seat, live, leave, ship, sheep. And again, bit, beat, sit, seat, live, leave, ship, sheep. So let's talk about the next sound, which is as in sing. As in sing. Now, some learners pronounce this N and G, leading to sing sounding like singer. So this is something to be careful of in the IELTS speaking exam because it can lead to some confusion. So in the next video, I'm going to be showing you how to make this sound correctly to improve your score in the speaking exam. So let's talk about the sound, as in sing. Now first, open your mouth a little. Notice your tongue is actually touching the back part of the roof of your mouth. So tongue and roof of your mouth. Imagine it going up slightly, just like for if you're making a G sound, but it's relaxed and it stays there. Then let the sound come up through your nose. It should feel a bit like humming. So first, listen to me, and then we're going to listen and repeat. So, So you should feel that buzzing, but there's no vibration in your lips. That's very important. Now repeat after me. Mm. Okay, very good. Now, let's practice with some words. So first, listen to me say the words, and then you're going to repeat after me. Sing, long, wing, song. Okay, listen and repeat. Sing, long, wing, song. And again. Sing, long, wing, song. Okay, so let's now turn to the ch and j sounds. Ch and j sounds. So examples of this include ch as in church and j as in judge. So some learners confuse these sounds, especially when their native language doesn't differentiate between them. It's difficult for them to hear them and for them to say them. And this can cause some confusion in the speaking exam if the examiner doesn't fully understand you. So in the next video, I'm going to be teaching you how to make these sounds. Let's start with the ch sound. Now start by bringing your tongue to the roof of your mouth, right behind your front teeth. Now release the air to create a ch sound, and as if you're making a short, quick burst of air. Ch, ch. Now listen to me, and then we're going to listen and repeat. So, ch, 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 ch. Now again, and this time I want you to repeat after me. Ch, ch, ch. Very good. Now let's try some words. So the first time, just listen to me say the words, and then you're going to repeat after me. Cheese, chair, cheese, chair. Okay, now listen and repeat after me. Cheese, chair, and again. Cheese, chair. Very good. Now, let's try the next sound. So we're going to try the j sound, but it uses more voice. So think of it like adding a little buzz to the ch sound. It's j. Okay, so first, listen to me make the sound, and then you're going to repeat after me. J, j, j. So start with the same tongue position, just behind your top front teeth. Now this time, when you release, add your voice to get the j sound. So again, listen to me say it, and then you're going to repeat after me. J, j, j. Okay, now this time, listen and repeat. J, j, j. Fantastic. Now let's try with some words. So listen to the words first, and then you're going to repeat after me. Jump, jacket, jump, jacket. Okay, now listen and repeat. Jump, jacket. Very good. Now let's try again. Jump, jacket. So this is another really important sound to get correct if you want to get a high score in the IELTS speaking exam, and that is and the example is hat. Now, in some languages like French or Korean, is often silent or non-existent, making it a challenge for learners to produce. So in the next part, I'm just going to give you some help on how to produce this sound clearly so that you can communicate more clearly in the exam. Okay, so let's practice this next sound, which is So to make this sound, you need to open your mouth and then blow air out quickly. So now repeat after me. Fantastic. It's as easy as that. Now, let's practice with some common words. I'm going to say the words first, and then I want you to repeat after me. Hat, hand, help. You'll notice that my mouth stays open while making the sound at the beginning. Now, repeat after me. Hat, hand, help. Let's try that again. Hat, hand, help. So something that can really improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam is practicing some of the most difficult final consonant clusters. So in this part, I'm just going to give you some examples of these difficult clusters, and I strongly recommend you practice them before the exam, and this will really help improve your score. Now, the first example is texts. Okay, it's got a really difficult final consonant cluster. Listen again. Texts. Now, many languages simplify or avoid consonant clusters at the end of words, so learners often omit or mispronounce them, and this can cause confusion in the IELTS speaking exam. So let's have a look at some more examples. So the first is old, as in cold, field, world, and build. And the next one is ilt, as in fault, result, melt, and felt. And the next one is and, as in hand, friend, sound, and wind. So these are some of the most difficult in the IELTS speaking exam, and it's a really good idea to practice them before the exam. So let's have a look at a few more. So now we have int, as in plant, point, different, moment. And we have uk, as in work, park, mark, and dark. And we have erd, as in bird, word, heard, and record. So if you have some time before the exam, it's a good idea to practice these consonant clusters so that you can improve your pronunciation, improve your communication, and improve your score. So let's talk about the schwa sound, or This is probably the most important sound that we make when speaking English, and an example is about. Now, the schwa sound is the most common vowel sound in English, but it is reduced and unstressed, which makes it difficult for learners to hear and produce correctly. But in the next part, I'm going to show you how to form it and also how to listen to it. And that should really help you improve your speaking in the IELTS speaking exam. So let's talk about the sound. Now, the secret here is to relax The schwa is quick and lazy. And to make the sound, open your mouth slightly. Relax your tongue in the middle of your mouth and say like you're not putting in too much effort. Okay, so I'm going to say it first and then repeat after me. Uh, uh, uh. Now repeat after me. Uh, uh, uh. Very good. Now let's try some common words. So first, I'm going to say them, and then I want you to repeat them after me. About, problem, family, support. So you'll notice in about, problem, family, in the middle, support, support in each of these words. So repeat after me. About, problem, family, support. And let's try that again. About, problem, family, support. So let's talk about the sound, as in cup or cut. Now, this sound is tricky for speakers of languages that don't have it, such as speakers of Romance languages like Spanish or Asian languages. So in the next video, I'm going to be teaching you how to make this sound to improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Okay, so let's talk about another really important sound, which is the sound. Now, to make this sound, you need to open your mouth slightly, keep the tongue in the middle of your mouth, not touching your teeth. Your jaw should be relaxed and your lips should stay neutral, not rounded or smiling. So first, I'm going to make the sound, and then I want you to repeat after me. Uh. Very good. Now, repeat after me. Uh. Very good. Now, let's try with some common words. So I'm going to say the word first, and then I want you to repeat after me. Sun, fun, bus, up. Sun, fun, bus, up. Now this time, I want you to repeat after me. Sun, fun, bus, up. Sun, fun, bus, up. So in this part, I'm just going to talk a little bit about silent letters. Now, some words in English have silent letters when you pronounce them. So an example is night or psychology. Now, if you were saying these directly, you would say knight and physiology. But in English, we ignore the first letters and we just pronounce the main sounds in the word, like night and psychology. Now, there are lots of words like this in English, so when you're learning new words, listen carefully to pronunciation and have a look at the spelling, and this should help you reduce the number of mistakes. Many second language learners find the presence of silent letters, especially in English words borrowed from other languages, quite confusing. And the only way to improve this really is just to keep a record when you're learning so that you avoid mispronouncing some of the key words we have in English. So let's talk about some key tips before moving to the next part of the course. So it's really important that you practice difficult sounds. All the difficult sounds in this section cause IELTS examiners problems every single day. So if you focus on saying those sounds correctly in the exam, you can really improve your score. So that is my main piece of advice for this part. If you're not sure about any of the sounds that I've talked about, go back and have a look at the videos. Watch them many times until you can create the sound correctly, and that will really help you improve your score in the exam. So, one of the easiest ways to improve your score in pronunciation in the IELTS speaking exam is to reduce your accent interference. So in this section, I'm going to be explaining what this is and how to improve it and how it can improve your score in the speaking exam. Now, most candidates still pronounce some words and letters in a similar way to their first language. This can make some of the words they say confusing to native speakers. Now, most people in my experience and most candidates still have about 10 to 20% of what they're saying pronounced a little bit like their first language. So anything slightly confusing can lower your score dramatically in the exam. So a quick way to improve your score is to follow these pieces of advice in this section to reduce your accent interference and reduce how confusing you are to the examiner and improve your score. So the first key thing you can do to improve your accent interference is to listen and mimic native speakers. Now, this doesn't mean copying the words and grammar that they use, which is bad for your score, but it does mean listening to how native speakers speak and the pace and rhythm and stress of their voice. The more you do this, the more you can understand how English is naturally spoken by people who are not translating a first language into a second language. So if you listen to me, you can listen to how my voice flows between each word, and this will really help you communicate more clearly in the exam. And the second part to this is listen closely to how native speakers pronounce the words. You can look at the mouth shapes as well and emphasize the sounds that differ from your native language. And this will also help you reduce the amount of errors you make with pronunciation. Now, if you're still struggling with some of the sounds we have in English, the phonemic chart can really help you understand all the different sounds we have in English. So familiarize yourself with the International Phonemic Alphabet for English sounds to understand how each phoneme is produced. So the phonemic chart follows a standard pattern dependent on how you make sounds within the language, and you can choose an interactive one online. There are many to choose from, and you can listen to the sounds and hear someone produce the sounds, and this will really help you understand how English is naturally spoken and how native speakers speak English in their spare time. So this is just an additional tool you can use to reduce accent interference in the exam. So, like we talked about in the previous part of the course, you can practice difficult sounds to improve your pronunciation. In my experience, those difficult sounds that I've talked about in the previous part are the things that make it difficult for the examiner to understand you in the exam and can cause confusion. So generally, candidates don't need to focus on every sound in the English language, just the ones that are difficult and might cause confusion during the speaking exam. So if you have limited time, just relentlessly focus on saying those sounds correctly. I made some videos to show you how to do that, and that will also really reduce your accent interference and really improve your score. So to improve your accent interference, it's really important to focus on the stress and pitch at which you are speaking. Now, English relies heavily on stress patterns, where certain syllables or words are stressed more than others. Practice identifying and using the correct stress in words and sentences. Now, the main way you do this is by listening to how native speakers communicate in the language, and you'll hear certain repeating stress patterns that you can also copy. Now, this is not the same as copying language, it's just listening to how the language is naturally spoken and trying to imitate it, and in that way, improving your own English. Also, nowadays, additional tools like ChatGPT can tell you about stress and pitch of certain sentences. And also, Google, if you just type in the word into Google, then it will tell you what the stress pattern is and also the phonemic script for words and phrases. So, that can also really help you improve your stress and pitch in the exam. And that will reduce your accent interference and that will improve your score. Okay, and the final way to reduce your accent interference is to record yourself while you're speaking. Now, recording your speech can help you identify areas where your rhythm or intonation differs from native speakers, and you can compare your recordings with native speaker examples. So if you hear native speakers speaking, you can try and say similar language and see if the rhythm and intonation is the same. And if you do this many times, then you will start to really improve your accent interference. But be careful. This doesn't mean that it's a good idea to copy grammar, copy language, copy the exact wording, copying the phrases that native speakers use. That will not get you a high score in the exam. This is simply a technique to identify where you can improve your pronunciation to reduce accent interference, and that will really help you improve your score in the exam. If you start copying language, copying phrases, and copying the things that native speakers say, that will actually reduce your score. So I strongly don't advise it. But you can use this technique to improve your pronunciation by recording yourself. Okay, so let's talk about some quick tips before we move on to the next section. So the first thing is to listen and mimic native speakers. Now, your aim in the exam is to speak in the most native speaker-like way you can, and also really clearly. So this means listening to how native speakers communicate can really improve your score in the exam. However, be really careful. You don't want to copy any language or copy grammar or copy phrases or copy expressions from native speakers. That's not a good idea because you'll get the context wrong and you can't memorize for the IELTS speaking exam. It will lower your score. So you're simply doing this as a way of improving your pronunciation. Use the phonemic chart to understand the sounds of English and to practice some of the more difficult sounds in your spare time. and practice the difficult sounds from the previous section of the course. I went through most of the difficult sounds that caused the majority of the errors and confusion in the speaking exam, and I strongly recommend that you practice those a lot before the exam to improve your score and your speaking. And the last thing you can do is record yourself speaking. Record what you're saying and then compare that with what native speakers say and see if there's a big difference between your pronunciation and the pronunciation of the native speakers. And that will really improve your accent interference and thereby improve your score in the speaking exam. So in this part, I just want to talk about listening and why it's so important for your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, listening attentively to native speakers can help you understand the rhythm, the intonation, and the stress patterns of English, which are essential for accurate pronunciation. Now, you can do this in several ways, which I'm going to talk about in this section in a little bit more detail. However, be careful. It is important not to copy language and then try to use it in the exam. This part is not about copying language or grammar. It's about using listening as a skill to improve your speaking. So in these two small videos, I'm just going to explain how to do that. So in an effort to improve your pronunciation in the exam, it's important to actively listen. Now, you can listen to podcasts, movies, and radio shows in English, paying attention to the accents, rhythm, and intonation. You can also shadow, which means to repeat immediately after, speakers to mimic their style. However, be very careful. This is just a way of improving your pronunciation. You cannot learn English entirely in this way. Okay, you still need lots of English speaking practice, you still need lots of grammar, you still need lots of vocabulary. This is just a very specific technique to help you improve your pronunciation for the exam and reduce accent interference. It is not a solution for everything that you need for the exam. It's just one thing to help you with a very specific area of pronunciation to help you sound more native speaker like. And this can really improve your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, something that most candidates don't pay enough attention to is the mouth movements of native speakers when they speak English. So pay attention to how native speakers move their lips and tongue to produce sounds. And if you want some examples of this, in the previous section, I went through lots of difficult sounds and how to produce them using your mouth. Now, if you're finding some sounds in English difficult, generally the problem is how your mouth is moving to produce the sound. So by watching native speakers closely and the way their mouth moves, you can really improve your score in the exam. There are lots of videos on YouTube about this that you can watch for each of the individual phoneme sounds, and a mirror can help you to look at how your mouth is moving, and you can compare this with native speakers to see if the movement is the same. And this is just a little small thing that can improve your pronunciation slightly and help your score in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, during the IELTS speaking exam, it is absolutely vital that you speak clearly. It is much more important than any other criteria in the speaking exam. This is because during my time as an examiner for the IELTS speaking exam, the number one thing that I saw that lowered the scores of candidates for speaking too quickly. Now, examiners do not care how quickly you speak in the exam. They're interested in your fluency, which is the sequence of words you can say without pausing to think or find the next word. So one of the key things that can help this is to speak clearly. So focus on saying every word during the IELTS speaking exam clearly. And again, remember, IELTS is a communication exam. The examiner is interested in clear communication, so clear speaking and being able to understand you above all other criteria. So if you speak too quickly, it doesn't matter if your grammar's great, doesn't matter if your pronunciation is great. If the examiner is struggling to understand you during the exam, you will still get a low score, even if your English is very, very good. So let's talk about speaking slowly and clearly. So this is what happens to most candidates during the exam. They speak something like this. So, the uniform, that I like, it's good, the good and the good, the uniform, uniform, well, it has the top, yes, the top, yes, uniform, top, yes, yeah. So, was I speaking quickly then? Yes or no? I'm going to give you 5 seconds to think about it. Yes, so I was speaking quite quickly, very quickly in fact, but was I speaking fluently? Again, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to think about it. So I had no fluency there. So I was speaking quickly, but there was no fluency. I was having to pause all the time to try and find the next word, and there was absolutely no sequence of words that I was saying in one cohesive chunk, which shows real fluency with the new language. So this is not what you want to do in the IELTS speaking exam. You want to speak really clearly, you want to speak really slowly, and you want to speak really confidently with a good sequence of words. And the longer your sequence of words in a chunk, is what examiners call it, then the higher your score and the better your fluency will be in the exam. Speaking too quickly, like in the example, can actually lower your score. Now, lots of candidates believe that pausing during the speaking exam will lower your score in the exam. This is completely and categorically untrue and incorrect information spread by social media. Now, actually, pauses can really improve your score in the exam. Native speakers take natural pauses while they're speaking, and this can give them time to think about what to say next. It is absolutely fine. You don't have to do what many candidates do, in my experience, during the exam, which is not even breathe during the whole speaking exam. There is no rule against breathing. You can take natural pauses to breathe. So you can say a few words, absolutely fine, and then pause like this, and then say another chunk of language, another sequence of words, and then pause. This is absolutely fine. The additional benefit of this is that pausing helps you think about pronunciation and the stress patterns before rushing through the next sentence. It will also improve your sequence of words, so the number of words you can say without trying to find the next word in a chunk, and the chunking of language really improves, which really improves your score because it shows additional fluency to the examiner. So just to repeat, pausing is absolutely fine in the exam, and it can really improve your score if used correctly. So in this part, I'm going to be talking about some useful language to help you for the IELTS speaking exam. Now, the key thing here is my aim is not to teach you every word you need for the IELTS speaking exam, but more show you the kinds of precise language that can really improve your score. We're also going to be talking about how to learn words effectively for the exam and all the information you need in order to use a word correctly during the exam. Now, when I was an examiner, I used to see many mistakes with words. So the aim of this section is to prevent that in the speaking exam. So we're going to focus on the 4 skills. The first one is describing people. We'll have a look at a few words for describing people, a few words for describing places, a few words for describing situations, and a few words for giving your opinion. And I really hope that that helps you for your next exam. So when I was conducting the exam, I used to hear about 3 to 9 words used incorrectly in most exams. Now, the reason for this is that some of the candidates try to make what they say more complicated, which means they start to use words above their natural level, which means they start to make mistakes. Very precise words are very difficult to use correctly, and they need a very precise context. Some of this is bad resources online. There's lots of resources online that actually teach words incorrectly. Some of it is bad teaching. Some of the teachers don't even really know how to use these words correctly. And so there's a range of different reasons. But my aim here in this part of the course is to just communicate to you the key pieces of information you must know to use words correctly in the exam. Now, again, my aim here is not to teach you every single word you need to know for the speaking exam. It's much more to show you how to use words correctly and communicate more precisely. So, these are some of the key things to know. You must know the spoken form, the pronunciation. So you need to know how to pronounce the word correctly, including stress and intonation patterns, to ensure clear verbal communication. You must know the grammar, okay? Whether it is a noun, verb, adjective, or adverb, does it describe something? Are you talking about a physical thing in the world, for example? All of these things are really important. You need to know the morphological properties. So this means that you need to recognize how the word changes form to express different grammatical functions, such as tense for verbs or number for nouns. Now, particularly for nouns, lots of nouns are uncountable in English, which means you have to say some information, not many information. And so key details like this are crucial to using words correctly in English. You need to understand the denotative meaning, grasping the core, literal meaning of the word, the concept or the object it directly refers to. So this is like almost like what the picture looks like of the word. You need to understand the connotations and nuances. So any implied meanings, emotional overtones, or cultural associations that go beyond the literal definition. And the collocations, so knowing which other words commonly appear alongside the word, helping you to produce natural sounding language. So for example, you say make a decision in English, not do a decision. You need to understand the register and the style, being aware of the appropriate context for the word's use, such as formal or informal settings, slang or literary language. That's particularly common one in the exam. And 8, frequency and common usage, understanding how often the word is used in everyday language and in which contexts or regions it is most prevalent. Now that's really important because compared to the last part where we talked about literary language, we're not really looking for literary language in the exam. we're looking for things that are in common usage. Now, the reason for this is that the whole point of the exam is that we're measuring your communication. We're measuring your ability to be in an English-speaking environment, in an English-speaking country, and communicate with people effectively. So we're looking for things that are in common usage that people nowadays would understand as the English language. And the last one is the pragmatic usage. So this is the appropriate context. So recognizing the social rules and situational factors that govern the word's use, including how polite it is, and if there's any taboos, so that's something that's quite controversial, and any cultural norms. Now, that's not a key thing for every word, but it is something to know in general about the words you're using during the exam. So again, I must stress it's really important that you know all this information before using a word in the exam. And I really hope you find that helpful for your next speaking exam. So let's talk about describing people more effectively in the IELTS speaking exam. Now, about 1/3 of the questions in part 2 of the IELTS speaking exam connect with describing a person. So to improve your score, it's important to learn and practice some words connected to describing a person. So this is a wide range of vocabulary, so you know lots of words for describing a person, but also can be very precise, so you know specific words for describing a person. Now again, my aim here is not to teach you all the words you need for describing a person, but showing you two things. The first thing is all the information you need to know to use a word correctly, and also showing you some of the types of words that can really improve how precisely you communicate and therefore improve your score in the exam. Okay, so let's talk about our first word, which is admirable. Admirable, admirable. Now, this is an adjective used for describing someone, and it means that you think that someone has done something great or they are a really great person for some reason. So, like the picture, you can see some smiling people in the picture, all thinking that this person is admirable. So, this is someone who you look up to. So, you think that they are someone to be admired, and you think they are a great person or they have done something great. Now, you can use this word with people, so they can be an admirable person, or qualities, so they're very trustworthy, they're very kind. These are admirable qualities. And this can also be used when describing a situation, like what they did in the past was admirable. So, two examples here. His dedication to helping others is truly admirable. So, in that situation, we're talking about something that he did in the past. Another one, she possesses many admirable qualities, such as honesty and integrity. So, in that one, we're describing the qualities and the person. So there's a few different forms. So admiration is the noun, the adjective is admirable, and the verb is to admire. So that's the action. So you are admiring someone. When you want to describe someone, you say admirable. Now, it can be a noun and a verb. So, for example, her bravery in the face of adversity earned her widespread admiration, which is the noun. And many people admire his dedication to humanitarian work. So, in that situation, it is the verb. So, just take a little bit of time to have a look at those different situations for using the word. Okay, and then let's match some pictures. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Just think about which picture matches best with the word admirable. Okay, and that is picture A. You can see the people smiling at the person they find admirable. It's not picture B because that's just a computer. Picture D is a flower, and picture C is just some photographs. So those don't match with the word admirable. So let's have a look at some situations. So again, I'm just going to give you 30 seconds. Read each situation and then think about which one matches with the idea of admirable. And that, of course, is number 3. She did something that you thought was fantastic, and so you admire her. You find her admirable. Now, let's have a look at the most common collocation. So in the English language, this is the most common collocation for admirable. These are the two words or a few words that fit together in the language. And the most common collocation for this word is admirable quality. So that might be something like honesty or being trustworthy. Both of those are admirable qualities. Okay, so let's talk about our next word, which is affable. Affable, affable. Now, this is an adjective, and it means friendly and easy to talk to. So, like the picture, you have a few people who are very affable, like chatting to other people at work, and that makes them affable. Now, this is someone who likes making new friends and speaking with others. They are an affable person, and this can be used to describe people. Let's have a look at a few examples. His affable nature makes him popular among his colleagues. So he's an affable person. He likes speaking with people at work. And the next one, she greeted everyone with an affable smile, instantly putting them at ease. So you can use it with facial characteristics, but just smile. So be a bit careful with the usage. In that situation. You can't really use it with other facial characteristics other than a smile. And let's have a look at some of the forms. So the noun is affability, so the thing, if you're talking about it that way. And the adjective is affable, so that's to describe someone. And there is no verb form. So let's have a look at the noun. Her affability made her the ideal candidate for a customer service role. So in that sentence, they're talking about the thing, affability. Now let's match some pictures. Okay, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Just have a think about which picture best matches with the word affable. Okay, and that is picture C. If you see there are a few friends talking, and they are very affable people chatting in a friendly way. Whereas in A and B, those kids look quite unhappy. So it's not those. And D, you can't really see what's happening. So it's also not that one. Okay, so let's talk about some situations. So number 1, he can get on with everyone easily and really enjoys chatting to people. Number 2, the apartment hasn't been lived in for some time. And number 3, I felt really angry during the meeting. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Just have a think about which situation matches best with the word affable. And that is number 1. He can get on with everyone easily and really enjoys chatting to people, making him an affable person. Okay, so let's have a look at the most common connected collocation in English. So these are the 2 words that come together with affable the most frequently in the language, and that is affable manner. So this means this is the way that you do things. So if someone has an affable manner, they're smiling, they're chatting, they're speaking with people, and that allows them to say that they have an affable manner in English.